Week 1 down in Barcelona, still 4 to go, and the first week saw Groups A and B lock horns, but Groups C and D take centre stage in Week 2. A great chance to get to know 12 new teams, their first outings for the year. With 5 games every day, there's plenty of action here on the European Cricket Network. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series, and it starts right now. Well, good morning and welcome to Barcelona, Spain for a brand new week of Fancode European Cricket Series Cricket. This is Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and we're very excited to bring you 25 brand new games this week. And we're going to see 12 new teams, of course, because Groups C and D are getting in on the action. We have Group C playing the games today, Monday, the first day of the week, and the match referees with the 2 captains from match 26, who are Karan Datta from Relive Sporting and Amar Shahzad from Minaj. Let's hand it over to the match referee.
Tail is the call. 10 is it. And how you want the toes? What would you like to do? I'd like first batting. And Harsh, I won the toes and elected to bat first. Good luck, both ends.
Well, you see there that Minaj captain Amar Shahzad, he's won the toss and elected to bat. Now, a lot of captains have opted to field first, especially in the first match of the morning, and that's because there's a little bit of dew on the pitch. We'll come to that in a second. Now, the big in for them, Awais Ahmed. He returns to his old club after a couple of seasons at Falco. Now, he is the Spanish wicketkeeper batsman, and I think he will probably open the batting, and I think he could be quite destructive in the first couple of overs. Well, Relive Sporting, they were 7 and 8 across the 2 series they played last year, and I think that they have been improving all the time. I know that their captain, Karan Datta, is very confident of their chances. He probably would have fielded first because he wanted to know how much they needed to chase. Now, they'll be missing their regular captain, Ishan Patel, who is not in the country for this series, but they'll be relying on young players like Manish Manwani. He's an ultra-talented 17-year-old left-hander and also quite a handy bowler. We might see him with the new ball. Well, the conditions today in Barcelona, it's a little bit chilly and there's cloud about, but there's no rain forecast, so that's good. There's a projected maximum of 12 degrees, so a little bit chilly for the players, but of course it's not bad at all for cricket. Let's have a look at this pitch, and as usual, first thing in the morning, you see there's just a little bit of moisture on the pitch, and that means the ball can skid through. That's why we've seen a lot of teams wanting to field first. But of course, we've got Minaj. They're very confident, of course. They're in the playoff for the ECL as well, so they'll be very confident with their chances. And that is a big, bold move to bat first here in match 26, the first match of 5 today on the European Cricket Network. Joining me, of course, all week will be our commentator, Rico Full. Rico, it shapes to be a fantastic week of cricket starting here with match 26. It's over to you.
Anji, Vinny, namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sat Sri Akal. Bienvenidos. Welcome. Buenos dias. Here to Spain, Barcelona for the Fancode European Cricket Series. And we've seen there as teams taking the pitch on your screens. Lovely view of the pitch that we've got here. It's played so well so far. Getting ready for week 2. Sí, hoy comienza la segunda semana y equipos diferentes. Just seeing the fantasy dashboard now coming up with these 2 teams. Star players all around. Looking forward to this. It's going to be a very close game and very entertaining, I'm pretty sure. Got T10 specialists in terms of Devinder Singh, Gurinder Sidhu there. We know about the youngsters, Manish and Gurang, great players. And there, Minaj, well, we know all about Awais Ahmed. He was the top run scorer in the very first European Cricket Series here in Barcelona, scoring 329 runs. And also added to that team as Jad Bhatt. He's a useful batsman as well. So it's going to be a great competition, this, between these 2 teams. Remember, we are now starting with Group C and D this week after a fantastic battle between the teams in Group A and B last week, which, yeah, I'd like to recap on those at some point today because we had some fantastic games and performances. But right now, here in this Group C match, we have the bowler, the young Manish Nwani, coming in to bowl the first ball of week 2. Starting with a wide, match number 26, remember we're at now. And in total, 124 matches we've got. It's going to be a marathon, but it's going to be a feast of T10 cricket. And, well, our very own Mr. Maximo walks into the commentary station. Good morning to you, sir. Buenos dias.
Yeah, buenos dias. And hola, viewers, wherever you're watching around the world. Hello, Rico. It's great to be here again for the first of 25 matches this week. Here's Manwani. See that one just kind of skidding through a little bit, this pitch. We've seen a lot of the captains, like I mentioned at the toss a moment ago, that prefer to bowl first because it takes a little while once the covers come off for the dew to come off the pitch, and it plays a little bit truer. So especially a bowler like Manwani, talented young man, he'll just get the ball to skid through a little bit. So testing little period for both these openers, Usman Mushtaq as well as Awais Ahmed, and I'll be hoping to just settle in, then we might be able to get a few away.
Firmly hit, but not able to find the gap. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day of cricket, Vinny. I was surprised with the decision to bat first. I mean, that just goes to show confidence in the batting, because on a day like this, first up, overcast conditions, you mentioned a little bit of dew, you would think the ball's going to do a little bit here.
You would think so.
Lofted that over the top, that's gone all the way, the first one of the day, 6 carreras, and there's the first Maximo of this, the second week in Group C.
Well, Awais Ahmed not taking any time to settle in. You see that one? Wasn't too much on it from Manwani, still warming up, and just went and got that one from outside off stump. Didn't make perfect contact, but enough to send it over the ropes, and that's the first of plenty of Maximos that I'm sure we'll see this week in Barcelona.
Yeah, that's his shot, isn't it? You put it anywhere into the slot there, anywhere near his legs, he's going to latch onto it. Got to keep him outside the off stump. And that's in that zone again. Asking the question, probably going down leg, drifting a little bit. But,
I think so.
Bowling there at the danger zone really is, in terms of the shots that Awais likes to play.
Yeah, if we look at where they've got their 2 outfielders placed, they're just changing it now. The third man's going to come in the circle, and so they've got a long on and they've got a deep forward square leg. So no one in front of square in the infield on the leg side.
Trying to get that away through the gap. Again, once more on that leg side.
And yeah, we were just talking off air, weren't we, Rico? This shapes up to be a very, very close contest potentially. Obviously, Awais Ahmed is big in for Minaj, having played for Falco in the previous series, but he's returning to his former club of a couple of years ago. Raval, well, they just kept improving. They'll miss Ish Patel, I'm sure, who is unavailable for this tournament, but they've got quite a few young players and competitive in this format of the game.
The slow ball, which is a good idea when you know that the batsman is going to go across. He's got to be straight. And that was going down the leg, so another extra onto the total.
Yeah, nice little start though for Minaj. The 12 with the ball to go.
Nicely played. Yeah, I mean, a good point there, Vinny. I think Ishan Patel, he's a great all-rounder. So they're going to miss him. That's the captain, and a good leader out there as well. He works very well with the youngsters that are in this team. But the bonus for Raval is one that Karan Datta, the current captain, is back. He batted superbly for me in the first ever European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. He was absent for the second, and they missed his strength in the batting.
Yeah.
He's a great batter. And look, they've also picked up some big hitters there. You look down their team list, they've got Govinda Singh Gaur. He was awesome for the Tigers when he played for them a few months back, really. And then Govinda Sidhu as well. Great. And now these guys, they can change the shape of a match in an instant. They're big hitters. So they've got a good squad here. So both these teams, for me, evenly matched.
Looks like Dawood Masood, the tall left armour, to bowl the second over, and it was 12 for no loss off that first match. Makes some very good points there, strengthening their batting. Perhaps was a bit of a liability for them in the 2020 series, so taking the appropriate measures to strengthen that aspect of their game, and they'll have to be right at the top of their game to beat Minaj. Of course, Minaj had a pretty good couple of years in Spanish cricket. Here's Masood.
Wow, he's launched into that. It wasn't a good delivery. Short. Down the leg side. Smashed away. 6 more.
Well, you'd have to say this is a gift first up from Masood. He's tall and he does get the bounce, but there was no danger for the batsman. There was a pitch well outside leg stump and well spotted. It was Usman Mushtaq perhaps just advancing on the bowler. The bowler sending a bit shorter, but the batsman Mushtaq more than equal to the task. And that's a worst possible start for the bowler, Dawood Masood.
Yeah, Masood needs to find a good reply here. Well, once more down the leg, got away with that.
Well, he certainly did. And that was another one. There's just that fine leg in the circle to beat. And tell you what, if it was 2 metres either side of him, you can guarantee that would have been 4. And Masood here just needs to get that ball outside off stump. Talented young player. Just having a chat at the moment about perhaps getting another fielder on that leg side. But I think a better strategy would be to get it outside the off stump with deep square leg and a long on of the 2 fielders outside the circle. Of course, only 2 outfielders allowed in the first 3 overs.
Well, that's lofted away. Balle, balle, balle. There's another one. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, and again, 2 straight. This was probably on the stumps, but I think these guys both pretty confident on the leg side. Again, confidence from the batsman, getting on the front foot. And I think if you're Masood right now, you just have to make him play a different shot. You need to get outside the off stump. And look, you've got no protection in the outfield on the offside, but make him play a different shot, perhaps force a nick or a play and miss. Some thinking to do for the bowler. He doubles down on the leg side, doesn't he? And just we've seen some control issues, of course, early in the season. These guys, this will be their first competitive match in a while, so you can excuse them for being a little bit rusty with their skills, but so important, especially in the first couple of overs of the game, because you kind of set the tone for the whole game, don't you? And Raval is a little bit loose, and of course got 2 quality batsmen they're up against, but they're not really testing them too much at the moment.
No, and with the line being sprayed around as well, it's difficult. I mean, I was going to say we saw this work well last week, where a lot of the keepers did stand up, but when the bowlers are struggling to get the line right, the keeper's not going to want to be doing that. There you go, you see a good example of that again, down the leg side, and the bowler here, Masood, is struggling. He can't get it right. He's tried one end, he's gone back to the original end that he started from, and he still can't get it. He needs to try and get that ball going across the batsman, so a lot of it is probably on his follow through as well. He just seems to be slipping away down the leg side, his body does, and the ball seems to be following that path. There you go, you see the example of that when his arm comes round and the shoulder, he's delivering the ball in that area and the body's just naturally just taking it along there. He's got to be looking to go across the right hand batsman with the ball, and that's all to do with the way he runs into the wicket.
Yeah, and he's got a few natural advantages, doesn't he, Masood? He's not really using them. He's a nice tall man, left armour as well, but he's lost the radar early in this match. He's down for a single. Just like to welcome everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, of course, ECN European Cricket Network. You might be watching on Fancode in India, but even if you are in India, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, because there's plenty of highlights videos. We have man of the match videos as well, and it's a great place to get some visual content of the cricket we're playing here. And don't forget to join us in the YouTube chat. Good morning. We've got Ifat Chowdhury watching from Bangladesh. Good morning to you. It might be afternoon there already, I think, in Bangladesh, but please leave some questions and comments in there. Rico and myself will try and get back to as many as we can today. Here's Masood again.
Short, and that's punished. There's nobody at the back there. As soon as it goes over the infielder there, a backward square leg is going to go to the boundary. 4 more runs, and this is a very welcome over for Minaj at the moment. These two teams have met before. They met in the second European Cricket Series, And on that occasion, it was Raval Sporting who pipped Minaj. Minaj was 101 for 8, and Sporting getting those with 3 wickets down. So,
well, I'll tell you what, Rico, it might have been Valentine's Day yesterday, but it is Dawood Masood bringing the chocolates for the batsman here in the second over, isn't it? There's 21 off this over with a ball to go. Tell you what, I've met a few batsmen like that. They're very good at getting a single off the last ball and retaining the strike, aren't they? And that is one off the last. And so after 2 overs, Minaj are 34 for no loss.
Now, you were out and about yesterday. I bet you didn't see too much romance going on in Barcelona, not too many flowers and roses. And there's a very good reason why. Because though 14th of February is Valentine's Day in a lot of parts of the world, here in Barcelona it is actually the 23rd of April. That's when they celebrate Amor. Hay mucho amor in Barcelona on día 23 de abril. There
is that right?
Well,
I didn't know that. I thought it was a little bit subdued yesterday. 23rd of April is actually my birthday. Did you know that?
St. George's Day as well, is that right?
Yeah, it is. Shakespeare's birthday. And apparently died on that day as well.
There you go. You see, you got a bit of Spanish in you, buddy.
Yeah, I think maybe I do. Here's Manwani to bowl out.
That's it firmly. Looking to get it between the gap. 2 fielders there. Straight to the fielder on this occasion.
Fielder well placed this time, but I'm just going to sound like a broken record here, Rico, but got to make him play a different shot. If they want to go over the leg side, make him go get it from outside off stump. And Manwani's good enough to bowl that line. And sure, they've only got nearly 4 genuine fielders on the offside, no one back, but make him play a different shot here. Last over the power play.
Yeah, good point. I agree with you there, Vinny. I mean, we are into the 3rd, so the last of the power play. And as yet, I don't think there's been any ball that's been outside that off stump where the batsman has been trying to work it in that corridor, trying to either dab it towards third man or play the cut shot. They've got to get the batsman playing outside the off stump. At the moment, it's all in their comfort zone. It's a fuller ball. Batsman used his feet well there. Did Mushtaq getting to the pitch, pushing it out.
You see already 7 wides to the total, so important runs and costly runs for Raval Sporting to be giving away early in this match. Usman Mushtaq started very brightly. He's already passed the 20 mark and had more of the strike. But I think you're right, Manwani. A lot better so far this over. See if you can keep it up.
Well bowled. For those of you who were with us last week, Group A and B, you've seen a lot of runs scored. And here's some statistics for you. So week 1, runs in total by all teams, 4,440. We saw 227 wickets fall. The number of runs scored in 4s, or the number of 4s hit, we just see this ball from Manish. Slower ball. Bowled that well. Almost getting through. So boundaries hitting 4s, 255. And how about this? Boundaries hitting 6s, a massive 282. Now that is what T10 is all about, eh?
Well, we talk about the kind of entertainment and frequency of highlights you get in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's really unlike any other cricket competition on the planet. And it's great to bring you the action here on ECN. Why don't you shout out, let us know where you're watching from around the world. Like you said, we love a bit of action. 4s, 6s, wickets, catches, drops. We had it all in week 1, and it's going to be great to see 12 new teams take the stage here in week 2 in Barcelona.
Straight to the fielder. Sí, eso es. Segunda semana aquí en el campo de béisbol de Carlos Pérez in Montjuïc.
Much better over there from Manish Manwani. There were only 4 runs of it, so a good comeback for Raval Sporting. And at the end of the power play, after 3 overs, Minaj are 38 for none.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. It's a good positive start. You've elected to bat first, and so far it's looking good. They're well set. Power play, I always say that a minimum you want to be going at is 10 and over. You don't want to go lower than that. This
Mohammad Rizwan to bowl 4th over. See the difference when the bowling improved, the batsman, the scoring rate went down dramatically. So Dawood, he's going to have to go out in the boundary and think about life for a little bit, while it will be Rizwan to take up the attack in the 4th over. And we've seen some teams lose their way after good power plays as well. I'd say this one is slightly above average, I suppose. I think an average power play is perhaps in the low 30s. Have to check after the first week, but these middle overs can be crucial to the trajectory of this game.
That's short, and it's going to be punished. The ball will race away there to the boundary. And, well, there is a man there, but probably a little bit too fine. Needs to be perhaps a little bit close to the umpire. You see there how far away he was from that 4 runs. But again, it's short, and that's just easy picking. Got to be fuller. Already seeing the difference between the two captains here. Karan Datta sticking with the medium pace. Ishan Patel would have had the spinners on by now. We would have seen, I'm sure, either he himself or the young leg spinner would be on now.
Yeah, and you see then the warm-up ball again from the bowler. Just short and only 4 fielders on the leg side. It was too easy for the batsman.
And that's gone for 4 as well. Didn't look like he had enough on it, to be honest. But it does go very quickly down that side of the ground. We saw that all last week. And even this morning, when probably the ball is not moving along there at its quickest, it's still enough to beat the man. 4 more runs, so 2 boundaries, the first 2 balls of this over from Rizwan.
Yeah, and the even-numbered overs striking again for Raval Sporting. They've put another fielder back on the leg side now, so they've got 3 back on the left side, on the leg side. They've got a deep fine leg, deep square leg, and a deep long on. Here's Rizwan.
Better delivery. Batsman come through and take the single.
But it's so important. I know it's not that easy. I mean, in longer forms of the game, the bowler has some time to warm up into the match, don't they? And if the first 1 or 2 balls are a bit loose, then it doesn't cost the team too much. But in this form of the game, each bowler only bowling 12 legal balls maximum. You don't want to be wasting too many. So we've seen a few of the Raval Sporting bowlers just blowing the rust off early.
Oh, that's clever. That's classy. Well, that's Usman Mustaq showing some of the shots he can play. He's picked that very early. It's a delightful shot for you. Hope you enjoy that. Wherever you're watching at home, welcome to this, the Fancode European Cricket Series here in Spain, Barcelona. Get in touch. You can get in touch on our European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Send us a message or 2. Got a question to ask, want to know about the cricket or anything else. Maybe just want to know about Barcelona.
Lots of chat now from Raval Sporting. They realise how important it is to keep the intensity up at this point in the innings.
I didn't quite get that right. I could see what he was trying to do. Hit over the top of 3rd man. Almost put it into the hands of the fielder there at just, I would say, backward point.
It was an outrageous stroke, really, wasn't it, Rico? Went back to the well again with the scoop. It was outside off stump, so he kind of inside outed it. And almost to the fielder at backward point. So we've seen that shot sometimes go astray, haven't we, in week 1?
Yeah, catching the toe end of the bat, and there for the first time we've seen a delivery that was outside the off stump. The only problem was it was too far wide outside the off stump. It almost took the batsman there, always Ahmed, by surprise.
Yeah, but you see, even though it was wide, forces the batsman to play outside off stump away from their body, and a bit of movement there. Too much movement for the bowler in the end for Rizwan, but promising signs.
Slower ball. Good recovery, but there have been 3 boundaries.
That's the end of the over, Rico, and the 50 has come up for Minaj in just the 4th over. After 4, it's 53 for no loss.
Yeah, that's good acceleration. This is what they'd want to do from here on in. Remember, you've still got some very good batsmen there waiting to come in. They would love to come in at this stage of the game. Laid a good foundation, come in and start playing their shots. But of course, these 2, well, they will be in no hurry to get themselves out. They've got themselves in now and going to take the attack on. And, well, they're going to take the attack to the young spinner, somebody who has impressed us. And I know you've liked the look of this young man. In fact, you faced a few balls from him in the nets. Is that right, Vinny?
Yeah, I enjoyed him. We were training last Sunday, and I jumped in. The boys said, come and have a bat. And what I liked about Gurung Mayavanshi is his ability to change the pace of the ball. So he's quite clever. And we've seen him take a few wickets in the first series. Probably in the second wasn't as effective, but I like his young man that thinks about the game, and yeah, I'm a bit of a fan. Let's see how he can go. He's got a great test here against 2-set batsmen.
Well, and there's a mis-stumping straight away. And, well, for me that was quite straightforward, Vinny. I don't want to be too critical. I think he had another, I know the batsman came down the wicket, I think he had time to see this.
See that this is one of the case that as a keeper you have to stay down, and the keeper was just up, and you see this one keeps a bit lower, and you see, look at him come up, and then once you come up it's a bit difficult. You see his gloves were just quite significantly above the ball. Kish Patel behind the wickets, missing a chance, and Goran making things happen.
The ball scooped it up in the air, just dropping short off the fielder. That's Manish Mawani there. So already, straight away, you see there, Vinny, what we were saying last week, the pace is taken off, the spin bowlers are on, or the slower bowlers, and all of a sudden, batsmen are having to think, and there's two chances there, possibly. First one was clear cut. This one wide outside the off stump, that's good.
He was lucky with the second one, wasn't he, that he didn't hit it quite as well, because it would have gone straight down the throat of the fielder, Manwani at long on. But Mayavanshi, you just watch this. He'll toss some up sometimes, he'll push them through, and he doesn't do it with a significant change in arm speed. So left-arm spinner proving to be effective so far in the fifth over.
Well, there's that flight. And that's good to see from the young man. Not afraid to toss it up, and good variation already we've seen here. We've seen the flatter balls, we've seen the one there before this one outside the off stump, then that one a bit of flight. And batsmen are having to think about this. Always Ahmed, what you got, buddy? In he comes. Again, good flight. Nicely played.
Yeah, different ball game, isn't it, at the moment with the spinner on. And you wonder if it might have been worth bringing him in a little bit earlier with these two, but I suppose he's still got his another over after this, Mayavanshi. And see how he's taken so many wickets. Kind of plays on the batsman's ego slightly as well sometimes, doesn't he? Tossing it up and challenging them to go get him and hit him out of the ground.
Well, he's taking the challenge on, and Manish Manwani takes the catch, and that's what they needed. It's going to be spin maybe to do the trick here, and the young man, the little maestro, has started. He spelled with a wicket off the last ball there, so well done to him.
Yeah, little maestro indeed, and he deserves that wicket because he stopped all the momentum. That was a very, very good over from him. He almost had a wicket with the first ball of the over, but the stumping was missed, but no mistake on the last, as it was Manwani that took the catch at long on. And that's the end of Usman Mushtaq. He made 29, and after 5 overs, Minaj are 61 for 1.
Yeah, and I think that's very fitting that the young bowler there, Gurang Mamanishi, takes the very first wicket of this Group C and Group D, because he's a great player, great little bowler, very competitive, and well, good start for him. First wicket goes down, the first one of this week.
As Chad Butt, the new batsman, beat the non-striker's end.
Good hard, will just drop short of the fielder, and that's very, very good fielding indeed. Gurwinder Singh Kaur there, I mean, he had to come in for the catch, realised it was dipping, and did most important thing, which a lot of fielders don't do, made sure that it was not going to sneak underneath him, got his body to it, just a single.
Yeah, great fielding there by Devinder. Got everything behind it. He's got a bit to get behind it as well. He's a big unit, isn't he? The fielder there at long off.
So the captain into bowl his second ball. And going for outside the off stump. Attacking. Usman Mushtaq's off stump here. Here the new batsman, Asjad Butt. Hit hard, and wow, it's gone all the way. That's how well he hit that one. 6 runs.
Well, he might have missed out in the first one, but this one was right off the middle of the bat. Went like a laser. Look how flat that's gone. It's never gone more than around 3 or 4 metres off the ground. Cracking that one over cover to get off the mark with a maximum.
Yeah, super shot. Short and punished, and gandi ball sigi, bari gandi ball sigi. Otra shaka si es una malo lanzar muy corto y vale, por la batador es muy fácil, eso es.
Yeah, and you see the difference between Mayavanshi and Karan Datta here. Datta more of a part-timer. Mayavanshi kind of has a bit more control about where he's putting the ball. But Datta there, he kind of pushed through what was kind of a quicker ball, but it wasn't that quick. It was just short, asking to be hit.
Hit hard again there.
Devinder Singh down at long off, doing the fielding again, taking no chances. I like the spirit of this Rebel Sporting lineup, especially in the field. There's a lot of chatter. They've been waiting all tournament so far to get out in the middle. They've had to wait a week, and out there they know that this is a really key moment in the game.
Where's Ahmed now? He knows that he's got to cut loose. This batsman, they're waiting to come in, so he probably can hear them in the background saying, come on lad, you got to get going, others are waiting to come in. Ashad Butt, you made an appearance for the Bangladesh Kings, who we're going to see later on as well this week. Now in a performance against, again, Minhaj. It was, believe it or not, a team he's actually played for. He scored a superb 72 in a very comprehensive win for the Kings on that day. So he's one of those batsmen who has really adapted to this format of the game. He's a lot of people would say that he's a good bat for the longer format of the game, but he's managed to change his style in the period of months. When we first saw him in the first European Cricket Series, he couldn't really accelerate, and well, credit to him, he's obviously gone away, thought about it, and it's effective because he's come out and he started his innings here with 2 big sixes. So well done to him, he's a dangerous man.
Yes, and you see he's got some pop off that bat. See there with the bowling figures, Mayavanshi 1 for 4 of his first over, so this will be a very, very big over for Revel Sporting. He comes in again to bowl the 7th. And respect there from Ashad Butt. That'll bring Awais Ahmed on strike, and of course we mentioned at the top of the broadcast that he has played some international cricket for Spain. He's played 11 T20 internationals, including a high score of 102 not out. So he's a very experienced campaigner. Be keen to do well in this Fancode European Cricket Series. He cuts this ball away, it'll be just the single. Yeah, he scored that 102 not out against Malta at Cartagena, and that was way back in 30th of March 2019. And tell you what, last year or two, it's been strange. The kind of rules of space and time have been bent a bit, haven't we, with the whole pandemic? But it's great to see him back and out and about in the ECS. I think we're going to see some real fireworks from these two now, Rico. Just under 3 overs to go.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, he's got, 3 more balls here, completes his spell now. Do they go after him and say, you know what, let's let these 3 balls go, let's just push the singles and attack? That could be close because those hit him on his thigh, I would say. Look how low he went. I think that's very, very good umpiring. We'll see it again second time round. I think he's got to go here. I think this is nice and straight. He goes down too low. Yeah, that's a good call for me.
I think so. It'll be interesting to see a side-on replay of this one. But Mayavanshi getting it done. You'll see it here. When does it hit him? Yeah, it's one of those ones that's very difficult to tell. He took a good stride in, but I think in this form of the game, got to reward the bowler, beat the batsman, and I don't mind that decision at all. So Mayavanshi changing the game, and we thought he might. Took till the 5th over for him to be brought into the attack, but he's been very effective. He now has 2 wickets for only 6 runs with 2 balls to go in his spell. So if you are playing some fantasy cricket, he is one to have in for sure. Gaurang Mayavanshi was their go-to bowler back in Series 1 in October 2020 and gets an important wicket, but was looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and I think if Ishan Patel, wherever he is, no doubt he is watching this, the normal captain, he's probably saying, you see, this is why I bring the spin on straight away from the third over.
Oh no, trouble here.
Almost ran himself out.
And new batsman Jafar Iqbal coming out at number 4. And almost a very short stay. There's a ball to go from Mayavanshi. He's got 2 for 6. Fantastic effort from the young man.
Wow, look at that one. Now that's the confidence, isn't it? If you know you're on the top of your game and you're bowling well, that's what you do. Now there's lots of people all round, especially all around Spain, all around the world, watching this young man because he has impressed a lot of people. And well, they have not been disappointed by his performance today, and he should get a good appreciation of applause there, even from the scorers and the ECN team. That was an excellent spell of bowling there, Vinny.
Yeah, changing the game. When he came into the attack, Minaj were 53 for no loss. You can see there, although the over between went for 17, his 2 overs going only for 7. So great effort. This is the captain Kalandata to continue. He's coming around the wicket, just a single off the first ball. So we kind of missed my check-in at 6 overs because there was a lot of stuff going on, but we see after 7 there were 81. So we're looking for something in the order of 120 or so.
And this time he does find the boundary. He's been, well, a little bit tied down, hasn't he, the big man, Royce Ahmed. And, well, he's given this a good hee-ho. But once more, you see there, though that was probably too short, he was able to get onto it, latch onto it and hit it there on the onside. But outside the off stump, so the target, and this has gone up in the air, but it's gone all the way, balle, 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 right out of the ground, over the nets, and into the grass area there where all the snakes and alligators live. We
talked about always having this as right in his hitting zone, and we talked about him having a T20 international century. If he gets going, 120 is the bare minimum that Minaj will be eyeing off. Data coming back over the wicket now. This is short. The way almost carried to the fielder at point. Oh, I tell you what, that might have been close as well, but unfortunately hitting the side of the pitch. But that one, I feel like it might have been a very tough chance for the point field. I think it got to him on the full. See there, just hitting him low down on the knee. I think it got to him, but again, it was going to take some catching at this time of the morning, and at this temperature, here's Data again.
Well, the young man there is having to do a lot of fielding. Manish Mawana, of course, taking the catch to remove the first batsman today of Usman Orstic, and now he's patrolling that boundary very well.
Yeah, it's important you get your good fielders in the right positions, and Raval seemed to have done that pretty well in this game.
Well, there goes another one. Over it goes, onto the top of the practice nets there, the other side of the ground. 6 more.
Yes, and you see it's party time now for Minaj. And they might have had their best fielders in the key positions, but their fielders weren't going to do anything about this one. Again, Data just into the hitting zone. Needs to either push it through. If he can push it through at that speed, needs to get in the block hole and make it a bit more difficult. But Mark Lovell on chat saying about the weather. And I'll just tell you after I give you a score check. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 100 for 2. And Mark, yeah, the weather, no rain today. Although, if I say that, probably will start raining. But it's currently 9 degrees in Barcelona. Expected maximum today of 12 degrees and reasonably cloudy, but looks like the weather will hold off. We've got the artificial lighting also assisting us here at the baseball ground today. Here comes Sonu Jangra to bowl his first ball.
Well, it's going to go for a big 6 because that was short and horrible and smashed away. Well, okay, we're giving that one as a loosener, but he now knows, he's got to know, anything short is going to be dispatched.
And I tell you what, they never learn, do they? See another left armour. And this time it was Jafar Iqbal who wasn't going to miss out on the Valentine's Day gift. That one was short and sent out of the ground.
This one, Chid hasn't quite got hold of it. The fielder gets down well, does a good job. Will they come for 2? They should, and they will.
Yeah, it's Maivanchi, I think, out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Some good fielding. Just making sure it doesn't get past him. But was able to get back for 2 as he had to throw that ball back in the field of play. So again, so important for left arm. It's got to get outside off stump here.
Better delivery. And, well, one of few runs, Vinny, that have been scored on the offside. I mean, that would be interesting. I know sometimes viewers at home, you get the old wagon wheel come up and you can see where a lot of the runs are scored. And I'm pretty sure that will tell you very few have been scored on the offside.
Yeah, absolutely. And much better ball. Good shot, but only one.
There you go. And right, well, just what we're talking about, right on cue. You get the ball in the right areas, and batsmen who are hitting a lot of their runs there on the onside are going to struggle. Now that was still a little bit short for me, but you know, you get it in the right areas, then make the batsman play. It's a different game altogether.
Might have just rolled his fingers on that one. Let's see what he does this time.
Hit nice and straight. Should be cut off here in front of us. Good work.
Nice fielding. That's definitely one aspect we mentioned the first week here in Barcelona, that a lot of teams have worked on their fielding. It's not easy fielding conditions. Slippery ball. It's early in the morning. It's only 9 degrees. So if you're sitting here watching perhaps in the subcontinent and you think, you know, there's a few fumbles going on and stuff, just imagine these balls are extra hard, especially with this weather at 9 degrees, first thing in the morning. Definitely not easy to field.
A bowled, hit very hard. And well, Kurundata, the captain, is doing his job very, very well.
Yes.
The boundary, we saw him make that stop in front of us the ball before, and there again, similar to what a ball that Govinda Singh caught had earlier, making sure getting his body behind it and stopping it sneaking through. So we go into the final over.
Yeah, score 111 for 2 after 9, and I was just thinking there as we were talking about the ball being extra hard and being extra early and extra kind of chilly at the ground. That was a real finger breaker, wasn't it? If that was getting to him on the full, I don't care who you are, but that was a reasonable over there from Sonu Jungra after a pretty difficult start. And we head into the last over, and it's going to be Rizwan to bowl it. 111 the score. And it's going to be Jafar Iqbal on strike for the 10th over here in Barcelona. We have a false start, but it gives us a good chance to reflect. Of course, Rizwan went for 15 in his first over. It was a little bit expensive. He has to just try and execute a plan here. My plan would probably be to try and get it up in the block hole. Don't give the batsman any length to work with.
There you go, you know, it's not quite the block hole, but it's the next best thing, which is outside the off stump. I mean, Jafar Iqbal is probably in two minds here. He knows that Awais Ahmed would love to get down that end. He's in the 40s. If he hits a couple of big shots, he could get the 50, and what a start that would be for his fan code European Cricket Series here. But well, Jafar Iqbal, I think he himself just wants to try and find the boundaries. That would help. That's an extra.
You see, oh gee, I tell you what, how desperate is Awais Ahmed to get down the end, the striker's end. You know, saw a run out here.
Yeah, and I think that's good from the wicketkeeper. Doesn't he know it? Kish Patel straight away gets the ball. He knows that Awais Ahmed wants to get to the end, and he releases that. The bowler backing up. Well bowled. And oh, that was hit very hard, travelling. And Kurundata got into position to take the catch, but in the end, I think the ball cannoning into his chest.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This is a nightmare scenario. First thing in the morning, 9 degrees. This ball's drilled at him from about 45 metres away. Look, he did well to stop. It's only one run. Probably the wicket that not that significant in the end. At least he got behind it. At least he didn't get through him for a boundary. So this will bring the danger man Awais Ahmed on strike. He's on 41.
Wow, he smashed that away. That's balle, 41 goes to 47. So is he going to start off his Fancode European Cricket Series here in 2021 with a 50? Well, he's one big shot away.
Yes, and again using the height there. His short boundary is just a tick over 50 metres. He goes to 47.
When you get that one again, it's a wide ball. It's interesting to see that ball, why Mohammad Rizwan decided he wanted to try bang it into Awais Ahmed. You know, he's just it just held up for him to smash away. Goes back, has to go back to what he was doing earlier, the way he started the over, attacking the off stump. And
through fortune, I suppose, Awais hasn't faced that many balls through this 10 overs. We'll come to that in a second.
Yeah, will drop short. He'll want to go back for 2. Surely he's got to take it on. No, he decides not to. Yeah, he would have been running, sorry to interrupt you, he would have been running to the safe end, so I would have thought that would have made sense to do. Yeah. I know it means sacrifice for Jafar Iqbal, but in the context of the game and what's happening.
His only worst enemy there, not really taking off that quick, is he, Awais Ahmed?
Well, that's 6 runs. Smashing that one out of the ground as well. And, well, Awais Ahmed not at all disappointed that it's not been pushed for a single, so he can get a chance to get his 50. In fact, he applauds this shot from Jafar Iqbal.
It's a team game, isn't it, ultimately? And see there, you'd expect that Awais would face 30 balls out of 60. He's faced 24, so perhaps, unfortunate for Minaj, he didn't get more of the strike.
That's good pick up and throw there. That's great cricket. And, well, great cricket from the fielder. Probably not, so they're probably going to keep running here. Let's go. Party time. Chal chal mere bhai. And, well, they could go for another. They're going to run 4. I think they are. The wicketkeeper fumbles it as it comes through. Kish Patel, I'm pretty sure that's run 4 runs. That's absolutely brilliant. Chaotic from Revel Sporting. But 4 have been run there.
Count them here, Rico. There's 1. I think that was 2, and then they've gone for 3. Now, I looked down and wrote it in front of me, the 3. I didn't realise there'd be more. You think it's going to be all over, but why not go for it? The ball, oh, they see hitting the edge of the pitch, and so the batsman, Jafar Iqbal, well, that's one way. Not a boundary 4, but a 4 nonetheless. Here we go. We got, I think that was 2. And then the keeper, well, no one helping him out. It would be nice if someone got to the stumps. And then Always Ahmed, he's sucking in the big ones, isn't he, early on a Monday morning. He wasn't that keen, but thought, let's go anyway. And actually, it's a bit unfortunate for the keeper there, Kish Patel. You see, he thinks, yep, easy. And then on the edge of the pitch in Barcelona. That's the kind of thing you'll only see that in the Pancode European Cricket Series. So at the end of 10 overs, Mohammad Rimswan going for 20. So Minaj finishing on 131 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Rico, what a start we've had to the action here in Barcelona, Spain on Monday morning.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Just going back to that, the sad thing about that was it all started, though they run 4, it all started with a brilliant piece of fielding from the fielder. Great pick up and throw. No, great, absolutely. I mean, it's not the warmest of days. Thankfully, there's the wind. It doesn't come into it. There's very, very little wind at all, so it doesn't feel as cold as what it could be. But yeah, these guys have warmed us up nicely. And just looking at the score there with that 20 runs coming off that last over, I think Minaj will be the happier of the 2 teams. I think if we could have had a good over there at the end with maybe only just a 10 and it was being 121, I think Raval would have settled for that. But now we're into the 130s. It just spices it up a little bit. But once more, we're seeing the good batting of Awais Ahmed there. I think, Vinny, you made a good point. You didn't face as many deliveries as perhaps he could have, but he's batted all the way through, scoring 48 of 24 balls. Usman Mustaq, that's the LBW of Hachad Butt, and well, he made a great start, explosive start, came into the action, hitting 2 big 6s. And then Jafar Iqbal also at the end getting into the end, only losing the 2 wickets as well. So not only is it a good run that they've set, it's a good start by the team as well. We did say that they've got batting and strong batting in their lineup, but it's one thing having it, it's another thing putting it on display, and they have put it on display. We just have a look. So Awais Ahmed, 48 of 24 balls not out. Usman Mustaq, 29 of 17. Hachad Butt, he scored a quick fire 15 of 37 balls, and there Jafar Iqbal as well with that very, very good over there at the end where he took on Mohammad Rizwan. And what a way to finish. Look at this, and yeah, let's just keep running, boys. Chal 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 chal, doriye doriye doriye, garam hoye. And look at this, there you go, right through his legs, the unfortunate bounce, and here's the dive there of the batsman. Well, the bat got in before the batsman did. So a healthy total being put on for the first innings in this match number 26, start of week 2, the Pancode European Cricket Series. And well, Minaj, they will believe that they've put enough runs on the board, and they will also believe that it's something that their bowlers can stop Raval Sporting getting to. But you know what, I said to Vinny before the start of this match when I was looking at the 2 team sheets, and I said that both teams have explosive firepower in their lineups. And well, if the likes of Karan Datta can get started, Kish Patel will probably open the batting, the wicket keeper, and then when you've got the likes of Gurvinder Sidhu and Devinder Singh Kaur to come in, anything can happen. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break here, and we'll be right back with the action to see if Raval Sporting can indeed get to 132 to win this match number 26 of the European Cricket Series in this Group C competition. Bienvenidos. ¿Qué tal todos? ¿Todo bien? Y buenos días, Rob. ¿Qué tal, Rob? ¿Se gusta mi español, no? Gracias, and welcome back to this game. So, just an update for you. There was actually one run short at the end there when we saw that little fiasco frenzy of running. So, though they actually ran 4, one was run short. So, the target is 131. Devinder Singh Kaur is going to be on strike. We've just seen that again, the replay on your screen. Yeah, you saw there the guilty man, always Ahmed there. The bat was didn't go past the line. But anyway, it was entertaining, a very entertaining conclusion to the innings. So, as I said, Devinder Singh Kaur on strike. Kishit Patel, the captain, the non-strikers then. And I can give you the bowler as well. It's going to be Amar Shahzad, the captain, is going to be opening up. So I hope you enjoyed the first innings. We certainly did here. It's nice to start the day with a free flow of runs, and now Relive Sporting have it all to do. So we're ready to start the run chase. 131 required to win. And the first ball, wide ball, targeting the off stump, and Vinny Sandhu is making his way back into the commentary station after doing some other duties he's got to perform. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and I was just catching the replay of that one shot. So if that had been run out, they would have got 2 runs, but they would have run 4. No justice. Yeah, and look, I do have some news as far as match 2 of the day goes, which is match 27 on the calendar. Is Minaj, who are in the field right now. They'll be returning to play back-to-back matches first up here. They're taking on the Bangladesh Kings. I'll give you a toss result straight after this ball. Nice bowling from Amar Shahzad, the captain. Yeah, so that man, Amar Shahzad, he called correctly for the second time this morning. And once again, no surprises. They will bat first. So after putting 130 on the board here, I'll be hoping to do the same thing to the Bangladesh Kings, who are playing their first match of the tournament.
A little bit of width there. Chase on for the field. It should come back for 2 runs really comfortably. For the first runs of the bat. So
yeah, interesting. Let's talk about how to approach this chase. Well, you don't want to fall too far behind the rate, do you? So that 130, let's call it 13 and over. So we're talking about 40 in the power play as a minimum, probably in the 40s. So do need to take some risks early. Going to be in touch in this game, Relive Sporting.
Oh, that's a great bit of fielding. And well, I tell you what, that's the reason why you got to be backing up and quick on your feet, because otherwise, well, Kish Patel there was just running into trouble. Excellent running from him. Yeah,
but you see, if you're confident with the running between the wickets, how many runs there are there. We've seen so many times in this series, batsmen hesitating or not really going, but you saw that one was behind the wicket and then on striker, backing up well. Good early call, and even though it was a good bit of fielding and a good throw, he was home comfortably. So that's nice to see Relive Sporting picking up those kind of runs, because you need every single one possible. You're going to chase 131 to win the match.
Calling again. It's well bowled. First ball up to the left-hander. Maybe slightly over pitch, but Kish Patel didn't really move his feet. So it almost was Yorker length delivery. I managed to get a good straight bat on it past the bowler.
Yeah, and look, of course the batsman trying to hit boundaries, but if you don't hit a boundary, you still need to be scoring. So I think the fact they're picking up a couple of runs there, just going to help their cause.
It's a wide ball, and you could see there that looking to hit a boundary. I think he's a little bit under pressure, the batsman here. He's thinking that they haven't hit a boundary. The score was only on 4. It's coming up to the end of the over. He would like to get it close to 10 as he can, and he almost premeditated that shot. A fuller delivery this time. keeps him there, and it goes back to what you're saying, Vinny, how important it is. You know, you'd rather have a single or two going onto the ball than a dot ball, because that does put the pressure on you.
Yeah, and that's the end of the first over. Pretty good one there from the captain, Amashzad. After 1 over, Raval Sporting 6 for no loss. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Rico, but also the batsman just losing his shape there. I think some of the batsmen getting carried away, wanting to hit big shots, but I mean, there's value there. That's the kind of a ball that was pitched up outside the off stump, and it's important the batsmen develop these offside strokes, because just makes them a little bit less predictable, a little bit more difficult to bowl to. If you think about the batsmen in this series that have been scoring runs, they can score all around the wicket. So that was one to probably hit in the offside, but Hishtish Patel is facing now.
And he's put that straight into the hands of the fielder, Khalid Mahmood. It was almost like the trap had been set, bowled a shorter ball, and well, the left-hander, Hish Patel, hitting it straight into the hands of the fielder. There's the first wicket.
Yeah, and it was a very good catch too. You'll see this one on the replay. It was there for the hitting, you'd have to say, jumping on the length, but didn't get it in the middle of the bat. It went up, and a nice catch taken. We saw them working hard in their fielding in the break, Minaj, and paying off immediately. Nice catch taken by Muhammad Unib Shah out there at deep square leg. So, holding on to their chances are Minaj and Raval Sporting. Well, not the best start for them. It's 6 for 1.
Yeah, it's very important, isn't it? If you do get a half a chance, you've got to take it. And by taking it, it really puts, well, gives you a confidence boost and puts the batting team under pressure.
Batsman cross, so Devinder on strike. And we have a question on the YouTube chat saying by Sean Anawai wants the schedule of all of today's matches, and I can tell you can find that on our website, europeancricket.com. It's a great place to go to get all the news, scores, statistics, scorecards from the games. europeancricket.com, make sure you check that out.
Fielding again.
Might have been a case of the ball fielding the fielder there, as it just crashed into his shoe. Fairly fortunately, I think, but he'll be happy to make that stop. But yeah, make sure that you get onto the website, because of course we've got match previews as well. Daily previews, all 5 matches. europeancricket.com. Check it out, plenty of good stuff there. We hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world on the European Cricket Network. This is match 26 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Chasing 131 for victory. Raval Sporting in early trouble.
Short delivery there. It stayed probably lower than what batsman was expecting it to do so, Karandata, but managed to negotiate that to square leg. Takes a single.
And so important, Karandata, I think, to this innings now. Can't fall too far behind the rate. Well, this will help.
Yeah, that's going to go all the way to the boundary. That's going to be 5 wide. And well, sometimes little things like this, little snippets of play like this, certainly do help sort of the batting side mentally as well, because all of a sudden they're under pressure, they're trying to hit a boundary, they can't, and then just there they've got 5 runs from a loose delivery, and things don't look so bad.
Yeah, and Awais Ahmed, I tell you what, I think he's feeling it after batting the 10 overs. First match in a while probably for him, but he wasn't in the same zip code as that one. It was down the leg side for 5 wides.
Not got hold of this. Here's a chance, and very well taken over his shoulder. Well, didn't time it. You could see he was trying to hit big. Tried it, went for the big shot, but all he managed to do there is put it in the air, and the captain, Ahmed Shahzad, was not going to make any mistakes there. Another wicket goes, and that's a prize scalp.
Yeah, and Minaj bouncing straight back from the 5 wide, and it's the captain doing the work at mid-on again. Ahmed Shahzad leading from the front. His first over, only going for 6. And now taking an important catch. It wasn't an easy catch, really. He had to go to his left and take a couple of yards back as well. But he had safe hands. And again, you see the fielding skills on show here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Been one of the most improved aspects of the game, Rico. I think you'd agree with me there. That's these guys, they know how important the fielding can be, because especially when some of the other players have 1 or 2 key batsmen, you don't want to give them any chances. And that was a nice catch there by the captain, Shahzad.
Yeah, one thing we do find in this European Cricket Series is when wickets fall, if you take your chances, they fall at quite a pace, so keeps you on pace. New batsmen coming in thinking, especially when the run chase and the runs are around 14 and over we're looking at here, they're thinking they've got to come in and do that, have a big swing straight away. You don't have to, you've got to try and build an innings here. What we have seen already from week 1 when groups A and B were playing, that teams look well out of it. The run rate was about this, 14. Sometimes we saw run rates were started at about 16. And, they crept up a little bit, but a couple of good overs and all of a sudden you're in the game and you're going to win it. It's very important in this early stages. I know they're not having a very good power play here as that over, a fantastic over from Khalid Mahmood comes to an end. 2 for 7 he's taken, and 5 of those runs were 5 wide, so that goes to show how good that was. But they've got to rebuild here, the batting side.
13 for 2 after 2 overs. Here's the captain again, Amar Shahzad. Need a pad on this, I think. Taken cleanly by the keeper, a nice bit of fielding, cleaned up, so there'll be no run. But, we talked about the power play. They'd want something in the order of 40, but, again, it's not easy. We've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. They'd probably settle for something in the high 20s now, but the only runs scored have been gifts so far. That 5 wides, not hurting Minaj at the moment. This is a huge over in the context of this match. Swing and a miss outside off.
But all of it we've also seen here, Vinny, is that whereas Raval was struggling to bowl a good line to keep it outside the off stump, well, Minaj has come out here and they've got it right where they need to be bowling, haven't they?
Good point. Nice shot by the batsman. That's a lot better. At least he kept his shape there, the captain, Karan Datta. So he's to get carried away here, but with the only 2 outfielders, I'd be leaning towards hitting correct shots. And there's plenty of gaps in the outfield, especially in that offside. There's nobody back on the fence on the offside, except for the long off. So big gap at cover. If it's outside the off something, you back yourself to play a cricket stroke, drive it through the covers. Here's the captain, Amar Shahzad. He tries to do it this time, but it was no contact made. And Raval Sporting, I think, needs something to happen soon for them. See the same position. Nice little bit of way movement from the bowler, and Amar Shahzad leading his troops from the front with the ball and in the field early in this innings.
Yeah, Govinda Sidhu here just trying to hit big every ball. Now he can do that. I've seen him play some amazing innings here on this ground in a European cricket series, but normally I have to say he's coming into bat with runs on the board and he's just blazing with ease and with joy and with no pressure. But here this pressure, he's also got to try and build an inning. Well, that's what we know he can do. Out of the ground it goes. I said blazing with ease when he's got no pressure on him, and right he responds to that with a beautiful shot.
Well, look at this, he's much better balanced, isn't he? You see here, just waiting for the ball, wasn't he? And geez, that one's gone a long way out of the ground, and just what they needed at a key time. So after 3 overs, well, it's not quite the 40 off the power play, but Raval Sporting, they're 20 for 2.
Yeah, that was a top shot there, and he's just reminding Minaj that they've still got a fight on their hands. Picking up those early wickets doesn't mean that this game is out of the bag, because both of these batsmen, if they can get in, and this is where it comes back to me saying they've got to play an innings here and make a partnership. If they can get in, well, anything can happen.
Here's Mahmood to bowl his second and final over.
That's well hit. Here's the fielder patrolling, the man who took the catch, Shah.
You see that again, and we said it before, Rico, that off-stump line, the more accurate bowling for the most part from Minaj, and even though it was a cracking shot and it's just a single, you can protect the offside a little bit better, can't you? Whereas the leg side with these short boundaries, a lot of balls disappear over them. More difficult to clear the offside boundary. So well bowled there by Mahmood.
Yeah, once more, exactly spot on, Vinny. You bowl to your field. That's what you're always told as a bowler. Captain sets the field and says, right, bowl to that. And at the moment, that is what they're doing.
Captain on strike now, Datta.
I wanted to hoik that over But, well, he did well in the end. I think just maybe adjusted his shot to make sure the ball didn't get through. Takes a single. This is better. I mean, it's not the required rate by any means. But there's no dot balls. There's no swinging and missing. They're rotating the strike. And they're building an innings, a partnership. This time was well played. That's a good shot. He knew that that's the area that they're wanting him to hit. He knows that the players are there. He had to do something different to find a boundary, and he did just that. Good use of his wrist there, helping that ball over the infield. Goes for the boundary, 4 runs.
Exactly what we're talking about as well, Rico, wasn't it? There's value for money there on the left of your screen. That's where it needed to go. That's where it did go. A bit straighter from Mahmood. The other thing, I suppose, in Ravel Sporting's favour, they have bowled their 2 opening bowlers 2 overs each, so that's one thing. But of course, the rate 16 plus and over. I think at this kind of point in the game, one of these overs soon, one of the next 3 overs, needs to be really big to get him back in the game. So you need an over of 20 plus or something like that. Of course, you see the rate creeping kind of the 17 mark now. So yeah, really important. They can do something about that.
Well, that's short. Is it going to go to his hands? No, it doesn't. He gets away with it. Ball before, I thought he missed out on. Just hitting his pads, missed out on the leg side delivery. This time made himself some room, but I didn't know if he'd hit it well enough. Thought he was going to find the fielder running across, but in the end, goes to the boundary. Yeah,
so that's the end of the 4th over. It's 31 for 2, so 11 off that one. You can just see the difference in the scoring of the first 4 overs. For Minaj, they scored 12, 22, 4 and 15 off their first 4 overs, whereas here we've had 6, 7, 7 and 11. Of course, 4 off that last ball. So just keeping things under control. And I think one big reason, of course, we've just had the 5 wires once from Minaj, but apart from that, they've been pretty accurate, and just with a couple of exceptions when they've let their line stray. And this was one of them, as the ball was pulled away to find leg for 4. But like I say, it'll be end of the 4th over. They need 100 runs off 36 balls. We've certainly seen something like that happen before, especially they've got capable players here. Gurvinder, he's hit a ball out of the ground pretty crisply already, so need more of that. And force a change of bowler for Minaj. It's going to be Yasin Javed to take up the attack in the 5th over.
Here comes Javed. And he just hooked that straight up in the air. The bowler should take it from his own bowling. And, well, it went a long way up. I think he was probably a little bit slow turning around coming back. There were fielders coming in, but that had to be the bowler's catch. And in the end, I don't think he got a hand to it. It drops down safe.
Yeah, he was a bit slow to realising. He's like, well, anybody else going to help me? Oh, I guess not. So he's had to turn around on his heels. And, again, not an easy one to pick up and follow through. But, again, only 1 run. So at this stage, they're going to need boundaries, otherwise the race is going to creep up.
It's well bowled. You know the batsman going to have a swing at everything. That's the area you have to bowl. The only thing I would say is maybe the 3rd man needs to drop back, perhaps, if you can guarantee you're going to be bowling that line all the time. Captain Karandatta at the non-striker's end. Well, he just got lucky there, skied one in the air. I wonder what he's thinking in his mind here, Vinny.
We'll soon find out. In comes Javed again.
That's hit hard, but straight to the fielder. Taken here right in front of us. Ashad Butt taking the catch. And, well, it's so far been a good day for Minaj. And a good day for him as well. Came out and played some glorious shots in his quick-fire little innings, and then takes a very good catch there in front of us. Yeah. And not easy in these conditions.
That's right, and Ashad Butt, well, we saw him in the chat last week, didn't we? But it was hands doing the talking this time, wasn't it? As that ball was hit pretty hard and flat. Again, there's no easy catches here, as we're about 9 degrees the current temperature, and these balls are very, very hard when they're played in this temperature. But he had good technique there, fingers pointing towards the sky. He didn't panic, and again, Minaj taking their chances, and they're ruining this innings for Raval Sporting. The captain's still at the crease, but I tell you what, it's a big mountain to climb. As Ravel, they fall to 32 for 3 in the 5th over.
Yeah, it's a big mountain to climb. And the left-hander, Manish Mawana, is coming in. He's got a lot of experience, though he's a young man, of this format of the game. We have seen him score good runs. He's got to now get his eye in here and play an excellent innings and provide good support to his captain. Starts off with a single first ball. Interesting here now, Vinny, to see how Karan Datta responds. He's the captain, he's out there, he knows what's going on, he knows that something special is needed to get them back into this game. Is he the man to provide it? Got to play big shots.
It's good bowling as well, and this is the thing, they had 4 good overs. Obviously the openers getting the job done for Minaj, opening bowlers Amar Shahzad and Khalid Mahmood, but this was the period where they needed a bowler to come on and to continue the momentum, and Yassine Javed's done a very good job here. Again, he's a tall man and getting the ball in the right spot for the most part, and there's no let up on the pressure, so nothing loose. And so Minaj, really, they look to be well on the way to victory here in the first match of the day.
Tika, nice ball, well bowled. Yeah, they're not going to panic about singles being taken. That's not hurting them. And at the end of the over, the score just well trickles. 34 now at the halfway stage.
Yeah, and only 3 runs off that over, plus a wicket to boot for Yassine Javed. So very good start to his tournament. Of course, one of the cool things about seeing these new groups in this series is that we get to see some new teams, and of course some of these teams we've seen before, but we'll see 3 teams I haven't seen before live today, Rico. Skyways, as well as Barcelona Gladiators and Carrion, and we'll see them a bit later in the day. Ravel Sporting, well, depending on how this match goes, looks like the result might be going against them, but they do come back in match 3 of the day, match 28 against Skyways, so they've got that to play for. They'll want to play themselves into some form.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that and said that before, haven't we? We've seen in Group A and B of this competition where teams have had back-to-back games, losing the first but coming back well in the second. We saw Fateh do it really, really well the other day, and that's very important. It's very important to get something out of the game. As we see this being bowled, Ajad Butt now being in the action.
Again, it's just on an off-stump line, and batsman, it's a natural kind of shape to hit on the leg side for a lot of batsmen, but when you make them go get it from outside off stump, it makes it a more difficult shot. And tell you what, the Ravel Sporting, they'll need some Maximos and need them quickly, because this rate is now over 20 and over. See how they approach this situation. Asjad Butt coming in.
Oh, the left-hander getting that completely wrong, hitting the top of the bat, and he gets lucky.
Yeah, you see what man one he's trying to do. He's trying to force the pace, and again, it was good bowling by Butt because he didn't stray too much onto his pads. We've seen a lot of the left-handers feeding the snakes, haven't we? Last week, hitting him over the fence at the left-handers mid-wicket, but no chance for Manwani on that occasion.
Well, this is hit just up in the air. Fielder coming across, Javid not able to get there quick enough. Just a single, and for me, this is, Vinny, I'm going to say that this is what we're seeing here. It's an example of innings 1, bowling a bad line, bowling in bad areas, and innings 2 here, bowling in a good line and in good areas. This is the difference you're seeing here. You bowl, if all your bowlers are bowling in good areas, it's difficult to score from.
So just snuck that one inside the line. You see there Javed again, he's blowing the hands. I saw when he was breathing out the fog off his mouth. It shows you it's not very warm here in Barcelona. Of course, it's still February, still technically winter. It's great to be playing cricket here. I wasn't that keen to get to that ball on the floor, I'll tell you that.
Short. But Anish Mawani, all he could do is just play it out. There to deep mid wicket for a single. Another over comes to an end.
That's right. It is 38 for 3 after 6. And just a reminder to everybody, the European Cricket Championship is coming to ECN a bit later in the year. It was announced last week between the 13th of September and 8th of October. It'll be 15 countries taking part in a T10 tournament over 4 weeks here in Spain. So for all the information about that tournament, go to europeancricket.com. Rico, I can tell you there's a lot of players around Europe that are very excited about that, representing their nations, and it's going to be a feast of cricket. It's the first of its kind, and it's going to be right here on ECN. Here is Yassine Javed to continue.
That one just a little bit too wide. And once more, though, I mean, he's getting good support from the fielders because though he's gone too wide that time, he's bowling it where they wanted to be bowling outside the off stump, not giving anything short. I mean, Manish Mawani will be looking to get hold of anything that is short or turn anything he can into a shot. His favourite shot, which is out over the top there off square leg boundary. You can see there, look, he's trying to play that shot, but he's got two men waiting there. Unless, if the ball is not in the right place to play that shot, and if he's not well balanced to play it, it's just going to go up in the air and he's just going to give his wicket away. This is what pressure is doing to him here.
And it's nice to see Minaj starting a tournament well. Of course, they only won a couple of games in their last series, and they're highly fancied. They had a couple of good years in the domestic competition. Right there, putting down a marker here early on Monday morning. No ball called by the umpire for overstepping, so this will be a free hit. I don't know if Manish Manwani can swing any harder than that, but he might try on this one. And you haven't seen too much of that here in Spain, but ball obviously just stepping over that front line. You need to have some part of your foot behind the front line when you land. The umpire watching like a hawk, calling that one. So this is a free hit, so the batsman can't be bowled or caught. Typically, run out is the only way they are at risk of being dismissed. Here's a free hit for Manwani.
Now that's one of two things there. I think it was pretty well bowled. He saw Manish Manwani moving early, so angered it into his pads. From the batsman point of view, I think he played that badly. I think as soon as he saw that ball coming to his pads, he should have stepped inside of it. It would have been a wide ball, and it would still have been a free hit. So something there for the young man who's now at the non-strikers end, Manish Manwani, to learn there, I think. There you go. That's a wide ball down the leg.
Yeah, but I was just saying, Minaj, they've had a couple of good seasons in domestic cricket here, but they haven't really performed in the ECS. They were the domestic champions in 2019. They would have represented the Spanish Federation in the 2020 European Cricket League, but unfortunately with that being cancelled, there'll be a playoff between them and La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club for representation in this year's tournament. See, this next ball's played and missed, so that's something to look forward to. They should have played it already, but obviously some scheduling issues with lockdowns and things of that nature means it hasn't been played yet. There are some plans to play it this month sometime, hopefully. But yeah, the European Cricket League, of course, coming up as well. Starting May 31 over 4 weeks. That's the best club from 15 different countries this year.
That's very good bowling here. Just bowling it in the right zone, in the right corridor, and both these batsmen struggling.
Yeah, so you feel for Minaj a little bit. They should have had their opportunity on the big stage in the ECL last year, but now they have to earn that right again against La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club, who were the 2020 domestic champions in Spain. But I'm sure that'll be a good contest. I think it could be best of 3 or best of 5 on that day. A little wide down leg side. But yeah, if you're new to European cricket, perhaps watching for the first time, or you've just joined us watching the European Cricket Series, but the European Cricket League is like a Champions League, if you like, where the best club from, this year it's 15 different countries. The plans are next year for it to be like 29 or 30 countries. So it's just getting bigger and bigger. And of course, you can go back and watch some of the action from 2019 on our YouTube channel.
Got a snick on that. It will race away. Fielder as well to get there and stop it.
Yeah,
take a single.
So we've seen a couple of players in this tournament that played in the only European Cricket League to date, which was back in 2019. It was Catalunya CC who were the Spanish representatives in that tournament. We've seen some of their players playing in this series so far. Mohammad Amagan Khan, of course, the Big Mac, Saqib Latif, Yasser Ali, Saeed Shirazi. So yeah, it's great that there's that carrot for the domestic champions of those nations involved.
Slower ball, just well bowled, just down the leg side. There's a few appeals of LBW, but missing leg.
And that will be the end of the over. It's 45 for 3. But Rico, this innings for Raval has never really got going, has it? The best over they've had was the 4th over, and they scored 11 from that. So it just shows you how tough it's been. There's been a lot of single-figure overs. And apart from that, in fact, all the other overs in the first 7 have been single figures. So, Raval, we mentioned their batting was a bit of an Achilles heel for them in the last tournament, and their bowling can be good at times. And they're missing Ishan Patel, of course. He's not in Spain at the moment, so unavailable for them, and they could really use him to spark something. But they're turning to spin now. It'll be Amir Hamza to bowl some of his tweakers.
Yeah, they just haven't got going, I think, with the likes of Devinder Singh Kaur and Devinder Singh Kaur, and the man that we saw play a few nice shots, Govinder Singh Sidhu, just didn't get going, and that's important to them. I mean, Karan Datta, like many of the players we've seen, they are in not in the best of form as well. Don't forget, a lot of these players have, though they're playing in these series, haven't been able to practice as well. And you're starting to see a little bit of that. I think you're going to go on to see Raval, the batsmen, start to get in form and start to score big runs. They've got the squad there to do it. Minhaj, I mean, we just see this delivery first from Amir. Just played out for a single, but Minhaj, they've been very strong here. They look good with the bat, and we know that they've got a lot more strength down the order as well. We haven't seen that. Last time round, to be fair to them, I know speaking to the captain at the time, they really did struggle with players. A lot of their players were stranded all parts of the globe because of the COVID-19 lockdowns, etc. So they have obviously picked up some of the players to come back. As we see a wicket go there, just a big hoik across the line, moving down the leg side. Manish Momwana not in position to play the shot, and in the end, well, it's I think he's probably be quite relieved to be going back. He's not had a good time. It's not been fun for him. He's normally a good flowing batsman. He's found it difficult out there. So Minhaj, yeah, they're looking good. They're getting some of their players coming together, and also picking up the likes of Hasad Butt. Now that'll be interesting, Vinny. The next game, Minhaj are right back on, and they're playing the Bangladeshi Kings, and of course Hasad Butt played for the Kings last time. So that'll we'll see how that fares.
Interesting little subplot to that match, isn't it? And you see there, Manwani, yeah, he didn't have a great time at the crease, and I think you hit the nail on the head as well, Rico, about with the restrictions, the players aren't allowed to train in any organised way. So, again, it looks very easy on TV to come out and smash sixes, but you haven't played too much. Don't quite have that timing. This pitch can be difficult at times. This one's going to split the gap. The fielder comes around and keeps it to a single. So I think we're most likely to see scores increasing over the 5 weeks. I just feel as batsmen find their touch, and perhaps the weather gets a bit warmer as well. Of course, this is the second week of 5 in Spain for the first Fancode European Cricket Series of 2021.
Bit of excitement there as that ball goes in the air towards the fielder, but always dropping short. They'll take the single. I think Minhaj, the fielders there themselves, are probably thinking, well, it's probably not worth diving in and risking injury when the game looks pretty much safe in the bag here.
That's right, and the last ball of the over here. Unless it's a wide, which it is, so that will bring up the 50 for Raval Sporting. Yeah, you mentioned that. Next game will be fascinating, won't it? The Kings, one of my favourite teams to watch, Bangladesh Kings here in the Fancode European Cricket Series in Spain. Had some memorable games, haven't they? It's going to get through the keeper. And Kanandata, he's just going to stay camped at the non-striker's end because I think he wants to strike. That's the end of the over. So it is 50 for 4 after 8. And speaking of that match, coming up, of course, not too far away. He'll be starting in just about half an hour here on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget, if you follow our social media at European Cricket, you will find lots of information. Of course, you get the fantasy dashboards, which I'm sure we'll bring to you shortly, which gives you all that information if you are playing some fantasy cricket, some Dream 11 cricket in particular. You might be interested, of course, in the players and the 11s playing. We get that information to you at European Cricket on our social media. Also, don't forget you can follow our website for all the latest news and scores. It's going to be Mohammed Unib Shah to bowl.
Driven straight down the ground, but good work there. Once more, that's Judd Butt, showing his abilities, getting a good foot on the ball and just keeping it to 1. The captain, well, he's trying to accelerate, but he's 18 balls he's had so far, 12 runs he's scored.
We talked a little bit about the batsman being rusty and even how it's been difficult to field, but Awais Ahmed, I think he hasn't quite been on top of his game with the gloves so far today. There's been a few balls get through and obviously making a return for Minaj, but we talked about the keepers not having an easy time either because that ground behind the pitch is a little bit slippery, especially this time of the morning. And they have put an artificial kind of piece of grass straight behind the stumps, and it's got probably an extra couple of metres. So if the keeper's standing up to the stumps, their footing can be a little bit firmer. But you're standing back and you see Awais struggling a couple of times to move sideways.
Well, ball from Shah and makes the batsman make a mistake, takes a wicket. Another easy catch there for Ahmad Shahzad. He's not going to miss it, the captain. Another wicket goes.
Yes, and again, Captain Cool, Ahmad Shahzad. He's got very safe hands, doesn't he? And I've been impressed, probably with the exception of one chance going down, which was, I think, a half chance. That caught and bowled earlier in the innings to Yassine Javed. I think the fielding's been very good from Minaj. You can see the kind of professionalism in their fielding, especially in the outfielding, that has propelled them to the domestic championship over the last couple of years. And again, the captain, his second catch, he's been an instrumental player for them in defending this largest total, I suppose, of 130. But again, the Raval batsman just not getting anything going at all in this first match of their campaign. But like we said, they'll be coming back in the third match to take on Skyways, and I think they'd fancy themselves as favourites in that game, but they need to do a lot better with the bat. Anyway, Mohammed Unib Shah will be very happy to have a wicket to his name as this game winds down. Just over and over to go.
Dawood Shah, the new batsman, off the mark straight away. Left-hander. Yeah, it's been a very good professional start for Minaj. Like I say, they didn't have the best of introduction to a European Cricket Series, down to availability of players, etc. Well, they've come back strong, and they're letting you, the viewers, and us know what they're really about.
Last ball of the over. And that will be just a single batsman getting home in the end. Of course, it's Minaj coming back straight away. They'll be 1-0 for sure, as this game is beyond doubt. And we have the lineups out for match 27, the second match of 5 today. You can see the Kings lineup. It's the first time we've seen them. Shakil Mia, he'll open the batting, and he's definitely someone that's been effective in this format before. They'll be led by Moshir Rahman, their captain. Tahir Ahmed up the top of the order as well. Watch out for him. This has all the information you need if you are participating in some fantasy cricket. And we also get the Dream 11 points in there for you as well, so you know exactly what to look out for. Awais Ahmed, well, we saw him bat through the innings, and he's a steal at 8 credits. I wonder how long he'll stay at 8. But watch out for those, of course, on our social media at European Cricket. Time for the last over of the match. It's Usman Mushtaq bowling, and he starts with a dot.
Yeah, we've had a lot of compliments and questions about our umpires. The man in black out there at the moment, Nilkesh Patel and Safwan Naeem. And yes, they are all umpires from Barcelona, all Catalonian umpires. This one goes in the air, it will be another catch, yes, and the captain is going to drop him. Made that one look even easier, so a hat-trick of catches for him, Shahzad.
He's been useful if he's in your fantasy team as well. He bowled very tightly, giving away only 13 runs for 2 wickets. 13 runs and 3 catches now, I should say. Now, that's another wicket going down, but we've got a question in the YouTube chat, and we love getting your questions and comments in the YouTube chat, and this one is from Shivang Sharma. He wants to know, Rico, are you from India? It's very not an easy question, really, with you, is it?
Yeah, well, I've got my origin is from India. My parents are from India, so yeah, I would say. I mean, I'm a real mix, I'm afraid, and you probably get that from the commentary, and people that know me know that even more. So, yeah, a bit of Indian. Spent a lot of time in the UK, and then 20 years now in Spain. So, yeah, so whatever it is, if you can find a word for it, that's where I am. I'm not Spanglish, with the Indian there as well. Maybe it's in Spanglish, something like that. Anyway,
big wide here from Mushtaq. Yeah, but one thing I like about sitting next to you, Rico, is I find I'm actually picking up languages just from sitting next to you. I think that you might have a career in that. The Rico program. You just watch a bunch of cricket listening to Rico, and you pick up all sorts of languages. Particularly the Spanish you've taught me is coming in pretty useful.
Yeah, well, that's the danger here now, because you're getting used to what I'm saying and understanding it. I've got to find new words to call you.
Fair enough. Yeah, we know that everyone's loves the uniqueness that Rico brings to the booth, and speaking in a variety of languages, of course. Our viewers all around the world as well, not only across Europe, but across the subcontinent and Asia and Australia as well. It's a great time to watch in Australia and New Zealand. Also plenty of viewers in the UK, so wherever you're watching, we hope you're enjoying the action. First of 5 matches today. You see here, in this innings, there's only been 2 4s and 1 6, and they were all hit by the same man, Govinda. So Rico, just nothing going right for Raval in this chase. And you have to hand it to Menaja. They haven't given him too much to hit, and that was the difference, I think, in this game. And Raval, they were short, they were leg stump early, they let Minaj get away, but Minaj have never taken the foot off the accelerator in this match in the field. And just as I mentioned that, this one may go all the way. In fact, it won't. You'll see that. And look, the batsman, he doesn't realise it's not 4, and I don't even... And the ball comes back and he hits the non-striker. Now, this is what I love about the Fan Code European Cricket Series. The batsman can't believe that hasn't gone before. But we've seen this time and time again. You see a bit of inexperience on the ground, because this one has plugged this time. Look at this. Look at this stop. This is like perfect little chip shot, wasn't it? Onto the green and the field. And then the batsman. Did they get a run there? I'll have to check later. This is out. This is swinging very, very hard. And that will be a wicket. In fact, that will end the match in the end. So it's going to end up as a score of 56 for 7 for Raval Sporting. And they go down by a margin of 73 runs here in the first of 5 matches. So a little bit of a lopsided contest. We thought that might be a competitive match, but Minaj, well, they were too polished on the day for Raval Sporting in the first match of week 2 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, we're just running through the highlights there. First seen the first innings of a very good knock from Minaj. You see the Spanish international there, Wais Ahmed, playing some nice shots. And well, how about that? That was his batting partner. He was enjoying it out there, wasn't he? With Mushtaq. And the two of them putting on 61 for the first partnership. And then Ashad Butt, he came in man on a mission. Some people say he's not suited to the shorter format of the game, doesn't hit big shots too early. Well, he wasn't messing around today. Came out and bludgeoned 2 big 6s. And then in the end, LBW to the man who, well, spun his team into a good position. Young Gurang Manishavanini taking 2 wickets now at a score that was scored in the end, 130. Well, he only went for 7 runs. This is the comedy
ball
at the end.
There's a 1 short and Ace. Well, I think he thought hopefully no one saw that. And this seemed to be the end, but they thought we'll have 1 more. And the keeper just thinks he's got it all under control. But watch this, hits the side of the pitch again. This is something that you won't really see anywhere else in the world. If you're watching cricket, the ball just being rolled into the keeper. Seems like an easy run out, and watch out, a little bounce, and they get back, and you see in the background as well, Jafar Iqbal. Well, there he is again, and he was picking grass out of his teeth for the first 3 overs of the innings. He's not happy with himself early as well. We saw most of the fielding was good from Minaj though, and that was the end of Kishatish Patel who went early, and you see there's the odd ball that got away, that 5 wides, of course, from Khalid Mahmood, but for the most part, Minaj were right on the money, and Raval, well, they just could never get anything going, hitting only 2 fours, 1 Maximo in this innings. That's just not going to be enough to win your games. In fact, that final score of 56 reflects that they were never able to get any fluency into their innings. But Rico, Minaj, they were a bit disappointing in their last series, winning only 2 games, but they've started with a strong performance here in the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain 2021.
Yes, very good performance. I'm very, very impressed with them. I'll say it again. I thought they were very professional out there in the field. They bowled a good line, all of their bowlers bowled where they had to. Also supported very well by the fielders, especially their captain, taking 3 catches, Amar Shahzad. He'll be a very, very happy man at the moment, but he knows that they still have work to do. It's always nice to go into back-to-back games with a win under your belt. They know what the conditions are. And they also know that the Bangladesh Kings, as we're seeing them here now, that they're a team, a little bit, they are very much like Bengali. They're a team that nobody really knew too much about them when they first came onto the scene of this European Cricket Series. And then all of a sudden, they made a name for themselves. They will fight to the end. They've got good players. And, you can't write them off this contest.
Yeah, you mentioned Ashad Butt playing against his old team in this match. And that game is coming up not too far away. We'll be joining you in about 15 minutes to bring you into the second match of 5. So make sure that you check out that fantasy dashboard, as always, at European Cricket on social media. And it's so fantastic that so many people around the world are enjoying the European Cricket Series this year. It's great to bring it to you. So again, we've had 1 match today. We'll have 4 more, and we have 5 matches every day, Monday to Friday. This is the second week of 5 in Barcelona, but then we'll be off to Italy next. So the cricket's not going anywhere. So we hope you enjoyed the first match, but we have that second one. I think this will be a very, very entertaining contest, as Rico said. So you see some beautiful shots of Barcelona in the background there. A little bit of a chilly day, a little bit frosty, I suppose, is how you'd call it, but luckily the rain is staying away and we should get a full day's cricket in here. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes to bring you into match 27. Until then, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and along with Rico Full, we'll see you in about 15 minutes for match 27. Well, hello and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It's almost time for match 27. It's the second match of the day between Minaj, who are returning after their match 1 performance, and they're playing the Bangladesh Kings for their opening match of the series. Let's go over to the match referee.
First is the call, and tail is it. So Minhaj on the toss. And then you're going to do this. Batting first. Minhaj have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, no surprises there from Minaj. Captain Amar Shahzad electing to bat for the second time this morning after winning the toss, and they will be hoping to put a big score on the board, of course, after they scored in excess of 130 in match 1 today. And they'll be looking for a big effort again from Awais Ahmed, who looked in some good form batting through the innings for them. Also, I think that they have a few good bowling options. Well, Bangladesh Kings, first time we look at them in this series. They've had some good performances in the previous series. I think their captain, Moshir Rahman, was telling me he was happy to bowl first as well. They just want to have a look, know how many they can chase, and they can chase. Let's not forget the time they chased in excess of 140 to win one of the most memorable games of 2020. So all in readiness for match 2. Let's go up to the box with Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Lovely shot there, you see, off the ground, the Montjuic ground here in Barcelona. Remember, just a reminder, we are quite high up here. We're about 185 meters on this fairly flat hill, but we have such magnificent views. We look down on the harbour. Very much an Olympic setting as well. All of the stadiums, including this one, was built for the 1992 Olympics, which took part here. The Olympic Stadium here is literally just a big 6 away, and we've had a few that have probably, if not gone close, probably ended up in there. We've just seen that fantasy dashboard again, and I can tell you that it's Awais Ahmed and this time around Ashad Butt that are going to be opening the batting. Ashad Butt made a flying start, scoring a few big 6s before he was finally out LBW to the young leg spinner Gurang. But it's going to be an interesting game here as the players come out. So the Kings, now the Kings are a team, I said before, were very much like Bengali CC that we've seen in Group A. They're a team that maybe not known too well from the number of players that they have, bar 1 or 2, but they work well as a unit, fight very well, and they were very, very impressive for me, particularly in the field. I like their discipline, and they're well led by their captain. He's a character, and it'll be interesting to see what Monsieur Rahman is the name. Be interesting to see what our man Vinny Sandhu thought of him. Going to be a good contest, but of course Minaj, after that good start in that first game, I must admit that I thought it was going to be closer. I thought that Raval had within their squad the firepower to make it a close game, but Minaj were excellent in the field. Their bowling, the line and length from their bowlers, I think, was fantastic. So we're ready to go again here. Match number 27. And well, before this first ball is bowled, Mr. Maximo walks into the commentary station as Safil Islam is about to get ready to bowl the first ball in this contest. Vinny, how are you? What did you think of our captain there from the Bangladesh Kings? He's an interesting character, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Mosh. And yeah, they can be very confident going to this game. They've had some promising performances in the ECS. Here's Safil Islam with the first ball of match 2 of the day. Hit down to the long on. It's Moinul Islam down there. So, yeah, Minaj, of course, no hesitation from their captain, Amar Shahzad, to bat first when the coin fell his way, and they put 130 on against Raval Sporting, who really struggled with the ball, with the exception of young Gaurang Mayavanshi. I think he'll have a sterner test from the Kings, and still maybe hoping for something in the range of 100 plus. And don't they have a couple of explosive players here at the top of the order? Minaj. So big job to do for the Kings. Try and keep things tight in their first match of the morning. Good start from Suffolk Islam there, bending his back, and we didn't see enough of that in the last game, did we, Rico? Off-stump bowling and force the batsman to play those offside strokes, not all as comfortable hitting on that side of the wicket.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, like we said, well, the umpire's just having a little something going on there. But yeah, while there's conversation happening, it will be interesting to see how Minaj go about it here, because I think very much so before they were literally fed a lot of deliveries, which made it easy for them to play their shots. The umpires for this game, Abdul Khan and Rufzaman, probably just having a chat with the captain perhaps about maybe some of the things being said. Maybe they're just getting a little bit too excited, and that's quite good for the umpires. I think it's very important early on that they have a word. I'm just getting an indication that it may have something to do with the COVID regulations. I think obviously, as we just see this ball being bowled, you have to be careful and make sure that no saliva is being used on the ball. Now that's normally, under normal circumstances, 2 years ago, would be a normal thing to do, to work on the ball. But of course, the umpires, I think, have picked up on that being done here and straight away putting a stop to it, and that's very important. And a lot of COVID regulations have to be followed, i.e. the umpires do not take the clothing, like the caps, off the bowlers. Just to make sure that we abide by the rules, and let you guys at home know that we are following the regulations. No spectators also allowed in the stands. And nice to see the umpire straight away picking up on that and making sure that they remind the captain and the players of what they need to be doing and maintaining during this series.
Yeah, and it's something that it's a bit of adjustment, of course, for all the players and umpires for that matter. This is the first match for Bangladesh Kings. Minaj, of course, they played this morning already, but an adjustment for everyone. He's Suffolk Islam. Outside off stump again, and reaching was Awais Ahmed, who's just looked a little bit out of touch at times. He did score 48, not out in the previous match this morning, batting through the innings, but quite a few of those balls outside off stump. Just not hitting with any rhythm at this stage, but great opportunity for him to assert his dominance on the tournament. He's one of the most explosive players in the country when it gets going. So last ball of the over, only 2 off this one. Let's see if Suffolk Islam can close it out for the Kings. And this is getting up to scamper through, but they will get through for a single. So what a good over that is for the Kings. Not showing any rust at all, and after 1 over, it's 3 for no loss. Yeah,
great starts, and once more, don't want to keep harping on about it. Once more, just seeing the rewards of bowling a good line, bowling outside the off stump, and bowling to your field. So great start from the Kings, and it looks like their captain, Monsieur Rahman. It always feels like I'm speaking a little bit of French when I say his name. Monsieur Rahman. Monsieur Rahman. Anyway, he's fiery character is Monsieur Rahman. He doesn't he likes to win, and more importantly, he demands discipline from his team.
He comes left arm around the wicket. He's going to get through everyone, I think. So, well, speaking of discipline, I was a little bit indisciplined and getting through the keeper as well. An awkward bounce for Mohammad Masood behind the stumps. And that one's going to get through for 5 extras. So, getting a little bit rusty there from the Mosh, but hopefully he can straighten things up, because it has been a very tight start for the Kings. Yeah, look how far back he is there as well, the keeper. You see where this bounces, it's an awkward one, kind of yorks himself in the end. Didn't really want to be near it, did he?
No, I don't think that was the best for keeping there. Let that one go through. Should have got his pads onto that. Well, some would say his hands, but that's a good shot there, Vinny, through the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, and you see there, nice by Awais, and this is better for him. Just leaning on this one, not trying to hit it too hard. It was there, with no one back on the offside, behind point. All you do is pick that gap, and it's always going to be 4. So that's the sort of ball which sometimes he's tried to overhit or try to hit across the line, but nice start. So Moshir Rahman's first ball going for 9. He has some work to do. He comes in again now. This is a lot better. On a good length and pushed away to cover. So just no run that time for Minaj. But have seen the running between the wickets a lot better as well today so far for the most part. And you see both these batsmen looking to push. If they can't get a boundary, they want to get a single, or they want to push the ones into twos. And Asjad Bhatt backing up a lot, but getting away with it that time. In the air, but it's going to get through the fielder. Yeah, it was Saqib Muhammad at mid-off and just came towards him, but it was a little bit wide and it came quickly, skating off the surface. And 4 runs to Awais Ahmed.
Yeah, desperate cry of catch it from the captain, the bowler. It was just too wide of the fielder. And it goes to the boundary. So after a very, very tight first over, this one is all about runs.
This one's down the leg side, be another wide. So slight overcorrection from the bowler there, and they're just a little bit inconsistent in this second over after a very good first over from Sofiqul Islam. But the Mosh very capable at this level, and hopefully he can find the radar. Some bowlers struggling in their first over particularly and getting it right in their second. And he comes now. It's a nice looking straight drive. Trying to get the single though.
Yeah, good reply from the captain there. Moshir Rahman. That was better. Right up where it needed to be in the block.
Well bowled, and that's where he needs to be. He's attacking the stumps, and with that length, actually this time of the morning, some of the balls do shoot through if the batsman want a chance to arm and play across the line. We've seen Asjad Bhatt want to get going so far every time he's been to the crease, but had to show some respect to that one. Probably smart to keep that one out and hope for something looser from Mosh. Well, this one's edge, and it's going to go away to a short third man. It's picked up quickly by that fielder. Awais was leaning on his bat and on strikers, and he wasn't going anywhere. And so that's a valuable dot again, and that will be the end of the over. So after 2 overs, Minaj are 18 without loss.
Yeah, he recovered well. Didn't start very well. Too many extras, too many wayward balls, but finished better. But still, 18. Score has moved on to. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing here, courtesy of our production partner, Spring Productions, and the guys doing a wonderful job here on site as well. Almaz, Alvera and Martin doing a top job, bringing you all the action live wherever you're watching, whether it's via our European Cricket Network YouTube channel or through fan code itself on the sub-Indian continent.
Here's Moinul Islam to bowl the third and final over of the power play. The first ball is hit down the ground, just the single. Yeah, and Rico will Minaj. We saw them get 130 in the last game. It would appear at this stage like they might be struggling to get that many, but what kind of a score do you think they'd be happy with here, batting first?
I think they'll go for 120, 130. I'm pretty confident of that. They haven't started as well, but well, with these two still in, wickets in hand, it only takes, as we know, a couple of top overs, magic overs, as I say, and that one creeps up. So I think they'll still be looking to pass the 100 mark and be around about the 120. They will know what the Kings are capable of. Now, I've said that these teams did meet before. Now, in that game, the Kings, courtesy of 72 from Asjad Bhatt, who's just played that one out of the off stump, and a fantastic stop from the fielder. Not sure whether the ball would have continued to go on to pass the boundary, but he did well there. But in that match, Bangladesh Kings scored 158 for 2. As I said, Asjad Bhatt made 72 and Minaj could only get to 116. So yeah, they want to want to set the record straight, if you like, and get a win under the belt, but they know they've got to score a few more runs yet, and that's why I think 120. They won't want to be settling for anything less.
Next ball's pushed to cover. Always sending his partner back, so no run there. But yeah, you mentioned Asjad Butt switching sides from the Kings to Minaj for this series, so mentioned the runs he scored for the Kings in that big total over at 150 during that previous encounter. But he's opening the batting here, and he's looking to do some damage against his old side. On strike now, it's always Ahmed facing. This is a good length and just pulled straight and just the one run. So one ball left in this power play, and Minaj haven't had their own way. In fact, a bit of bad luck here as the ball bounced off the stump. So maybe 2 runs in the end to always good alertness from him. But there are 22 with the ball to go in the power play. So the Kings will be very happy to keep Minaj that quiet. See this ball coming in here. Seen the base of the stumps, and Always was all over it. Still recovering from that the 4 runs that he ran towards the last innings. I think we need some extra oxygen for him during the break, but he hasn't been dismissed yet this morning. Spent 13 overs at the crease or so. Morning Islam, important last ball of the power play. Got to keep Always on the leash. And this is well bowled and nice looking shot, but again it'll be just the single. So that's the end of the 3rd over, and after 3, Minaj, after winning the toss and electing to bat here in match 27 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, they are 23 for no loss.
Yeah, an interesting thing, Vinny, about Always Ahmed. There are times when he is just in flow and he's just smashing everything away. I mean, it has to be said, usually is down to over the cow corner boundary and hitting it big. But there's other times where he's just not fluent, is he? He's just not getting the runs. He seems to get bogged down. He does a lot of the times just stick it out. But there's almost 2 sides to his batting. It's almost like you think if the bowlers know him well, and I think most of the bowlers in Spain do know him well. He's played enough cricket against them. If you keep him buckled down, he does struggle to play those big shots.
Yes, expert comments there from Rico Fall. Of course, heavily involved in the Spanish cricket setup, and it's going to be a change of bowler. It's going to be Mohamed Rahul to come on to bowl the 4th over. Comes into Always Ahmed. Comes hit across the line. There's 2 fielders placed out there. Might go just perfectly between them. What a bit of placement that. Well, I don't know where that falls on the luck skill continuum from Always, but this one just dragging it from outside off stump. But it was perfectly placed, and the fielder, well, not able to do anything about it, and 4 runs to Minaj.
I'd be happy to see that one go past the rope along the deck. You're looking for another though here, trying to take the bowler on.
This one's up and it's over. It's going to get over Mortal Islam at long off. So Always getting things going for Minaj, and that is a Maximo.
Yeah, this is a good shot. You see good power from him, and that's all about getting into good position. And you see there in the end, he's just almost down on one knee, takes the pose, photo Kachalia. Nice shot.
Tries again this time. It's along the carpet. I'll do just the single, so nice comeback from the bowler. But yeah, you're exactly right there, Rico. Holding his shape a lot better. More of a batsman's shape, not dragging that one onto the leg side. He shows he can hit those more correct cricket shots, those drives. This is the man I'm interested in though, Asjad Butt. I think he's going to be going large. And he does, and it's gone straight over our heads. That is another Maximo.
What a terrific shot this was, and what I like about it is how he just held his shape. He didn't rush, he didn't try and hit it too hard. Just watch this. Little steps into it. And well, when you look at it from that angle, you say to yourself, did that ball really go all the way over for 6? It didn't look like he hit it at all, but it's all about timing. Lovely shot.
All balanced there. Faces up again. This time, a little bit shorter on his pads. He works it away. The field will come around and cut it off. A single, and again, sensible batting there from Asjad Butt. We've seen him want to play the big shot, but if the ball's not quite there, he's happy to take the single. Of course, he's got Always Ahmed at the other end. Very experienced campaigner. We mentioned earlier today how he does have a T20 international century to his name. So both these two are very capable, and I think they'll be looking to up the rate. It's about just over 10 and over at the moment, but I think they can get that up another point or two. Here's Mohamed Rahul. This is flicked off the pads. It was too far outside the leg stump, and paying the penalty is Mohamed Rahul. So at the end of 4 overs, Minaj are 45 for no loss. 22 off that over from Mohamed Rahul.
Yeah, good over that from Minaj, and that's exactly what I was talking about when we were talking about the rates and where they were at the moment. It just takes a couple of overs, and that's one of them, and all of a sudden that run rate and where they are looking a lot better. They've now accelerated, about 10 and over now.
Yeah.
And these two, and with the other attacking batsmen to come, Vinny, you bowl a bad line. We saw that already in the earlier game. That's what they did to Raval. If you lose shape in your bowling, you start bowling it down, start bowling short, start bowling it down the leg side. These two will capitalise on it.
Yeah, but now this is a really important over for me, Rico. The fifth over, pardon me. And Moinul Islam, he only went for 5 when he bowled the 3rd over, and that was with only 2 outfielders. So it's going to be a make or break for the Kings. This is short, and I tell you what, he's let himself down there. There's no one back there. It was too short outside the leg stump, and no problems for Butt as he rocked back on the back foot and said, "Cuatro carreras más."
Yeah, not very intelligent bowling that. I mean, you just said he just bowled a great first over, only went for 5 runs, and then he goes and does something which he didn't do at all then, bowls a short ball, and I just said, you bowl short to these two or down the leg side, they're going to punish you, and they're setting a field for that as well, which I just don't understand. That's, for me, that's bad captaincy.
Yeah, it's a very old expression, isn't it? You can't set a field for bad bowling. But the man going back at deep fine leg now, and Islam going to come back with here. It's a good comeback actually, because it was on a length and that in between length, not so easy on this pitch, especially in the morning. Some balls have kept low on this surface, and just a reminder to everybody out there, if you are watching, why don't you jump in our YouTube chat? It's a great place to discuss cricket, and any questions or comments you have are more than welcome. Rico and I will try and get to as many as we can. Islam, well, I tell you what, he's in the thinking corner right now. He's got 2 batsmen that aren't afraid to go at him. This is Butt on strike this time. This is short and is cracked over cover. That might have carried all the way. It has over cover for a Maximo.
Well, this is a quality shot. He's seen that a bit of shuffling going on around there in the field. The fielder's moving one way and another. It's the captain himself, but still has the confidence to put that right through the gap for 6 runs. That was just all about power. Excellent batting.
Well, you mentioned Moinul Islam was tight in his last over. Going for a few here. The next one, wild swing by Butt. He's shown he can hit the regular shots. Just going to say he went for 5 in his first over, but he's gone for 10 off the first half of this over, getting away with the dot there. So he's conceded 15 with 2 balls to go in his spell, and yeah, this could be a critical over for Minaj, getting after Moinul after he was pretty economical back in that 3rd over. 2 big balls here. This one's cracked, but it's just going to get over the fielder, and the Kings, they thought they were in with a chance there, but again, the contact was too good from Butt, and that's gone all the way for a Maximo.
It just goes to show that you saw the ball before where Butt just trying to swing at the ball and missing it completely, and then he goes back to what he does so well, stands up, watches the ball, keeps its shape, and then hits it, and all of a sudden it's 6 runs. So anybody watching, good example there. When you are batting, keep your shape, keep your eye on the ball, and do what you do and do it well. Don't try to hit the ball too hard.
Last ball of the first half of the innings. This one's gone up. The fielder looks. He can only watch it go all the way over the fence, and 6 more for Minaj. That's the end of the over. They are 67 for 5 in this, the first innings of match 27 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, fantastic bit of batting there. 67 without loss, 5 overs gone, and the fielder there just was looking at that ball, and in Espanol dice adios pelota, 6 carreras más. Well, that ball was on its way somewhere. And speaking about being on its way, well, maybe a good time to just say hi to our travel partner, Bizway. That was a Bizway Super 6. And all of a sudden, Vinny, this is what I was talking to you about, that this game, a couple of magical overs, and that 120, 130 is back on again.
Yeah, and let's just go through the overs so far in the first half of this innings. We've had 3, 15, 5, then 22, 22. And you see there the 4th and 5th overs. Minaj, they got 10 wickets in hand, and also aided by a little bit of loose bowling, as we see a comical moment, as that is as Hussain Aminul there, kind of just having a practice go and accidentally letting go of the ball, so he'll be thankful that didn't count. But well, he's got a big job to do, potentially bowling 2 overs for the Kings. You see this on the replay. Just hopefully they won't be that short. Had to go and do his own fielding as well. But yeah, danger times now at the halfway point of the innings. They look on track for something now in the range of what they did score against Revel Sporting in the first game of the day. So here's Aminul. Starts with a wide down the leg side, and they'll get an extra as well. And this guy, Asjad Butt, he's impressed me with his balance when he's kept his shape. He's shown he can hit all around the ground, really, can't he? So just a matter of playing the correct shot to the correct ball. He could be very dangerous for Minaj.
Yeah, absolutely. Just seeing the wicketkeeper there once more, Mohamed Masood, just planting his feet, just not moving around enough for me. He's got to be careful.
This one he beats him, and again you see there taking the pace off the ball. That one kind of just skidding off the surface. Main thing about this, it was outside of something, you see this leg spinning delivery, a real turn there, but the natural angle taken across the batsman, and Butt misses out. But we haven't seen him miss out twice in a row, have we? Let's see what happens next ball.
No,
This is Aminul.
He'll come down the track maybe or something to a similar ball, but this time doesn't have to. It was too wide outside the off stump for that shot.
Yeah, and again it just reinforces, doesn't it, how important it is as a bowler to get your lines right. We've seen too many balls in this innings that have been outside the leg stump and giving the batsman free rein to swing their arms and find those short boundaries on the leg side, but it's a lot better. But otherwise, yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him come down the track here and put one straight down the ground, try and put one or two over the fence. And Aminul with his leg spinners coming round the wicket. Just pushed through, and that one not really hitting the middle of the bat. You see there, Awais Ahmed just wringing his hands. That's a bit of jarring on the bat that time, but just a single. So a good comeback after a bit of a shaky start for Aminul.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let the bowler set though. I think they're going to take charge here. They won't want to be put on the back foot. There he comes. You could see that happening. That's well bowled. He just bowled that a little bit quicker when he saw Asjad Butt moving there. But yeah, they've got to do it. I mean, they haven't lost any wickets. The last thing they want to do is, when they've just got themselves to a very good position at the halfway mark, is to get a tight over in here.
This one's flighted. Yeah, not making the contact that he desired. Was the batsman there, Asjad Butt, will be down to long on for a single. So a nice comeback, and I like the way that Hussain Aminul is mixing his pace up, pushing a few through and also tossing a few up, and just not letting the batsman settle into a rhythm. Let's see if Awais goes after him here. He tries, but again, this is chopped out in the end. It was a good length, gave him nothing to work with, so very good comeback, and only 5 off this over with the ball remaining. So in the over that the Kings sorely needed. In fact, that will be the end of the over. So a 6 off that, and after 6 overs, Minaj 73 for no loss.
Yeah, going along nicely. I mean, that over would have brought that run rate that be going that down a little bit. So they want to be taking the bowler on again here, and you've got Monsieur Rahman. No, it's not Monsieur Rahman coming back on.
I think it's Saqib Mohammed to bowl this over, and come back to me in a second for my 6 over check-in. Another leg spinner hits him in front, and this would have been run out for sure. I think Awais was a little bit concerned about the appeal. The umpire had a good long hard look at it. Let's have a look at this one on the replay from straight on. You see, just trying to spin the ball right to left out of his fingers. It's very close, and might have been a good decision. Not quite doing enough for mine to come back and hit that leg stump, so benefited out to the batsman. Good shout though. A nice start from Saqib Mohammed. This is Butt on strike now, and isn't able to get under it. It'll be along the ground too long on. But yeah, my 6 over check-in, let's say there were 73. I think these guys will back themselves for something in the range of 12 or 13 and over. So I think I'll be looking for maybe 50 off this last 4 over. They'll be looking for even more, I'm sure, but I'm sure my guess would be they'll end up with something. If these two stay there, it probably will be in the 130s. If they lose a wicket or two, they might bring it back to something in the range of 120. But again, it'll be a big chase. But we've seen the Kings before chasing big scores down, so whatever they get, I think the Kings will fancy their chances. Here's Sakeem Mohammed again. This is pushed through, it's up in the air. Fielder's got a chance, got to make a lot of ground though. It's Rahul there. Oh, and he couldn't quite make it. It was a nice effort from the young man, Mohammed Rahul, at long off. It fell into a gap, but he was on his skates very quickly, but did the hard work getting there, just wasn't able to hang on. And Awais Ahmed, he'll come back for 2. So, again, that could be an important moment in this game as they had a chance to remove the dangerous Awais Ahmed. He survives, faces the next ball. With just the single. And we saw that one go down, Rico, but for the most part, the fielding's been pretty good here on Monday morning.
Yeah, it's been very good. Seen a lot of catches being taken cleanly. And what I would say is, well, not difficult conditions, but at the same time not ideal. It's still a bit nippy out there. The players, they will be feeling the chill. And with this ball coming at you.
Well, this is coming at you as well. If you're straight down the ground. Yeah, and he just stood back and delivered there, didn't he, Asjad Butt? All the way, nice and straight. The ball wasn't bad, but he took it on. Hit it straight down the ground for a Maximo.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice and straight. He knows there's there are fielders out there, but they're wide. That's gone all the way, and he certainly is leading the charge, hitting the ball so cleanly.
Promoted to open in this game, batted number 3 in the last. He's doing the job at the moment. This is a quicker ball. Let's lift it up. The fielder does a fantastic job to keep that in the field of play. And in the end, it'll just be a single. So saving 5 runs for his team. And what an important bit of work that might be from Hussein Aminul down there at long on. That will be the end of the over. So a great bit of work there. Minaj after 7. They're 85 for no loss.
Yeah, what a fantastic stop. And well, if this game comes close and it's, you know, between 3-4 runs, well, that man there certainly saved 5 runs there. Excellent work from him. And good batting from these two. I mean, just to remind you of the batting stats of Group A and B after that week last week. Mohammad Ishan, he's the man sitting at the top of the table, most runs scored so far. His 4 innings had scored 188, and not too far behind Shafir Rahman of Bengali, 149, and then Mustanta Iqbal, 141. Well, he scored most of those of 1 innings. Remember, he is one of 2 men who scored a ton here last week. As we see, bowler coming into bowler.
Tahed Ahmed is the bowler. Big swing from Bart. No contact there, but yeah, as you mentioned, we saw some good batting in the first week, didn't we? Bengali, of course, the story of the week, weren't they? After winning only 1 match in their previous series, they won their first 4. They did slip up on Friday night, but they still had Group A. Here's Tahed Ahmed again. Good bounce out of the pitch. You see Butt upset with himself there. He's looked his best when he's played regular cricket shots and held his shape and waited for the ball to come to him. But this one just getting up a bit, and Tahed Ahmed finding something out of the surface. So, again, all important dots at this stage. I'm sure Butt will go after him again. This shorten absolutely does. That might have gone all the way. Yes, it has, over square leg. Too short from the bowler, and another Maximo for Minaj.
Yeah, one thing that's been nice to see about this innings from Butt is he's not afraid to go back as well and play those shots on the back foot. A lot of batsmen here preferring to play front foot. He rocks back and still plays it. There is the danger of the ball staying low, but he's has the confidence in himself to play those shots. That was a very good shot.
Yeah, expert comment from Rico for the next one. Well, he steps across and he sends this one out of here. That's 6 more for Minaj.
Well, and that 6 brings up his 50. That's fantastic batting. He scored 51 now off what, just 25 balls? That's brilliant.
Yeah, that might have been 6, so that's 53 of 25 balls. And Asjad Butt, well, he's been promoted to open the innings. And Awais Ahmed, well, often he steals the thunder, but Asjad Butt, well, he has been sensational. When he's hit them, they've definitely stayed hit. He hasn't hit everything he's swung at, but the ones he has have been handy runs. Minaj in a great position to put on a really big score in the last couple of overs here. This time, just get the single. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up between the batsmen here. And he's given, so Awais Ahmed run out. A bit of confusion.
Yeah, confusion there. And it's one of those, again, we've said, if you're going to go, you're going to go first time. Didn't go first time. And in the end, that little bit of hesitation there has cost this run out.
You can see here, he's just about half a metre short. We'll see here some hesitation. Took a while for them to get going. And that's what cost Awais Ahmed in the end. So after 48 not out in the first game, he scores 35 before being run out. So not a bad morning's work for Awais Ahmed, scoring 83 runs. That will give another batsman an opportunity. With just over 2 overs remaining, I'm sure Kings will be happy to see the end of Awais Ahmed, because he can be destructive. Again, never really got out of second gear today, did he, Awais? But you can see that when he does get going, he's going to be a handful for bowlers in this tournament. And predictably, it's Jafar Iqbal coming to the crease at number 3. We saw him in the first match with the bat.
Yeah, it's fair to say, I mean, we've talked about the batsmen that have scored runs last week. It wasn't just all about the batsmen. We saw some great bowling performances as well.
Here's the last ball of the over from Tahed Ahmed. And it'll be Spanish drive back behind the keeper. They go for 1. And so Jafar will keep the strike. That's the end of the 8th over. And after 8 overs, Minaj are 98 for 1.
Yeah, so going back to that, remember we had 2 batsmen that scored centuries here. And, well, we all remember the big one from Mustansa Iqbal, 107 or 37 balls. There was also, and that was for the Catalonia Tigers. Then Gracias Gurvinder Bajwa, he scored a magnificent 101 on 34 balls. A few batsmen chipping in with 50s as well. But with the ball, well, Anwar al-Haq took that amazing hat-trick, didn't he, for Hero Sabadell. And then one of the pick of the bowlers for me would be Yasir Ali. He took a 3-4s a couple of times. Now he's still only the second top bowler. He's taken 7. Right at the top there, Mohammad Jafri, he's picked up wickets in every game. He's taken 8 so far.
Yeah, he's been sensational with the ball. And change of bowler here. Safiqul Islam coming back. He bowled the first over. It was a very tight one. He's got a big job to do for the Kings in this, the 9th over. In he comes. Jafar picks him up, sends him up. That one is going, gone. And Maximo. 6 important runs for Minaj.
Well, this one, just watch this again. This is just almost effortless. Majestic shot. It's just power hitting at its best.
And you see Safiqul Islam bowled very tightly in the first over, but a bit too short that time. And even though it's a new batsman at the crease, he's wasted no time in getting going. Only 11 balls left in this innings. Can Safiqul Islam stop the bleeding? And he comes again. This is much better outside off stump and just called a wide, so almost getting away with that one. We've got some comments here on the YouTube chat. Rico, KG1, just letting everyone know this is Barcelona, Spain. It absolutely is. Jonathan Norton joining us. Hello, Jonathan. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. He says, great coverage of this tournament. Well, very nice of you to say. We hope you're enjoying it. You and everyone else, wherever you're watching around the world. This is well bowled this time and beats the bat. And some talk about the pitch. Playing a few tricks, and ECN, there's the ECN robot in the office there, just saying that a permanent pitch will be installed here in the weeks ahead. So this will be the venue of the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket, starting May 31. We should have a permanent pitch in place, and that will be fantastic for all the players down here. This one is hit over cover. Oh, it's a beautiful looking shot. Just bounces inside the field of play. 4 runs. Nice shot by Jafar Iqbal, holding his shape there, letting the ball come across him. The natural angle there from the bowler. And there was no one back there on the cover boundary, and that's 4 more to Minaj.
Yeah, good shot. You can see what the bowlers are trying to do. Trying to keep that ball sort of outside the off stump, but within the marker there, the indicator or the guide that the umpires use. But, well, he caught onto that pretty quickly, did Jafar Iqbal. Made room for himself and clubs that over the top. 1 bounce, 4.
Well, time for think music here for Safiqul Islam. Comes in again over the wicket now. Beats the batsman. That was good bowling. And I feel also for Asjad Butt here. He's kind of stuck down the down the non-striker's end at the moment, isn't he? He's been back there for like 6 or 7 balls with the wicket falling. And then Jafar Iqbal keeping the strike. So again, he's going at over 2 a ball. I mean, to take nothing away from how Jafar Iqbal's hitting them at the moment, but would be a bit wasted up that non-striker's end. He's Sofiqul Islam. Again, he's very keen to go, and he wants to go, and he's going to go, and they're going to get away with it. So you can see we're just talking to wide as well, so it'll be 2 to the score. And Jafar Iqbal gives him the thumbs up. I wonder if it'd be a different kind of thumbs, different direction thumbs if that had been taken by the fielding team. But you see how desperate and called here in the box by Mr. Maximo, if I don't mind saying myself, Rico. That's Asjad Butt was getting a little bit itchy to get down the striker's end. Let's see if we can make it count. 2 balls remain in the over. Can't make it count, and again that's going to be called another wide, so we'll have to see that on the replay. Just flirting with the offside wide line there. See that, it's a bit of an unlucky call for me, probably still a wide, but Asjad Butt coming across outside off stump and kind of takes the line with him, so probably taking the line to the edge of the pitch there. I think it was a good call by the umpire, I have to say. And they've done a very good job in this tournament so far. Not an easy job, of course. Still 2 to come this over. Cross. And flicks it off his legs. Was beautifully picked up by Butt. He races to 59. And Minaj keeping on the runs here in match 27 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain.
Yeah, delightful shot. I said earlier, he's not afraid to go on the back foot. And, well, he just plays that so well, doesn't he? Goes back, keeps his eye on the ball, head nice and still, and he's got plenty of strength in his forearms to send that packing for 6. Now, one of the things I'm noticing here quite early on in this first match from the Bangladesh Kings is their lack in, let's see this delivery first.
It's the last ball of the over. This is going to be blast over the offside. This one's not coming back. In fact, it's all the way over the fence. And Asjad Butt feeding the snakes over there, over the offside boundary. Is a beautiful shot. And after 9 overs, Minaj are 124 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, another one going over the fence, and goes back to the point I was trying to make. I can see the problem here that the Kings have got. They haven't got that variation in their bowling attack. They've got the seamers there, but even the seamers, for me, they're just bowling the same thing all the time. They haven't got the slower ball, but they do miss the slower bowlers. They need a good spinner here. They need something to break this up. When you've got 2 batsmen in, and you've seen that, we've only got the 1 wicket that's been lost. 2 batsmen in are playing the pace quite well. You've got to break it up, but there's no spinners there. Nobody that they can call upon to bowl spin. And, well, going on in this series, that's something that they've got to think about. They do need a slow spinner in there that can take the pace of the ball. Yeah,
very good observation from you, Rico. And we saw how important that was with Gaurang Mayavanshi for Raval in the first game, being able to keep this powerful Minaj top order under control. It's a big job for Shahidul Rahman to bowl the 10th over. Hasn't bowled in the innings as yet. He will come into Jafar Iqbal. And this one's hit powerfully. It's going to go all the way over long off for 6. And I tell you what, the young man just giving some length there, and Jafar Iqbal all over it. And Minaj, well, with 5 balls to go, they've equalled their score in the first match. They're 130 with 5 balls remaining in the innings.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a few more balles in this over. You just have that feeling it's going to be all out attack. It's going to be a bit of carnage here, I think.
Well, he has to come back now. This is a full toss. Miss-hit by the batsman. Wasn't quite high enough to be called a no ball, so Jafar will take the single, and that'll bring the main man here, Asjad Butt. Well, we talked about him being on the chat last week as he was viewing on YouTube and watching Group A and Group B lock horns, but his bat's done the talking here in match 27 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. He's got 4 more balls to do some damage. And he does just that, and it's going to go all the way again, 6 over cover. So again, the bowler's too much length to Butt. He stood there, he threw the hands through it. It's gone all the way. That one's not coming back. 6 more to Minaj.
Now, you know what I liked about Butt is, unlike some batsmen, even those that score big runs, as we see this delivery come to him.
He's raced to 71 and make that 72. just get a single. He wants to get back down there, but I suppose this is the difference, Rico, with an established batsman at the other end. There's no need to... now they're going to go for it now. Surely they're going to run out here. Yeah, so still, that was sloppy work from the Kings. I mean, they get the run out, but keen to get back on strike. And you've got to say that's great team play from Jafar Iqbal. He knows that Asjad Butt's got the hot hand, so to speak, and sacrificing his wicket. So again, you've got to take your hat off to Minaj for the innovation there. We've seen that in this T10 format. The batting team's manipulating the strike, but that was very, very sloppy by the Kings to give them the opportunity to cross back, and you wonder what that might cost them. Yeah,
absolutely. But going back to the man who's on strike here, Asjad Butt, is what I've liked about him. If you look at the wagon wheel for him, you will see that most of his shots, are not like some batsmen all in one area, it's all over the ground. He's played some lovely straight ones on the leg side on the back foot, some lovely ones out on the off stump. Really batted very, very well. Another one coming this way.
Well, that one's cost him 6 of the best. You see there, the Kings letting the man back on strike with an attempted slower ball, but he picked it, he waited, he sent it, and 6 more runs. And he has raced to 78 off only 31 balls. Last ball of the innings, 144 the score. Can he take them to 150? In comes the young man, Rahman. And he absolutely can. He sends this one over mid-wicket. 6 more. That brings up the 150. And Asjad Butt, he'll finish on 84 runs off only 32 balls. And after their 10 overs, after winning the toss and electing to bat here in match 27 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, it's Minaj who have scored 150 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, what a superb innings that has been from Asjad Butt. He's batted all the way through the innings. And I think they're also just showing the sort of form he's in compared to maybe the form that Awais Ahmed is in at the moment. Not taking anything away from Awais. He'll get better as this tournament continues. But he started at the beginning, and they're batting all the way and making 84 as opposed to around the 40, 48 mark that Awais Ahmed did. He's in good form, hitting the ball so cleanly and so sweetly. I tell you what, that was a magnificent knock.
Yeah, absolutely was, and especially when you saw that a couple of times he got a bit frustrated, didn't he? But with his shape, losing his shape, his ability to hit over the offside, such an important weapon for the batsman in this form of the game, because when you get good bowlers who are not giving you the trash outside leg stump, so to speak, and you're having to hit over the offside, you see the man there, but in the red helmet, he showed that he could go up and over that offside. That was a close shout, as always. I was just feeling pretty nervous for the umpire. A good sportsmanship there between the players. Now, there's a bit of a chance to get rid of Awais here at a key time. It was a nice effort from Mohammad Rahul there, made the ground, couldn't hold on. This was a nice bit of fielding for me. I think it was the highlight in the field for the Kings, saving 5 runs, but I tell you what, they let plenty more go. That was Asjad Butt as he brought up his 50, and then he was just getting the party started as he raced all the way to 84, not out of only 32 balls. Running out Awais there the first time he was dismissed today, but it didn't stop the momentum for Minaj, as they were aided by some pretty loose bowling, you'd have to say, by the Kings. And this was a sloppy piece of cricket. Resulted in a run out for the Kings, but it got that danger man back on strike. And you know that he made them pay. Max going after Maximo in the final over, taking Minaj all the way to 150. And Rico, we've seen the Kings chase something in the range of the 140s before, but this would be their biggest chase yet. 151 for victory. Do you give them any chance, Rico Full?
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, every team's got a chance. I mean, we look down at that the team list. They've got the people in there that can do it. They've got the players. They've got the ability as well. But it's all about applying it. Asjad Butt showed you how to apply it. Not only did he play those massive shots, but I think if you look down at his at the scoring there, I don't think there was many dot balls, and that's a sign of a good player. Not only did he hit big, there was no dot balls, and I think he's running also and was superb, and he always was in the game, always looking to sneak in that cheeky little single. And there at the end you saw a good example of that, and that got him and his team 12 more runs.
Yeah, and you can see not too much to write home about for the Kings in the bowling figures there. Hussein Aminul, well, a little bit surprised he didn't get another over. He only had 6, but all the others in double digits and some quite significantly so. So it's all set up here in match 27, of course, the second of 5 matches today in the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. We're going to see the Kings returning in about 10 minutes' time to chase 151 for victory against Minaj. You're listening to Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico Full on the European Cricket Network. You are watching the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain.
Welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series, the match between Bangladesh Kings and Minaj. Well, Minaj have carried on from where they were in the first game. Excellent batting performance once again from them. Jislam Ashad Butt scoring 84 and helping his team post a total of 150, so 151 is the target. The Catalonia Cricket Federation doing a fantastic job here of getting this venue, this Olympic baseball ground here in Montjuic ready for this European Cricket Series, so a shout out goes to them, especially led by their president Sheikh Amir Saeed and the likes of Sabeh Ghulam, Nadim Arman, Nasir Ahmed, and of course our very own the MAC, Mohammed Amagan Khan, also part of the committee there, also the director of cricket in Spain. And thank you to you guys doing a great job and making sure the staff here, Devinder Singh Kaur, Kushbir Singh Kaur, Ranjit Singh, Javier, are doing a great job, as well as Roberto and his wife Sarah, who's on days like this doing a fantastic job keeping the coffee flowing and keeping us nice and warm. Anyway, Minaj are the team. Well, they're not just warm, they've been on fire here today. And once more, putting the runs on the board, this time 150 they've scored, so 151 is the target. And I can tell you that it's the batsman opening is Shakil Mia. That's not a surprise. Can score and score very well, and he's got Mohammed Masood as the non-striker. Bowling the first up, it's going to be the captain himself, Amir Shahzad. That's the first ball. Let's Mr. Maximo comes back from doing his duties with the coin toss, so I'm sure he's got some exciting information for us. We have a team making a debut as well. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks Rico. We'll come to the result of that toss for the third match of the day after this ball. It's the captain, Amir Shahzad. Again, looks like it'll be another wide, so back-to-back wides outside the off stump. Yeah, so it was great. Got to meet the Skyways captain, Adil Shahzad. They're playing their first match in the Fancode European Cricket Series. And they're playing Raval Sporting, who lost badly to Minaj in the first match of the day, so they'll be keen to get going. They get another chance to play here on day 6 of action. We see Shahzad coming in. Third time in a row, 3 times a charm. Well, for the batsman maybe, as 3 free runs for the Kings at the start of this innings. Yep, and the news from that toss for match 28 was that the newcomers, Skyways, they won the toss and elected to bat. So they were pretty confident of their chances with their opening pair to put a big score on the board. So look forward to seeing them for the first time. This one's fairly straight. Umpire having a good hard look. Looks like it had some outswing on it, but not quite sure it was doing enough. You see this one here, some movement, and I think that's a good decision. Umpire not absolutely sure that was going to hit the wickets, and it's a bit leg stumpish, but a bit of movement, but I think, again, a good decision. So the umpires have been doing a good job, the men in black. This one, well, it's hit reasonably hard, but it's straight down the throat of the man of the moment, Ashad Butt. Well, he might have scored 80 odd with the bat, and he's still in the game. Safe hands and an early wicket. The worst possible start for the Bangladesh Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a repeat of some of the wickets we saw in the first game when Minaj were in the field. Just putting the ball up there, perhaps holding the pace back a little bit on this one. The batsman, well, didn't quite time it, didn't quite middle it, and Sad Butt there, the man who did the damage with the bat, taking a nice neat catch.
So it just shows that Minaj's fielding, they've set high standards for themselves in the field. And when you're defending 150, then fielding like that just isn't going to allow the Kings to get into this game. Although we have seen them do some miraculous things before. The Kings, of course, who could forget? In that game we were talking about the other day, weren't we? Badalona Shaheen, they scored a record power play of 74, including 51 off the first 2 overs. In that game, they ended up chasing it down, did the Kings, scoring the mid-140s. But it's unlikely on this occasion as Amir Shahzad bowls his 3rd wide over the over. 4th wide now, I think. losing count. But yeah, so look, Enrico approaching this this target. I mean, to stay in touch, you need to be getting 15 and over. So they'll be looking for 45 to 50 in the power play. Can't be too concerned with the loss of that wicket. They still need to go for their shots.
It's well bowled, clever delivery.
Yeah, and Sofiqul Islam, important player for the Kings. Coming out to bat number 3, of course, he bowled his 2 overs, including the first over, which was a tight one, went for 3. But the 9th over, when he came back on, and you wonder about the decision perhaps not to bowl him earlier. He went for 26 in the 9th over, and that was the start of problems. It was 26 off the 9th and the 10th overs. In fact, 4 of the overs went for 20 or more, and it showed you some of the punishment that the Minaj batsmen were handing out. This one's pushed away by Mohammad Masood. Just the single. So yeah, Minaj, they've looked to set a pretty high stand in the field, haven't they, Rico? And when you couple that with the power of the top order, they're looking to be a force to be reckoned with here in Group C.
Absolutely. I think they've shown good intent in every department of the game.
This is thick inside edge, and that's going to squirt away for a single. Yeah, but yeah, we talked about Minaj and their success in the domestic competition here. They haven't really shown it before in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, but they do look the goods. And of course, with only one team qualifying from each group, of course 6 teams in each group, they'll be very keen to be the qualifiers from Group C, and they've made a perfect start. Last ball of the over. And this will be down to fine leg for runs. They turn for 2. That's good running. Need to do everything you can just to keep that score moving at this stage of the innings, but that's the end of the first over, and the Kings, they lose an early wicket. They are 8 for 1.
Yeah, that was courtesy of a few extras as well. I think 4 wides went in that over, so they got some bonus runs as well. But as you said, Vinny, at this point they're in a situation where yes, they do need to take all those singles, and we know how valuable it is and important it is to do that. But they're also looking at well, at least a boundary as well for now.
This will help as it's over point. Again, it'll just plug though. Turning blind with Sofiqul Islam. Might be in a bit of trouble with a good throw, but he gets back. And so 2 runs, important runs. And what, Rico, this is something, it's a fundamental of the game I don't see enough. You watch this, the ball is on the other side of the field, so he touches with his right hand, and he's got his back to the play. So youngsters out there, if you can, in that situation, try and face the ball when you turn. Gives you just a bit of a better look about whether there's a second run or not. Here's Khalid Mahmood. It's this short and wild swing from Sofiqul Islam. And again, we've always seen this game going the way that the first match of the day did, didn't we? Big score on the board, and these first 2 bowlers of Amar Shahzad and Khalid Mahmood for Minaj, not giving too much away. Of course, had a few wides in the first over, but bowling off stump line. You see again, to the leg side, and just be the single. But yeah, we saw Raval Sporting struggle to score boundaries, didn't we, in the first match? In fact, they scored only 2 4s and 1 6, and just never going to chase down these scores well into the hundreds, 130 plus, 150, unless you can score boundaries, and plenty of them. Here's Khalid Mahmood. It's a wild swing from Sofiqul, and yeah, the Kings, they've got to start somewhere, don't they? And at the moment, it's not making the contact required.
They've done their homework. If you have a look how the field changes, I mean, at the moment, as you know, only 2 men are allowed out.
One's going to get a bit of pad, and nice bit of work to stop that one.
Yeah, only 2 men allowed out, but depending on who's facing, that changes. So at the moment, if you look at you've got the guy who's sort of in front of us, so Butt comes right in front of us, the mid-off on the boundary. Then you've got a man back on the leg side boundary, all the way back.
Well, I think it was an edge on that. Maybe a drop chance. It took a bit of a deflection, but that'll go all the way for 4 runs. So watch this on the replay. Always, well, it went very quickly, but again, the feet, that might be quicksand back there because they weren't going anywhere. just not having the reactions to adjust in time. So 4 useful runs for the Kings, and at the end of that over, Bangladesh Kings still struggling behind the rate required, and like we said, they want to be somewhere in the range of 45 to 50 after 3 overs. At this point, well, they just need to try and get something going at all, requiring something in the order of 16 and over. So see this one here, a little bit of a deflection. So 4 useful runs, and this is the captain Shahzad coming back to bowl his second over as expected, and this one right in the block hole will just be a single. Yeah, the Kings, they have pulled off the unlikely before, but it looks like a tall order if they're going to chase down this score. Shahzad's been so good this morning with the ball, keeping it tight. Oh, and just as I give him a wrap, this one's a full toss outside the leg stump. That's whipped away. Not missing out was Mohammad Masood, I should say. And that's 4 runs to the Bangladesh Kings.
Yeah, vital runs. But going back to the field that I was talking about, so to Masood, you've got the man on the boundary on the leg, sort of deep mid wicket, and then on mid off. But as soon as the batsman's change, he comes in from the leg side, and you get the extra man on the offside. So they do know another edge.
Well, yeah, it was. And I'll tell you what, we don't often see slips, but it might be a good time to have one, as that one flew away. Well, Awais Ahmed might have had a little bit of a chance last time, but he had no chance this time. It was past him before he even saw it. And another 4 runs. I tell you what, it's not a pretty wagon wheel, but these boundaries are all useful for the Kings, Rico.
Yeah, they are. A dive would have looked good there, eh, Vinny? A dive from Awais Ahmed. It's always worth a try, and if not, it always looks good on camera.
Absolutely right. And let's see what happens this ball. It's a giant swing, and yeah, I would say that Awais Ahmed, he strikes me as a man that's wearing 7 or 8 layers right now. Not sure where he grew up, but I don't think it was quite this cold. He's struggling to move sideways, that's for sure. But trying to take a quick moment in a second to welcome some of our viewers on YouTube. Here's Amish Shahzad. Very optimistic appeal. That'll go out for a leg by, and we've got KG1. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from, and we love it if you let us know where you're watching from around the world. We'll say hello to you. Also Lily Panda, also a keen viewer of ECN. It's great to have you joining us. Lily Panda saying she was back in the lockdown today, but that's okay by me. I'm just happy to be inside with the cricket. This next ball's driven away on the offside. It'll be just the single, and that will be the end of the over. So the Kings at the end of 3, not quite the power play they were after. They're about 20 short in my book. They are 27 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to be key, I know that speaking with some of the lads in Bangladesh Kings, is of course they are missing one of their key batsmen, a man who performed really, really well in the very first European Cricket Series, Jubin Mia. He's not available for him. Now, he scored 282 runs in that series at a strike rate of 164.81, and really the only one that was close to Awais Ahmed that time round. So of course, when you got key players like that missing, it's very difficult to replace them.
You said it there, Rico. Full expert comments from yourself as this first ball of the 4th over from Khalid Mahmood, who's continuing, just getting a bit of pad and going away for a single. But you see the tactics of Minaj here. They put a big score on the board, and they've got these first 2 bowlers that they rely on just to stifle the opposition chase, and it's worked reasonably well here again. And then they've got other options. Yasin Javed, of course, was pretty impressive in those middle overs. So Minaj been pretty good here in their first couple of appearances. This one doesn't really get up, and it's a good shot by the batsman actually to adjust to that. It was Mohammad Masood who knocks that to point for a single. But Rico, we saw it before with Ravel Sporting in the first match, and then you're seeing it now with the Kings, just struggling to get any fluency going apart from those edges. Haven't been too many shots in front of the wicket for boundaries, and Minaj setting high standards in the field. Well, this one's very, very high. Looks like somebody's got to get it, and the bowler does the job. So Khalid Mahmood thought for a second there might be some miscommunication as the captain, Amar Shahzad, was coming in from cover And again, we talked about it, Minaj in the field. They're very confident. They work hard on their fielding. You see there, Shazad, he was sniffing about a 4th catch of the morning, but the bowler said, that's okay, skipper, I've got this one covered. And Khalid getting into the action and getting his first wicket of this match. And the Kings, they are now 29 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, what a good catch that was. He was cool as a cucumber there, wasn't he, the bowler, Mahmood? He went a long way up. And as soon as he went in the air, he wanted it. Look at this. He just kept his eye on the ball, no panicking. And then, there we go. Thank you very much. That's how to take him. Job done.
Yeah, I thought for a second that they were going to leave it for each other. That's how cool he was. He was just camped under there. He's in the right spot. And batsman crossing. So this will be Mohammad Masood facing up, and new batsman Saqib Mohammed, and wow, you just think the Kings, they need to fire a shot soon. This rate is headed for 20 and above, but taking nothing away from Minaj. They've been very impressive defending these big scores. Beats the batsman outside off stump again. And just a quick look at Minaj. How do you think they compare to some of the strong teams you saw last week? The Catalonia Tigers, of course, Bengali were pretty impressive in Group A. Pack Care, of course, in Group B. These kind of teams that are in the conversation to ultimately come out on top here at the end of the 5 weeks. I'll ask you that after this ball from Mahmood. This is a thick edge. It's going to run away. I'll plug in this outfield. It's pretty slow outfield, to be honest. I'll just be the single. What do you think, Rico? Minaj looking good, but
yeah, they're looking very good. I mean, if we look at Group A, Bengali winning 4 out of their 5 games and sitting on top there, and on Group B, Pack Care, they've won 4 out of 4. This team at the moment, looking at Minaj, they're very similar to me to Pack Care. They've got a very good, strong batting lineup. That has to be said. We have to say, they should be okay, but we don't know what their fight would be like if they were 3 wickets down very quickly.
Yeah.
We haven't been at the stage to see that. But I think in terms of their bowling discipline, in terms of what they got in their firepower, they've got the seam bowlers, they've got the spinners as well. I think they're like for me, Pack Care, and maybe a little bit similar to the Tigers as well. The Tigers are, as that one's getting a little bit of bat on it, but no chance of the keeper all the way along the ground. But the Tigers themselves, they're sitting behind Bengali in that Group A just by 1 point. They've played 5 matches and won 3, lost 1, and had 1 abandoned as well on the very first day. So yeah, you're already starting to see teams with the similar sort of lineup, good strong batsmen, good bowlers to rely on, pace and spin, looking very similar. It's too early to say at the moment, so maybe already we're starting to get an idea of who's going to battle it out in those semi-finals.
yeah, I think he makes some very good points there. Always difficult, of course, comparing teams across the groups. This is Yassine Javed, who's on his regular 5th over, coming on after the opening pair. Got Minaj off to another good start in the field. And you saw that first ball just off the Q end of the bat, wasn't it? And always Ahmed again. He's still a bit of touch behind the stumps, not able to react to the deflection. And another boundary. We've seen a few go in that direction, haven't we, from the Kings? But you can see definitely missing Jubed Mia is a huge loss for them. I wonder where the runs are going to come from for the Kings as Yassine Javed comes in again. Get a bit of pad, and I tell you what, Mohammad Masood.
Well, he still wants it, doesn't he? He still wants it.
he was very keen for that run backing up, but I think that Saqib Mohammed, well, he was hit and he wasn't going anywhere, just turning his back. And again, can't understand the Kings coming off after winter, not really playing a lot of competitive cricket, if any. Struggling to get to the pace required to keep up with Minaj. And this one is going to the body again. And not enjoying it that much, Saqib Mohammed. But isn't it good, Yassine Javed? He's got a clear role in this team. They like to bowl their openers 2 overs each, and then he comes on in the 5th over. And I mentioned the first game, they needed someone to come and keep that pressure on the batsman. And Yassine Javed is getting the job done for Minaj in the middle overs.
Yeah, once again, it's all about having a plan. The captain knows his bowlers. You know, they've talked and discussed this a long time, and as we're talking, we've just seen a beautiful shot there played, just sort of rocking back and guiding this over the field. A nice shot, this.
Yeah, you see he just rides the bounce and good timing. Again, this is the sort of ball we've seen a lot of batsmen missing out on. They're trying to hit it over mid-wicket, but I think it's more value to try and hit that one down there. There's rarely a third man back on the boundary, so 4 runs. Got some feedback from KG1 on the YouTube chat saying run rate going up, up, up. Well, that's true. I'll need some more boundaries if they're going to keep this under control. If they don't get a boundary in a ball, that rate is going to climb quite substantially. This one's another edge, but this time they do have the third man back as protection. That will be the end of the over. The Kings are the halfway point of their innings there. 41 for 2.
Yeah, so it's always easy, isn't it, as a captain, and we always say that you're a captain of a team, you have a plan. So far the plan in all areas is going perfectly well. Batsmen are scoring runs. He made a slight change to the batting order. Ashad Butt being promoted up the order and, well, delivered, scoring a fantastic 84. And then the bowlers, they've discussed this, they've planned it, who's going to bowl and when, what the field positions are going to be. They've had a look, as you can tell from the way they're moving the field around to different batsmen. Right, when he's batting, this is the field set. And it's a sign of a good team. Again, a very professional display from a professional outfit.
Well, it has been for the most part. Here's Ashad Butt, who was the star of the batting innings. In the first one, he gets a bit of his own medicine as this hit all the way over the top of the deep point and 6. And Ashad Butt, we saw a few maximos with him with bat in hand, but this is 6 valuable runs for the Bangladesh Kings.
Yeah, nice shot. He's liking it out there. He's played some good shots. So that's obviously an area where he's going to take his attack to. So what's the reply going to be from Ashad? Probably a fuller ball and straight, I guess.
Well, it was a little bit fuller, and it'll take Mohammad Masood to 40. So he's really playing a lone hand for the Kings here. I've got some chat. Lily Panda saying concrete feet, describing Awais Ahmed's keeping. And look, I've seen him keep a lot better than this. I think he's very, very cold here. I mean, not as cold as some places in Europe, of course, but currently 10 degrees, according to information. So here's the next one, and this is turned away, but the field is well placed down there. He might be well placed, but he hasn't been able to stop the ball, and it was Khalid Mahmood down there at fine leg.
He laid an egg here. Watch this. He's laying an egg.
You see, looks like he's got it covered, just kind of on the edge between the clay of the baseball infield and the grass. And he looks down at the ground, and that's always important, that you look down the ground, and you need to find some sort of excuse, and just looking disparagingly at the surface there. But well, 4 runs and useful runs for the Kings. This next one's hit hard, but it'll go down to Yassine Javed. He won't mess up on the boundary and just the single, so you can see there the Kings, the rate spiralling out of control, but Minaj, they do look like the ones to catch in Group C. Ashad Butt showing ability with bat and ball, very useful player for Minaj. This is a slower ball, deceiving the batsman. He rolled his fingers on that in leg cutter kind of a fashion, and just clever bowling to throw the batsman off his timing. But again, if you're playing some Dream 11, Ashad Butt seems like a great person to have in your Dream 11 team, perhaps as captain. Definitely this game, I think he'd be giving you maximum value, and he's also able to chip in with a wicket or two as well as he comes in now. It's another slower ball, but the batsman picks it this time. This one's going all the way over mid-wicket. That is a Maximo.
Yeah, good shot that. You saw he moved a little bit earlier. Ashad just trying to fire it in a bit quicker, but the batsman was in good position, lofting it over the top. That'll make him feel better because he missed out on the ball before. It was a slower ball, but it was a full toss on the legs, and well, to see that ending up with a dot ball wouldn't have pleased him, so he's made amends.
Yeah, certainly has, and sorely needed 6, but all looks in vain at the moment for the Kings at the end of the 6th over. They are 59 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that required rate is in the 20s, and for me, when the rate is in that area with just 4 overs to go, it's not a good sign. It basically means that each over has to be a magical over. That's a big ask, and every time you don't get one, then basically you're out of the game. At the moment, though, they're still in it. It's not to say they can't do it, but well, they're still in it. But when a wicket like that goes down at a crucial stage, batsmen going across the line, trying to hit the boundaries. There's boundaries they need. They've got to be hitting at least, well, 3 to 4 every over from here, and well, missing out on that one. And well, Saqib Mohammed has to make his way back, and so far it's all about Mohammed Masood. No other batsman has really supported him well enough to get this run chase going.
Yeah, you said it exactly right, Rico. No support for Masood. He's going a pretty good rate of knots, scoring at around about 2 runs a ball. Of course, if you look at this innings, 150 runs off 10 overs, that's 2.5 runs a ball. But he has been aided by a few extras, but none of the other batsmen really getting going. You see scores of 7 and 5, but Mohammed Masood, the keeper, he has 40 of their 52 runs off the bat, playing a lone hand for the Kings, and doesn't look like it will be enough in this first match. But it's important that whoever does come to the crease for the Kings tries to acclimatise. Of course, each team will play 10 games in this Fancode European Cricket Series, 10 group games, and Hamza, perfect start for him. New batsman is the captain, Moshir Rahman, who starts with a single. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of these new teams, Barcelona Gladiators, as well as Skyways, Karian as well. So a few new faces to us on ECN coming your way today, so don't go anywhere wherever you're watching around the world. We have plenty of great T10 cricket action for you, not just today but every day, of course. This is week 2 of 5 in Spain, and then we're off to Italy and Austria, all kinds of places. Can't wait. Get the frequent flyer points up. Here's Hamza with his left arm spin. This is a reverse attempted, and it'll be called a wide. I think that's fair enough. It was outside that offside wide line. And the batsman does this. They give up their right to a leg side, but that was still wide enough to be called a wide on the offside. Hamza again, this is a bit more accurate, and well, he put the big stroke in the kit bag, didn't he there, Mohammed Masood. So again, we've seen the importance of having this option, and mentioned that the Kings didn't really have, did they, in their first innings? Coming to take the pace off the ball and bowl some accurate spin. Can be a difficult proposition on this pitch. And this one's pitched up and not getting the timing.
Yeah, I mean, you see with this ball, this pitching and the shot the batsman's trying to make, there's no foot movement. He needs to be getting that foot right across and hitting this out on the offside. And he's not moving his feet and using his bat, trying to swing it across to the leg. He's in danger of chopping it on, really.
Well, this keeps very low, but batsman had enough time to adjust. In fact, he gets it all the way along the ground for a boundary. So, nice shot. Watch this one keep low, and the batsman, it's good adjustment from him. Seen plenty of those get through the batsman and disturb the furniture last week in Barcelona, but that was a nice shot. Good hand-eye coordination, able to get that one out for 4 runs, and well, at this stage they need even more than 4 runs a ball. So it does seem like the game is gone, but like we said, Rico, there's plenty more matches for the Kings, and it's an invaluable experience for them, and won't get better practice than this.
Yeah, this would be important, I think, for them, as you said, Vinny, to get that practice in. And also, remember, they are playing, another mix-up there, but fortunately no damage done. They are playing again later on today. They play Skyways, who are up next playing. And it's important to go into that game with something positive behind them.
Yeah, funny you mentioned that, because we do have Skyways. In fact, they're coming to make their ECS debut in the very next match after this, and that will be starting in just about 35 minutes time. And Skyways winning the toss and electing to bat in that match. It will be match 28, and we certainly look forward to seeing them. And here's the fantasy dashboard for that game. Skyways, of course, first time we're seeing them. Watch out for those openers, Sharon Bashir and Rabi Asif for Skyways. Their captain Azil Shazad gave me the tip that they are the 2 players to watch. And of course, Rebel Sporting. Well, they struggled in the first match this morning. I'll be looking at those fantasy points for Gaurang Mayavanshi, by far their best performer in the first match there. So you can catch those dashboards on our social media at European Cricket. And of course, for all the previews for all the teams, especially the teams that you haven't seen yet, go to EuropeanCricket.com. Here's Yassine Javaid. Nice start there, and the equation obviously a little bit out of control now, requiring 85 of the last 3 overs, but I suppose a positive for the Kings is the form of Mohammad Masood. He hasn't had much help, has he? But he's applied himself well in this innings. He's already 46 and perhaps on the cusp of a half century.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the captain, who's out there with him now and on strike, Monsieur Rahman, bats. Is he just going to try and club everything, or try and get into sort of good nick, good form going into the last their next game? And well, there's a little bit of tennis going on out there. I think that's 15 love.
Well, I tell you what, it's given wides. I thought it might be biased for a second. I said, you know what's worse than what keepers hate more than one bye? It's 2 byes. So he kind of gambled here. He thought that he could get a wicket, and then would have been out for sure. And then on the way back, see old brick walls come straight back to him. Awais Ahmed didn't glove that one cleanly either, so might have to get the practice ball out and glove a few more. Just the full toss, and this is swung away. It's going to get past the man, and just too full from the bowler there. Moshir Rahman making no mistake. Well, he had to hit it because it was going to crash into his stumps otherwise, but full toss, not missing out. So 4 runs for the Kings.
We mentioned about how important it is to get warm for bowlers, as well as batsmen going out. Now, Vinny, you're a keeper. What about a wicket keeper? Is it difficult, these conditions, for a keeper? I mean, you keep saying you've got to stay down low, and when it's cold, your body just doesn't want to do it, does it? Yeah, no, it's a really good point. I'll come to that after this delivery. This is right off the end of the bat, and I get through for a single. Yeah, but look, number one thing is just warming yourself up, and there's various kind of exercises you can do. I'd find it probably would be easier if you're the kind of wicket keeper that's comfortable up to the wickets, that might actually be a little bit easier than keeping back, which is a bit unusual. But just the pace and the height the ball's coming in at, and you see Awais Ahmed struggling keeping back. There's so many balls below the knee, so if you're not that kind of keeper that's comfortable low to the ground, you're going to have a few issues on this wicket. Well, this is up. It's very high. I think the fielder's camping under it, and he has caught it. Yeah. But it's called a no ball. So I'm not quite sure what that was a no ball for. Perhaps overstepping. Fooled everyone, didn't they? Let's have a look at this, and I think just an overstepping no ball from Yassine Javaid. So, well, Jafar Iqbal wasting a nice piece of work. I mean, he dropped it, caught it. I mean, he must have heard the call, because he's straight in there throwing the ball back in. So this will be a free hit. All right, ring the bell, free hit. And misses out, does the captain, Moshir Rahman. Yeah, so this might be out. Yeah, that's very, very lazy work from the captain, Moshir Rahman. Just not paying attention. And sure, you know, you're in a situation where the game looks to be beyond you, but again, as the captain, it's a nice bit of work, you have to say. Just not really making an effort. Oh, Rico, poor cricket really from the Kings. Very poor cricket from the Kings, but very good cricket from Minhaj, and especially that man again, Rashad Butner. Vinny, you were saying about him with his Dream 11 points. Well, that's just more on the board. I think you get a dozen points for that in Dream 11. There's a dozen of the best from that man. What a game he's having. What a day he's had. Rashad Butt hitting the stumps from downtown. A lot of NBA players will be happy with that one. Not missing out, hitting the target. So I think it was a free hit as well. Another run out off a free hit. Not the first time we've seen that during this tournament. But again, lazy work from the captain. Look, he might say, look, not the worst idea to get one of the other young players in for a hit, perhaps. But I mean, it just doesn't look good, does it? Not willing to put in the extra effort required to make his ground. Here's Yassine Javaid. So he hit down to long off. Again, nice fielding by Minhaj. They've set pretty high standards for themselves and lived up to them, you'd have to say, in the first 2 matches. Yeah, just one final point on the wicket keeping. You know, it is important that as a keeper you're proactive and almost expecting those edges, because it can be so important to take those catches. And you see, if you're feeling reactive or you're feeling a bit sluggish, you don't have much time to react. You see Awais Ahmed
not to be too critical, because of course it is their first competitive morning of cricket after a long layoff, but a couple of times just in a position where he's just slow to react to the ball. So I think some quick reaction kind of warm up before he goes out there could do him some good. This one's going to flick off the pad and might go all the way. It could be 4 runs. Oh no, leg byes given by the umpire. So again, you see how he's armoured here, and he's not really reacting to the ball. You see it's on the leg stump and his feet. Who was, I think might have been Lily Panda saying the concrete boots. Just not reacting. As a keeper, as soon as you see the ball going on the leg side, it's important you take 1 or 2 big steps down that leg side to cover that exact kind of scenario. So it hasn't really cost him in this match, of course, but who knows when they start playing some games that are a bit closer, perhaps against some opposition that are threatening their total. I think those are the kinds of runs that Minaj can save. Regardless, that's the end of the over with 2 overs to go in this one. The Kings are 82 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a danger of that, isn't there? When you're not under any real pressure, maybe you take your foot off the pedal a little bit and take it a little bit easy, but you can't afford to do that. I think you've got to put your best performance in all the time, because you never know when you need to be at your best. And it's almost having a little dance on the boundary there, the 2 fielders. Twice they've come in, run in almost to each other trying to stop the ball, and twice they've failed. So a rare boundary there, and that's a good boundary as well from the man who then goes on to make his 50. He's moved on to 52, and well, appreciating the support from his teammates. And that's a positive, isn't there? They've got to take positives from the game. They've got another game today. And well, Mohammed Masood, he's certainly making sure that his team have got a little bit of something to celebrate here. 2 umpires having a chat.
Yeah, so you mentioned them having another game, and they will return in the 4th match of the day, match 29. They'll be playing Skyways. So Skyways, new to the competition, they play back-to-back matches 3 and 4 today. We're going to see them against Raval Sporting in the next fixture, coming up very shortly. This one will make it out to the boundary, but it will be cut off just the single. Yeah, so that game scheduled to start in exactly half an hour from now. And the news from the toss there, Skyways winning the toss and electing to bat first in that match. And Minaj, well, they've just been too good this morning, you'd have to say, after putting 2 big scores on the board. But hopefully we get a couple of closer contests. We normally get 1 or 2 a day, don't we, at least here on the European Cricket Network. This one is away behind square. Turn for 1. That's all they'll get, as Tahed Ahmed is the one with bat in hand for the Kings. But yeah, Mohammed Masood, it's been a lone hand, hasn't it, for the Bangladesh team. And Hamza, I've been impressed with the way he's bowled. I think he'll be a handful for the batsman. This is a reverse. And again, the second time we've seen Masood attempt that shot. And see what he's thinking there. There's nobody back outside the circle. There are 2 fielders inside the circle behind point, trying to get it through, trying to make something happen, but no joy for him with that stroke so far. Well, this is up in the air. I think it'll fall safely, and it will. Just the single. Well, tell us who your pick is then for the next game. Got Skyways coming up against Raval Sporting. Raval, well, they're a bit disappointing with the bat. Skyways new to the big stage. Of course, you've got all the inside info, Rico. Tell us what you think about the next match, maybe after this ball.
Yeah, from Hamza. I mean, I was disappointed, obviously not as much as Raval themselves, with their performance with the bat. I think they'll come out stronger and better. Skyways, it's the first time on the big scene. Will they be nervous? I think they will be a little bit. Being out there, obviously being watched around the world. Will that come into play? So I think, yeah, Skyways' first game against Raval Sporting, who were way, way below their best. I think Sporting will come back out with a mission to win, and I think they'll get the win.
So was that Skyways?
No, Raval.
Oh, Raval.
Raval.
Okay.
I'm going for Raval. I think the big guns, they didn't fire in their first game. I think we can see them firing in the second, and Raval will come back fighting.
Well, there you go. Well, you know what? I was impressed by the confidence of Adil, the Skyways captain. He seemed very confident batting first, and I think Raval, well, it's a long way back for them, for me. And Mayavanchi, the key for me, he was very impressive with the ball, with his left arm spinners. If he didn't have much help in the first game of the morning. New bowler starts with the wide. It's Mohammad Unib Shah, who we saw pick up a wicket in the first match for Minaj this morning. But yeah, certainly a very interesting contest, so don't go anywhere. We'll be joining you in just over 20 minutes time to bring you into match 28 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Of course, it's our first series of the year. There'll be plenty more before the year is up. This next one's a swing and a miss. Yeah, Rico, over 1,000 matches planned to be broadcast on the European Cricket Network this year. It's a lot of cricket, isn't it? And what I love about this T10 format is that we get so many close finishes. We haven't seen them this morning yet, but you know, it's not that far away. We had one golden ball in the first week. I wonder if we'll get one this week. Here's Mohammad Unib Shah again. This is in the air, but it's going to go over the fielder. And that's 4 runs. So handy runs there. Tahed Ahmed coming out and able to do what plenty more of his teammates couldn't. Getting that one over the infield and all the way for 4 runs.
Yeah, all important runs. I mean, not in the context of this game, naturally. But I think important for the Kings to know that even in a game where they've been, well, let's be fair, they've been outplayed really, haven't they? But if they can get to a decent score, it's something to go away with. They've got to go away with positives. I mean, the batting of Masood, the opener, that's a big plus for them. And, well, getting to a total of around about 100 would also be as well. They know they've got work to do. They've got to sharpen up in many areas. Sharpen up with the bowling, get the line right. But also with the batting, they need to find the openers. So Shakir Mir needs to get into form. Sufik Islam, they need to support Mohammad Masood a little better than they have done so far, and be looking to be strong enough as a team to be scoring your sort of 120, 130 runs plus.
Yeah, and so we just looking at the batting against Minaj in this innings. Well, Masood, of course, he's hit the ball reasonably well with 7 4s and 2 6s, but apart from that, there's only been 3 boundaries scored by the other batsmen. So Raval struggling to hit boundaries, and with the exception of the keeper for the Kings, Mohammad Masood, the other batsman struggling to score as well. Shakil Mir, of course, he was a big loss in the first over of this run chase, and they really got things off to a shaky start, from which they've never really recovered.
Well, look, I mean, going to what you're talking about there, Maxi, I mean, apart from Masood, who is obviously in his 50s, no other batsman, well, the highest other score has been 7. So, you know, unless you change that, you're not going to win matches.
Yeah, exactly. And we often say that, you know, 1 or 2 players can take the match away, but so often it's still a team effort in this T10 format. And the Kings, well, they'll be disappointed, but I'm sure they'll bounce back. They've got another game, like we said, in the 4th match of the day, match 29 against Skyways, who we're going to get a look at very shortly. This is the last ball of the game, and they'll get it away, so they will bring up the century. Bangladesh Kings. It's a nice even scoreline in the end, actually. At the end of match 27, it's Minaj coming out on top. It was Minaj 150 defeating the Kings 100. And, well, they had the job to do first 2 games this morning, didn't they, Minaj? And they certainly did it after a disappointing series last year. Minaj coming up and winning both of their first 2 matches comprehensively. And really, with that early wicket to the Kings, they were never in the hunt here in match 27 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yes, I mean, an excellent performance once again from Minaj. I think this man there bowling, I mean, he started all over the place wayward. I think the first 3 balls were wide. And then I think a little bit of bad discipline from the batting. But there you go, we saw that very easy catch from Mr. Cool himself of his own bowling. Yeah, then I thought, you know, you got 3 wides, so 3 extras, you've still got 6 balls to come, and then the batsman then smashing the ball straight into the hands of Ashad Butt. And I think it just went downhill from there, really. Only one highlight from this batting display, and that was the batting of Mohammad Masood. He finished on 56 off 34 balls.
Yeah, so that's it again. Quite a one-sided contest. Again, in match 27, the second match of 5 today. Minaj batting the Kings out of the match, scoring 150. Look, in the end, it was a big score, but there were 4 overs in there that were over 20, and really that's another 40 or 50 runs that I think the Kings gave away in the field. And you see they ended up making 100 as well. So again, that is quite a one-sided result, but if a few things were tightened up, I think we could see those teams a lot closer. And you did mention before, the Kings have had some good results against Minaj last year, but Minaj definitely getting their revenge this morning.
Yeah, looking a different team altogether. Minaj look stronger. I think they've got positiveness about them. I think the captain, he's getting the best out of his players, and I think that start was important, wasn't it? I think when you make a good start, a positive start, and a comfortable start, you're going to do well. And well, we're looking forward to this, the next game. I've said I fancy Raval. What about yourself? So you're still going with Skyways,
I've just got a good feeling about Skyways. I've got a bit of confidence about them. Of course, it's very different seeing a team at this level for the first time. That's probably the only thing. I think I'll have a few nerves, of course, being on global television in front of millions of TV viewers. But their openers, Sharon Bashir and Rabi Asif, I'm sure they've got a few butterflies in their stomach right now. They're the players to watch, I think, especially with the bat for Skyways. Also, watch out for Raval Sporting. Kish Patel missed out, of course, this morning. Manish Manwani struggled for touch as well. Devinder Singh, well, we saw him at the top of the order for Raval Sporting in the first match. Interesting if he stays there or whether he comes in number 3. If he gets going, he can be quite destructive as well. But Minaj, they never gave them anything, and that meant that the batting unit of Raval Sporting struggled in that first match this morning. Of course, for me, Gaurang Mayavanshi, I think he is the key bowler for them.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing there is obviously due to work commitments, Govinda Sidhu, he's not part of the team this time round in Raval. Now, he's a key player for them. He scored 15 very quick runs, I think, off 10 balls. He's not around, so already there's a change in Raval's team. So one of the strengths or one of the highlights of their batting innings is already not there. So it's going to be difficult, but I think there's going to be a performance from one of those big guns and they'll come out positive. I think they need that one little break, that one slice of luck. If they get that and play positively, they should be able to see out this game.
Well, we're certainly hoping for a much closer contest, and we hope you can join us in around 15 minutes as we bring you into match 28. So have a little cup of tea or pour yourself a drink wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. So we'll see you in about 15 for the third match of 5 today. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain on ECN. Well, hello wherever you're watching around the world and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and we're almost ready for the toss for the third match of the day. It's match 28 between Skyways, a new team to the competition. They'll be taking on Relive Sporting, who we saw in the first match today. Let's go over to the match referee who's with the two captains.
Heads is the call. And it's tail. So Skyways have won the toss. What you going to do? We will bat first. Skyways have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, there, Skyways captain Adil Shahzad calling correctly in his first match in the European Cricket Series, and he had no hesitation in batting first. He's got a lot of faith in his openers, Rabi Asif and Sharon Bashir. Now, they are missing another key batsman, Zohaib Ashraf, but he was telling me before the toss he was keen to bat first because he does think that he does have the power at the top of the order to put a good score on the board and put some pressure on Relive Sporting, who themselves are reeling after their first match of the day. They really never got going with the bat, only scoring 2 4s and 1 6, but their captain Karan Datta was telling me that he thinks that they will be much improved with the bat this time. So it's almost time for the third match of 5 today on the European Cricket Network. Let's hand it over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Vinny. Gracias. Sí. Ahora de 3 partido de hoy con Relive Sporting con Skyways. Skyways, bienvenidos Skyways. De primera vez en un partido de European cricket. So yeah, the Skyways team making their debut. And Vinny, I think you're absolutely right. The pressure is on Relive Sporting. So a reminder, the first game today, chasing 130, that was piled on by Minaj, courtesy of not such very good bowling from Relive Sporting, I must say. Relive, in reply, just limped to 56 for 7, so they know that they must improve with their batting if they are to win this game. But first, they've got to make sure that the runs that they're going to be chasing are within limits. So as they come out to field, they need to make sure that they improve on that performance against Minaj. I think they bowled the wrong line, too short, gave too many easy runs away. They look like they're coming out a little bit pumped up, a little bit on a high. They need to be. They need to win this game. The captain needs to lead by example. I think the slow bowler Gurang Vanishi, bowled very well, and he was the only highlight really, just bowling his 2 overs, going for just 7 runs, but he picked up 2 wickets as well. Now the young man needs to make sure that the others around him also follow his example. So it's going to be it's always hard. What you're saying with Minaj winning the first game, it sets you up for the day. But when you lose your first, you've got to work extra hard to get back into it. But we have seen teams do it. We saw Gracia do it. We saw Fateh do it. Fateh registered a great win for them. They went out and batted and scored 135 runs, the most scores they've scored in the European Cricket Series. And, well, Relive, they've got to do the same. They've got to get their head back up. Like I say, big ask now for the captain. Remember, not the normal captain is Karan Datta. It's not the normal captain. He's stepping in for the absent Ishan Patel. So he's got to lead by example and hopefully can get Relive to their first win. Here we go. So the first ball ever to be bowled to a Skyways batsman is a dot ball. Skyways, welcome. Bienvenido, Skyways, to a European Cricket Series, and good luck to you as we welcome Vinny Sandu back into the commentary station. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And we see the first runs for Skyways in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's Sharon Bashir, who is opening the batting for them, along with Rabi Asif. And Sharon Bashir also designated to be their wicketkeeper for this game, so I'm sure we'll see him behind the stumps. But yeah, Relive, well, they've got the chance to improve after a disappointing first match of the day.
Whoa, what a start that is! Right in the block hole. Amit Das. Well, all of a sudden, That's what we're talking about. Bowling in the right lines, that swinging in, swung in a long way in the air, that Vinny. You see that again on the replay. Came a long way back, takes the stumps, and there goes the first wicket. The first jugger there, what there? So Skyways, well, they did get the first run, but the new batsman is also the first duck for the Skyways. So that's something that Ravi Asif would not want to remember.
I was going to say, I think that Ravi Asif will always remember the first ball that he faced in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Big raps on him, but it's actually a really good ball. You're right, it just curved a lot left to right out of the hand, and then doing a bit more off the pitch as well. So you see there, the new ball often does swing or curve a little bit more. You see this one come left to right on your screen, perfect seam position, and they just kept going, hit the seam, and well, there's a bit of a mess behind him, wasn't there, for Ravi Asif. So early trouble for Skyways. They won the toss, elected to bat, so a confident move from their captain, Adil Shahzad. But yeah, you'd have to say, bit of a shaky start. Still plenty of balls left in the innings though, that's the thing. New batsman coming out is Hamad Khalid at number 3. So early jitters for Skyways. Let's see if they can recover from this start.
Well, they had to wait for 61 runs before they took their first wicket in the first match. We've got one early here. Well, that was well bowled as well. You see that move away, pitch and move. So a very good start from the bowler this time, Hamid Daz.
Yeah, it's just a game changer, isn't it? The early wicket, bowler's full of confidence, and again, it's moving away from the left hand. I think it'll be a bit of a handful for the new batsman. Just want a bit of respect shown. I suppose that's one of the things as well, isn't it, Rico? When teams are new to this series, perhaps the different dynamics of this cricket. You don't have that long to get yourself going. Only the 10 overs and the small boundaries. So it goes after this one. This might go all the way. Yes, it does. It carries the boundary just by a metre or two. So Skyways hitting the Fancode European Cricket Series with their first ever Maximo. And it goes to that man there, Hamad Khalid.
Yes, well done. Good shot. Good positive batting. You've just seen the wicket go down, and Hamad Das was bowling a good line, but he did well to latch onto that perfectly timed shot. 6 runs, so the first boundary comes up in style for Skyways.
Yeah, it's the end of their first over of ECS action at 7 for 1. So promising signs there. Just took a ball or two to get his eye in there. Khalid, and I don't mind that, especially on a swing the ball around corners. So nice end to the over, and just what they needed to get going. Of course, might take them a little bit of time to find their feet on the big stage here, but it's going to be Sonu Jangra to bowl the second over for Raval. Left armour.
Well, short and put away, and that's the sort of thing they were doing too much of in the first game against Minaj, and well, Sonu Jangra banging that in short. And look, you know, I'm not saying he's not quick enough to bowl the short ball, but I am saying that on this surface, at that speed, you're just going to help the batsman to 3 runs. It's just going to sit up there to be hit. So he's got to get the ball right up there. He struggled in the first game. Can he get it right here? In he comes, the left armour. Better ball, and you just see there, Vinny, the way that ball shaped in to the right-hander. If he can get this around the offside, off-stump area with that movement, it would be unplayable. And he's got to look at that and say, right, okay, this is what I've got to do. I'm going to dart it across the right-hander so it comes into him. And well, what a delivery that would be. Let's see if he can get it right. In he comes. And that's much better. And a little bit of mix-up here from the fielders. It's okay, they won't mind that at all. It's a lot better. Better line from the bowler. And good communication. And the dot ball.
Yeah, and you see there, just like you said, for him to be dangerous, he does have to get the ball outside the off stump. Some confusion there. The throw went to the wrong end, so Skyways survive, and I'm sure they're loving being out there in the middle of the Montreal Olympic ground. This next one does go across the batsman. He's going to get through everybody, gets away from Kishatish Patel as well. So that would be a bite of the total. But Skyways, I mean, I think with Marvel Sporting's batting being suspect, I think even if they can get to something in the range of, you know, 75, 80, something competitive, perhaps a few more. Of course, they'd love to get 100 plus, but I think that whatever they get, because Raval did struggle in the first game with the bat, it's important that they don't have to set their sights too high and go crazy losing wickets trying to score 140 here. I just think getting something on the board. And Raval still got a few demons, I think, with the bat after that first game. Here's Changra.
Well, that's well bowled. He asked him the question, and the finger eventually goes up. So obviously caught the bottom of the bat, probably on the way through. So that's a big wicket. Just about to say that with the way he's been struggling with his line to the left-hander, he could be very useful. Well, not just very useful, very, very, very useful. Thank you very much. Back you go.
Yeah, and I don't think the batsman too happy with that decision. He did accept it, but wasn't super sure about that, because it could have been the bat hitting the ground or something like that, but the umpire was satisfied that just must have caught the toe end of the bat. So Mohammad Khalid, we saw he could clear the boundary. Unfortunately, he has to go, and another wicket for Skyways, and their batting depth is going to get tested here in match 28 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series, their first ever appearance.
Yeah, getting that wicket, the ball moving away from the left-hander, so the umpire seeing that perhaps there was a little bit of a snick there. Umpire is the umpires for this game, Abdul Khan, is the umpire at the bowler's end, and there at square leg, Shahidul Ahmed, our men in black. So, first delivery for the new batsman.
Just defends back to the bowler, so end of the second over. Skyways 12 for 2.
It's a much better start from Raval. Already showing that, you know, if you get your line right, there's always every chance that you get wickets. Bad ball that was being bowled, the short one's been put away, so keep the ball in the right areas. They've got Skyways on the back foot here now. 12 for 2.
Ahmed has to bowl his second and final over, and we've seen him with a new ball. Has a good release point. Get that seam pointing more or less to 1 o'clock, which just allows the ball to curve from left to the right. Again, that sideways movement proving to be difficult for the batsman early in this match. The third of 5 matches today. This one gets away too far, and you can see what happens when that movement isn't controlled. That's gone all the way down the leg side, so it'll be 1 for the wide and 1 for the run. So 2 wides, and that will have to be re-bowled by Amit Das. But still, he's been pretty impressive when he gets it right. Comes from the left of the stumps and puts them in danger.
It's nicely played out on the offside.
The other thing here, Rico, of course, is that with the seamers holding Skyways so far early in this match, they've still got Goreng Mayavanshi up their sleeve, don't they, for 2 of those middle overs. He's going to be pretty difficult to get away. So Skyways, they do need to get something out of these overs and try and put this competitive score on the board.
That's very well bowled, and he'll be very, very unlucky, the bowler there, not to get the wicket. Beautiful delivery. Probably doing too much. Probably didn't want that to be moving as much as it did. We watch this again here. Looks like his Yorker length going to hit the stumps, and somehow just moving away too much. Well, I think Kish Patel is not having a great day.
Look at his fancy footwork here. Look, 1, 2, missed it with 1 foot, missed it with the other. It's gone with the hand. That's like Twister, the board game, wasn't it? Next one's hit away. They're going to go. I think they'll make the single shy at the stumps. Needs some backing up. Nice work by the fielder backing up there. Oh, wow. And they're going to get a second in the end. Again, it was reasonably well done there by Devinder Singh backing up, who just got in the way of it and knocked it down, but the batsman alert to it. But how was that fielding? Yeah, you kind of put 1 foot down, missed. Second foot down, missed. See the batsman again. Well done to be proactive there. Next one's a full toss and down the ground for a single. But yeah, Skyways just struggling to get going, and the big difference here is the boundaries, isn't it? The boundaries make all the difference in the power play. And they've got to pounce on those loose balls, and you have to say even Raval, even though it was almost comical down there on the boundary, the fact they didn't get to the boundary, just not giving Skyways any momentum early in this game.
But he's spotting a little bit too full here for me. His first over was far better. He was getting the ball to pitch, but here he's going for the Yorkers perhaps, but in danger of getting his over pitching into full tosses. And well, he's done a good job there for his team. That's the end of his spell. He's gone for 15, but he has taken that 1 wicket as well, and he'll be relatively happy with that. It's a big improvement to the start they made to the first game. And well, here's the big change, what Vinny was talking about, the change in pace, the spin coming on.
Yeah, and so 21 for 2, not the worst power play we've seen, going at 7 and over, but we're hoping for a few more. We've seen 30 to 35 is what I'd call an average power play so far in this Fancode European Cricket Series, so about 10 runs short of that. And this, to me, is a key to the game. The 2 overs from Gaurang Mayavanshi. Left arm spin, pushes the first one through.
Well, that's not a start he was expecting. 1 bounce 4. That's a good hit, nice and straight. Probably a little bit too short with his first one there.
Yeah, just a bit of a loosening there from Gaurang. You don't see that very often from him, but you'll see that he will mix his pace up, and even I think the fact that that first one was pushed through, I wouldn't be surprised to see him flight this one. Just try and throw that batsman off his timing.
Well, there you go. That's the answer back. That's what he does. The little master, the spin master, comes back. He's just been hit straight over his head for 4 and then spins his way to a wicket. The castle has been raided. Another wicket goes.
Well, you called him the little maestro, and he's played the perfect tune here. You see this one, and this is sometimes clever. Remember Shane Warne used to do this. He'd bowl one on purpose that the batsman could hit for 4, and I'm not saying that was on purpose from Gaurang Mayavanshi, but the next one, it looked the same, but it was just a little bit quicker, a little bit fuller. The batsman was lulled into repeating that stroke, and that is the end of Sharun Bashir. He got a rude shock. It just hurried onto him, crashed into the stumps. And again, Mayavanshi, key bowler for Revolve Sporting. He should be in your Dream 11 team for sure. We saw him go for a boundary first ball, but coming straight back and picking up a wicket for Revolve Sporting. So Skyways, they fall to 26 for 3 now. 2 balls into the 4th over.
Yeah, we're going to see now just how much depth they have with the batting.
And you like to call him the little maestro. I think Sachin Tendulkar's got the little master locked up, but little maestro's up for grabs, and Gaurang Mayavanshi definitely putting in a good effort for Revolve Sporting. This looks like Umar Hayat to come in for Skyways. Here's the first one out. One thing I like is you trying to pronounce Gaurang's last name. What is it again, Rico? I've heard you have several goes
The little
at it.
maestro.
Yeah, what's his last name again? It's on the screen. You can read it. There, look.
Mayavanshi. He nearly sent another one back. No foot movement at all from the batsman.
No, you see
a big swing and a miss.
Change of place. Have another go, Rico.
Should we do it? Should we break it up? So why don't we do Ma?
We're not having any
Yav,
problems.
And she.
Mayavanshi. Yeah.
Yeah, but you've
Speak so many
you've been practicing this for months.
No, you're a linguist. You can speak 17 languages. Can't pronounce that one. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it should be caught. Oh, he's put it down. In the end, maybe a little bit too casual there.
Well, Manish Manwani, normally fairly safe on the fence. And this one, just apologising to Mayavanshi there as that one goes down. That could have been easily a second wicket. You see, this young man makes things happen with the ball. Clever bowling again, so they're not giving anything away. And Skyways, well, they've been thrown a lifeline there by Manwani. What an over that was by Gaurang Mayavanshi.
Yeah, just finishing. As you saw the highlight of the drop catch with the dot ball. Yeah, wonderful stuff. Could have had a second.
Yeah, so 27 for 3 the score after 4, and well, Skyways. This is the thing though, at this point they can just set their sights, I think, on getting something like, let's say even if they get something like 80, something 75 to 80. I think Revolve Sporting, they didn't show too much with the bat in the first match, and could see them under pressure. We've seen scores like, I think 63 was defended last week as well. So Just really important that they get as many as they can. They are in this match. This is Sonu Jungra, the left armour, to bowl.
Well, he's played that beautifully and it's gone all the way. Nice shot that. And he knew exactly what he was doing here. Look at that. Got into position, got his legs out of the way, made room for himself, lifting it over the top. Nice shot and appreciated there from the players, his players in the dugout. Lovely shot.
Yeah, just what they needed as well at this stage. Like I said, losing wickets, but especially with Mayavanchi, so difficult to get away. Go after some of these other bowlers, exactly what happened there.
Wow, he's had his stumps knocked over. Well, we saw that earlier, a boundary hit and getting bowled the very next ball. Well, it's happened again there, so credit to the bowler, Sonu Jungra. He didn't let his head go down. He's just been hit for a lovely shot. 6 runs and he's come back and he's put the ball on the money and knocked him over.
Well, 6 and out, wasn't it? And Umar Hayat, he just got carried away, and you see sometimes the inexperience at this level. That was the one that he tried to repeat the dose, and in a sense you can't blame him, but that was too good for him and taking unnecessary risk in my opinion.
Yeah.
And Skyways, you know, didn't want to lose a wicket at that point. They've 4 down now and big trouble for them. They're going to be tested, and Dealer Riff, he's a big key for me. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. He's going to have to score quite a few of them if they're going to get up to something approaching a competitive score, but I still would say, you know, if they can get to a kind of 75-80 mark, I think it'll be a very interesting match. We've seen lots of interesting matches when the team batting first have scored in the 80s, but a good comeback from Sonu Jungra. He hasn't got it right all the time today, but when he has, he's looked dangerous, so we'll fancy his chances against the new batsman as well, which is Babar Ali.
Nicely played. He just opened the face of the bat there, guiding that along in between the third man and backward point. Gets off the mark straight away. Yeah, very important now for Skyways not to fall apart here. I mean, the scorecard not looking too healthy. Need 2 men here just to play a bit of a partnership together. It's all very well hitting that big shot, but like we've said so many times in the format of the game, it doesn't mean that once you've hit one big, you've got to keep hitting big. Still got to take the singles and rotate the strike. And we've already seen the importance of building partnerships. And Raval here, quite happy with the work so far.
Just going back to the YouTube chat, Luke Belgium's in there. Hello to you, Luke, and hope you're having a lovely day. And of course, as soon as Luke's in the chat, everyone wants to know Luke's advice. And Luke, he admits that he makes his predictions often based on nothing at all, but still people will ask for his opinion. Who's the favourite?
That's well bowled.
Yeah, it was well bowled across. And we've got, who else have we got in there? We've got KG1 saying yes, he knows it's a... he knows that this is a baseball ground. That's why they're showing the baseball scoreboard. Luke Belgium saying that he threw a coin in the air, landed on Raval to win. So if I get it wrong, blame my coin. So it's funny, everyone wants a bit of inside info. Look, if you do want the inside info, I can tell you where to go. Just go to EuropeanCricket.com. You'll get match previews of every single match in our daily article.
Well, it's been clubbed. Just the umpire's happy with the height, but so was the batsman. He liked it there. It was a full toss, and he dealt with it very well. 6 more runs, 6 carreras más. Vale, eso partido es con 2 equipos que, vale, Skyways el primero partido de ellos, Raval perder de primero. Entonces los dos quieren ganar ellos primero partido. Y eso 6 carreras. Y vale. Ahora es de mitad de partido.
Yeah, you said it there, and these two teams, fascinating contest, and we did mention Adil Arif as a key man for them. And that one going the journey, but it was Babar Ali on that occasion who found the middle of the bat with that quite high full toss. Wasn't quite high enough to be called a no ball, but here's our man, the little maestro, Gaurang Mayavanchi. See what he can deliver for Raval.
It's hit hard, fielder should come across and make the stop, gets down well. That's good work, good cricket all round.
Yeah, and Karan Datta doing the job on the long off boundary, setting a good example for his team. I think this is a very interesting over, because for me, just wouldn't want to lose another wicket at this point to Mayavanchi. He's their best bowler.
It's in the air, and Manish Mawani should cut it off. And, well, in the end, well, I was going to say, I think he may have just touched the rope, and that's very good from Manish Manwani. Straight away, he signals that the ball has gone for 4. That's nice to see.
Yeah, it was. And what it was is he did kick the ball away, but his foot was on the rope when it made contact with the ball. So Manish knew that, and good sportsmanship from Raval Sporting. They are very sporting. Here's little Maestro again.
Well, how about that? Gurang. He is the spin maestro, isn't he? That was beautiful. I mean, he couldn't have bowled that any slower, I think, if he tried, and the batsman played far too early. Wicket to wicket bowling. Spin to win here for Raval, maybe. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, you see, he'll do this, and the arm speed is pretty similar, but this one is a slower one, and it just freezes the batsman. He's so upset. Again, these ones that are on the wickets, they need a bit more respect. And he can't believe it there. And another wicket goes down. Mayavanshi, I told you he's captain of my Dream 11 in this match. And we hope that you are enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. And it's great to see the young man go about his business. He's never intimidated, is he, Mayavanshi? The batsman will go after him, but he's not afraid to slow the ball down. And more often than not, he's accurate, and he's bowling a lot of balls that are hitting the wickets, and that will get you wickets in the Fancode European Cricket Series. So, second one for Mayavanshi. He's got 2 for 10 now. It's 46 for 5, and wicket trouble. Trouble at the old mill, because the lower order having to come in, and they want to keep scoring. They've got to be nervous about losing wickets so frequently. Here's Mayavanshi again.
Well bowled, a little bit flatter this time. Batsman managed to get back onto it, down to the field on the leg side there, patrolling the boundary. Single taken. Well, he took 2 for 7 in the first match he played today. He was the outstanding bowler in that one, and well, so far outstanding in this game as well. So far 4 wickets he's taken, and there's every chance he'll take another here. There's the flighted delivery. This time, though, the batsman is onto it like a flash. Adil Arif getting into the right position and smashing that over the top. That's a good shot from the batsman. Kept his composure, kept his eye on the ball, didn't try to hit it too hard, just lofted it away and posing for the cameras as well. Nice shot.
Yeah, and this is going to happen occasionally. You're going to get a bit of tap, and that's exactly what happened there. That was muscled. That ball might go through the fence, but it was hit pretty hard. Here's the last ball of Mayavanshi's spell. And this is sensible batting, assuming he makes it safely, which he does, because Arif will keep the strike. So at the end of 6 overs, Skyways are 54 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, much better spell at the moment. It's not over yet. They've still got to get a few more overs in to Raval Sporting. And maybe it's going to be the youngster, Manish Manwani. Looks like Manish Manwani coming on to bowl.
Now, Rico at the end of 6 overs always likes to do him a little check-in, see how the innings is going, and with a score of 54, I'd be saying as a minimum, I think you can get 8 and over, especially with losing wickets. That would be 32, which would get him up in the mid-80s. So I think that's what I'd be eyeing off. Wouldn't be too greedy. Skyways on debut, I think if they can get 85, that could be pretty competitive against Raval, a batting lineup that haven't always performed in the ECS. Here's Manwani. Starts with
a very wide ball. The keeper did well. Just wondering whether it's going to be a wide or a no ball.
That'll be a wide. Yep.
Yeah.
So 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you just like these matches to go into the 80s, don't you? You love it because, as we saw in, well, the first few days of these European Cricket Series last week, with a couple of games that went into the 80s, and they were very, very close. In fact, most of them went down to, if not the last ball, certainly the last couple of balls.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I call it the Grady 80s, because we've had some great matches with teams scoring first in the 80s. Some more chat talking about the permanent pitch, which is planned to be installed in this former baseball stadium, current baseball stadium really. This next ball is played out for a single, so yeah, of course, cricket in Europe it's a bit different, and the infrastructure not as well developed in some established cricket playing countries. It's great, for example, that we can get a pitch here in this stadium, and it is constructed and in a manner where it's a bit unusual if you're not from this part of the world, but it's great that we get a surface that we can play cricket on, and certainly it's provided plenty of entertainment for our viewers across the world on the European Cricket Network. Here's Manish Mamwani.
Well here, that's going all the way. Balle, on top of the scorer's tent there. That's a good hit. And well, Adil Arif, he looks like a man who likes to accept the challenge. And he's probably thinking, you know what, I'm going to play a few shots here, hit a few boundaries and try and get this score up to around the 90 to 100 mark. That's what he's looking at. And if he keeps hitting those sort of shots, there's every chance he will, but he won't. Jackale Hotte stumps all over the place. And once more, we've seen a boundary hit, a Maximo followed by the wicket. It's just a little bit of, well, inexperience perhaps from the Skyway players. They need to adjust to this format. They don't have to try and hit every ball. And that was a lovely reply, that has to be said, from Manish Mamwani.
Yeah, well, he might have gone the previous ball, but this time he was right on the money. And there's been some backyard cricket this morning, haven't there? Been 6 and out. And Mamwani, well, he hasn't had the easiest time so far in match 28 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, dropping a catch on the boundary and then going for a Maximo, but the next one right on line disturbs the furniture. And another wicket goes down. So Skyways halfway through the 7th over, they're 63 for 6.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was a key wicket there. I mean, maybe that was the batsman there, Adil Arif, who's going to make the difference of this score being around scratchy 70, 80 or a 90 or 100. He's on his way back. They're asking the question. It straps the batsman on the pads. They've run through for a very quick leg by, and he could be out there. Run out, could he?
Yeah, definite out. And yeah, umpire Salim, he confirms. And the batsman, look, he was concerned about the LBW appeal. He didn't see his partner, who called him through correctly for a run, I think. But you see here, Mohammed Naveed. Again, that one just going down the leg side. He took a long time, but then once he get going, wow, took him a while to take the handbrake off. If he hit, he was out. And a good piece of fielding from Raval Sporting. They hit the stumps and another wicket goes down. So Skyways really struggling now. 63 for 7.
Maxie, you know what? I'm watching that. That reminded me of this weekend. Another batsman being run out. Without face.
Go on then, or maybe.
Not just any batsman. Anyway, we've got time. Come and tell the viewers. We've got time.
We were playing a game in the street against these kids. We organised it, and Muhammad Amgan Khan, the Big Mac, he was part of our team because he was showing us around a few of the Barcelona kind of tourist attractions. And we'll just come back to that after this ball from Mamwani. We won't have for a single, yeah. So I decided to. I was the captain of our team, wasn't I, Rico? You bowled very well, by the way, I have to say.
Thank you very much.
And I opened up with the match referee Shub, and we were going pretty well. And then Shub got out, and Matt came in at number 3, and I was on strike though, and I pushed the first ball. Matt was there straight to cover, and I haven't seen a direct hit in this game. Like, I've been playing 2 weeks, and unfortunately I ran Mac out, the Big Mac out, without facing a ball. But he took it very well. It's a bit unfortunate. Probably could have been backing up a bit more though, really.
Oh, he had no chance. He had no chance.
Next ball comes out for a single. So he got it back in the next game, didn't he, Mac? Because I said, oh, you can open this one then, Big Mac, and smashed about 80 off about 25 balls, didn't he? Well, that comes to the end of another over. 65 for 7 Skyways. But wasn't it great to see cricket in the streets here in Barcelona? It's just around the corner from our hotel. Some very enthusiastic young men playing a game of street cricket. Eric, if you're watching, I know you've been watching a lot of the tournament here in Barcelona, so we hope to see you out there soon. Got some enthusiasm, got a bit of pace about them as well, some of these bowlers.
Yeah, it was so good to see, and like you say, especially for me in particular, to see youngsters playing cricket and playing it so openly. But I tell you what, we all play. You batted very well, I have to say, and it was good to be for me as well, turning the arm over. It's been a while, but the star of the show for us has to be our tournament referee, Shubnam Jatsingh.
I couldn't believe.
He was amazing, wasn't he?
I thought he'd be terrible. This is Mohammed Rizwan coming into the attack. It's short and he pulled away, but it'll be the little maestro down there, Goran Mayavanshi, doing the fielding. Yeah, no, it was good to see. We've got Luke in the chat saying, what a silly run out, and that is putting it mildly. That also is what the Big Mac said to me after I ran out that facing a ball. He did a good job umpiring for most of the time, actually, Big Mac. And no, it's great just to see cricket taking hold in Europe and growing all the time. Here's Mohammed Rizwan. Now this is the thing, I'll do another check-in at the end of this over. And so, just pushing up. All of these runs will be useful, I'm telling you, Rico. If they can get anything up above 70, 75, but if they fall in a heap and they go, without getting out of the 60s, then I think Raval will fancy the chances. But you see these low total, they make for interesting cricket matches, and Ahmed Rizwan is going to try and finish the job for Raval Sporting.
Quite time it, and there's a chase on there. We've seen something similar once before last week. It was a race between the bowler and the batsman. In the end, this time around, the bowler safe.
I tell you what, I just love this cricket in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Something happening all the time. You could see the batsman was an almighty swing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But not making any contact of note, and non-striker is in serious trouble.
Yeah, I say the bowler safe because in that very first one, it was Shub Deb of the men in blue, and as he ran in, he didn't let go of the ball, he just ran in and dived at the stumps with it, and as he slid across the wicket, well, we found out later that he actually cut himself up quite badly, and he had to have the precautionary tetanus injection, etc., etc. So Shub Deb, I know we're not going to see you, we're not going to see you playing out there this week, but I know we'll see you in a week's time. Unfortunately, we're not allowed any spectators as well, so it's only the two teams and the officials allowed at the ground. But I hope you're well, and I hope you're recovering from that nasty little, graze and cut, etc.
Commitment, wasn't it, Rigo? It was good commitment from Deb. Watching our social media, our European Cricket, you can probably see that highlight on one of our platforms. This is the captain facing up Adil Shahzad.
Short again, and it's gone over the man, short third man there, and that will go all the way for 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, bowler here, Mohammed Rizwan, is quite content in banging the ball in short, not really understanding why. He's got away with it a couple of times, but yeah, you slash hard, it's going to go to the boundary once more. The third man is up. Got to pitch the ball up a little bit more, make these lower end batsmen play at the ball. You've got to bowl at the stumps at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and you see the difference between the lower order and the top order. I don't think you'd be getting away with that kind of a ball. Someone in the top 4. This is struck well, but it'll be down to the captain, Kalan Data. Thoughts of 2, but the captain was satisfied with the single. That's the end of the 8th over. After 8, Skyways are 72 for 7.
Yeah, that will be hoping. I mean, 12 balls to come, 12 legal deliveries to come. And well, if they can, and I do think they could. If looks like Manish Mawani is coming on to bowl this one. Now he finished very well, I have to say. It was the last 4 deliveries that he bowled of his spell were spot on, full. It'd be what you would be expecting at this phase of the game, bowling good, pitched up balls, wicket to wicket. Now, if he can get that going, it's going to be a tied over. But he does have the tendency every so often, he loses his line a bit, and bowls the odd wide here and there. And when that happens, then, well, he can go for a few runs as well. So it's very, very important that he keeps his composure, bowls a good line, and basically it's a case of, you know what, it's going to be right up there, full and straight. You either hit or you miss. You
see that gentleman just behind the batsman who's having an issue with his pads at the moment and deciding that perhaps he's done his waistband. So the reason I wanted to get cameras on, because we've got the match referee in the background there, Shuby's on the walkie-talkie. He was our superstar of street cricket, and he did say he wanted to jump along and play, and I thought he might be a bit of liability, because I've actually known quite a few match referees, and although they know a lot about the rules of the game, and of course they're a very important part of cricket, but generally they haven't got that many skills themselves. But Shub, he was very impressive with batting the ball, and I'm very glad I asked for a camera on the match referee now, because now you got 3 people helping him put his trousers on. And this is, tell you what, well, hopefully we have to sanitise the old trousers.
There's a complete wardrobe change there. I have no idea what's going on there. I've got a suspicion. I think maybe he had a runaway box in there somewhere, and because he was missing some equipment to keep it in place. But anyway,
I'll tell you what.
You've had a little bit of लड़कियां घर बैठियां ना कलियां कितना entertainment होगी कि नहीं?
It was, wasn't it? And I feel like I'm always certain to get that screenshotted from our boss Roger. It'll be on my phone in the middle innings asking what was going on. But you know, sometimes you just got some wardrobe malfunctions going on, and wow, it's an interesting part of the game now with 72 scored off the first 8 overs of the innings. There's 2 more, but with only 3 wickets in hand, so it's going to be the captain Adil Shahzad to face Manish Manwani and lift him up into the 80s and beyond. 9th over beginning now. It's well struck, and again you see the difference. There's a pretty good shot there by the captain, but again, if you got set batsmen, you got the top 4 batting at this stage, that's the kind of ball which you've seen disappear time and time again. And Raval will be very interesting to see how they approach this target being set by Skyways.
It's good bowling, and that's exactly what we're talking about there. At this stage of the game, a complete difference to what we saw in the over before, with Mohammad Rizwan just banging the ball in short and well, going for a few runs. Here, Manish Manwani right up there where it needs to be in the block hole.
Well, it's very close. I think it's going to be... Oh, let's see this replay. Salim, not sure if you got a little edge on that.
Yeah, I just think that's got to be, because the only thing could have saved him here. We'll see this again. He's going right across the line. Let's have a look. Not 100% convinced with that one, with that first view.
That's back pad for me. That's hitting. That's back pad. Very lucky to get away with it. But I guess benefit of the doubt, like you say, going to the batsman on that occasion. Comes Manish again. Hit down, gets a finger, but batsman might think of 2 here to put pressure on the throw, and they may have gotten away with it in the end. And right on cue, Roger, hello if you're watching. He's sent me a screenshot of that. I have to admit that it was my idea to put the camera on. I saw Shub there, the match referee. We're just talking about him doing a great job, the ECN team, but I wasn't expecting the strides to come off some early. It's pretty cold as well. Gonna hand it to the batsman. Here's Manish Manwani on his bowled, and this one's been dragged down by the batsman. Has just rolled back onto the wickets. So
just
an eighth wicket goes down.
I just got to come in here. When you said it's pretty cold and you were referring back to that clip we were seeing, was there something particular you noticed on the batsman to give you that information?
I'm just saying that I'm not whipping my trousers off if it's less than 30 degrees. 100%. So you got to hand it to the batsman. But I tell you what, another wicket goes down. And set for a cracking finish to this innings. They're just going to try and wrestle their way above 80 here, Skyways. I think it'll be a very interesting chase for Raval Sporting, because they didn't really look like they were on song with the bat in the first match, although they had a high quality of bowling and fielding outfit. And
nice bowling there from Manish Manwani. He's kept his composure. Had to wait a while to bowl that over. Now sometimes, you know, that can play a part in your mind. You're waiting there, you want to bowl, and then you lose your rhythm a bit, because he, like I say, he finished his first over well, but he's just come back. He's bowling wicket to wicket, bowling a good line, and getting another wicket there for himself. So well done to him. And well, you never know. He's got 2 already. Could easily pick up another batsman here trying to hit the ball big.
Tamutis Bashir, the new batsman, is able to get some bat on this one. And across for 1.
Oh, I think they'll get more than that. A glaring misfield from the youngster there.
So Tamutis, I quite like that name. Is that the usual name? I haven't seen that one before, but Tamutis starts with 2 runs. Yeah, we're lucky we haven't got the Googles yet so far. We've been doing this just over a week together, Rico. That's the end of the 9th over, the score for Skyways. Walkinsticks 77 for the loss of 8 wickets. There were 5 runs off that over and a wicket for Manwani. Coming to the last over, all these runs are valuable, and I think it's going to be Hamid Rizwan to bowl the final over for Raval Sporting. And that was a crucial second, because it got the captain on strike, Adil Shahzad. He's hit the ball pretty well. He's hit a lot of balls hard to fielders, but big gap straight down the ground, long on and long off, pretty wide. I think he'll be looking to hit the ball straight down the ground, try and find 4 or 6 that way. Here comes Mohammad Rizwan.
Once again, banging it in short, and well, I think the batsman missing a trick here. I think if I was batting now, I'd just be waiting for that short ball, and you'd just be pulling it or cutting it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what he's going to bowl. Every so often he does pitch one up, but well, as you said, Vinny, quite rightly, in that last over that he bowled, that a batsman that would be set here now will be smashing these away all over the place. So he's getting away with some pretty short stuff that more experienced batsman would really
some
be
short
loving.
something. You're going to say something else when you recover. This big gap over point this time. We get some of it. In fact, he gets all of it. That one's going all the way over Little Maestro. That's 6 runs and 6 valuable runs for Skyways.
Yeah, and guess what it deserved, really. I mean, you know, it's all very well having the ball in your hand, but you've got to have an idea what you're doing. I mean, learn from the youngster, Manish Mamwani, bowling wicket to wicket. And I just think that Mohammad Rizwan here just trying to bowl too fast, trying to bang the ball in, and he's not quick enough to be bowling that, and there's no need to as well. Pitch it up, bowl at the stumps. I'm sure that's what the guys are shouting out to him now. Let's see if he's going to listen to them. Let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, a bit predictable, wasn't it, from Mohammad Rizwan? He has the chance to make up for it now.
It's better. They've got to push. Surely they're going to go to here.
Yeah, and that's really important, putting pressure on the fielder there. He was on the ground fielding the ball, and a good throw would have had him, but that was kind of worth the gamble at this stage to get the captain back on strike. Got Apple's squad watching in the YouTube chat. Welcome to you, Apple's squad. Asking about how this competition came about, and just being explained in the chat that plenty of cricket happening in Europe. Here's Mohammad Rizwan again. Again, they might try and push for 2.
Yeah, they should do it comfortably, I think, in the end. Good running. And it's been applauded as well by Skyways and their players in the dugout, so they're appreciating this effort late on. These are all very valuable runs. I mean, a boundary here now that gets them into the 90s, and they'll be, for their first ever appearance in a European cricket series, they'll be very happy with a score of, well, they're in the late 80s now, already almost in the 90s. That would certainly help.
Yeah,
and it does indeed. Splits the 2 fielders, and to the delight of the Skyway players, another boundary. So we're into the 90s now. That takes them to 91.
Yeah, so with the ball to go, they are 91. We've gone through the grady 80s. We're into the naughty 90s. We had something a bit naughty, didn't we, earlier in the innings? We saw the wardrobe change from the batsman, but 91, they'll be very happy with that, considering they've lost those 8 wickets now. This is the last ball of the innings, 91.
And they're going for it, and are they going to get this or mess it up? They mess it up. Go back again,
I
boys.
love last balls.
Go back again.
Surely this is out. Yeah, so they'll get the run out on the last ball, but they will get 1 bye off that. So that is the end of the 10 overs, and they will finish at 92 for the loss of 9 wickets. Nice little knock from Adil Shahzad. He contributed 23 to the score, and that could be a crucial knock in the context of this game, because Skyways, well, they were reeling at 65 for 7 at the end of 7 overs, and they were able to get 27 valuable runs off those last 3. But what a start it was. Amit Das started off with a big in-swinger, and that is something that Rabi Asif will remember for a long time, but for all the wrong reasons. And Skyways, well, they showed the ability to hit the boundary at times, but they kept losing wickets at regular intervals. Now that one was a controversial decision. You give it to the batsman, didn't stick around and didn't complain about it too much. You see Amit Das troubling the batsman and the wicketkeeper on the occasion with the movement. Then the little maestro came into the attack. Well, he took some stick first ball. Didn't take him too long to get it right, though. Gaurav Mayavanshi, batsman attempting to repeat the stroke. And that one causing carnage in the form of the stumps getting knocked over. Well, Manish Manwani could have given Mayavanshi a second wicket at that point. He was apologetic about it, but Raval, well, just looked to have Skyways on toast in their ECS debut. Sonu Jungra, well, he hit the target as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of it there. You see there, a nice shot being played to the boundary, the next ball using his stumps, and we saw a bit of that probably on 3 occasions in this innings, and that's one thing that Skyways would need to learn from. And it's all a learning process, this European Cricket Series playing T10. If you can keep learning and keep improving, then you never know that 92 today in the next game they play quite easily the 120, 130. But they've done, for me, A good job out there first time round out. They kept losing wickets, I think, at key stages.
This is the moment that we plenty of people around the world got to see him sort his business out. And we saw a few runs given away, and Raval just letting the foot off the accelerator towards the end. That was the last ball. Finally getting the batsman going for a second. You can't blame them for trying. So at the end of 10 overs, Skyways, after winning the toss in their ECS debut and electing to bat, they have scored 92 runs. And Rico, I think this is going to be a very fascinating chase coming up from Raval Sporting.
I think you're absolutely right. And remember, Raval Sporting chasing 130 in the first game today. Poodled along and managed to get only 56. So, well, they're going to have to go some to do better than that. And, well, we've yet to see what, as we see the sky there in Barcelona, a bit cloudy. The team, Skyways, we're yet to see what they have in the bowling department. But I tell you what, they're going to come out firing. They're going to come out trying to go for this win.
Yeah, and you see the high scorer for Skyways was the captain, who came in at number 9, actually scoring 23 off 12. You don't see that very often, but it will be an interesting chase coming out. The wickets shared around. Sanu Jangra, Mayavanshi and Manwani coming up with 2 wickets apiece. And no one really went the journey for Raval Sporting in this game. You see, Rizwan was the most expensive bowler, conceding 21, but everyone else in the teens. Well, it shapes to be a very interesting chase here in match 21 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time to rejoin you and bring you the chase. It'll be Raval chasing 93 for victory in match 28. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see you soon.
Bienvenidos. Welcome back to the Olympic ground at Mount Dewey, where you're seeing the sky blue of Skyways taking the field. The umpires, Abdul Khan and Shahidul Ahmed, taking their positions. And well, Ramal Sporting will feel that they've done a pretty good job in the field. They've been disappointed with the last over, really. They were trying to keep Skyways to, well, trying to contain them to in the 80s, but were unable to do so. So they're going to have to come out and score 93 runs if they are to register their first win in this series. Remember, they have already lost one game, so they were quite keen to go out, bat positively. And it looks like there's a change earlier on. Just give you the batting. That just looked like that it's the wicket keeper, Kishiv Patel, opening up the batting. And the non-striker, at a glance there, is going to be Karan Datta. So they'll be hoping for a better start. And Skyways, well, it'd be good to see them in the field. We have some news coming in from the tournament referee. Tamutis Bashir did injure himself later in that innings running. I think he's done his hamstring, so we have got the 12th man on. Rohail Arik is on the pitch, and Tamutis Bashir pulling a hamstring, and that can happen obviously on days like this when it's a little bit chilly. So hopefully it's not too bad and doing the right thing, resting and getting himself sorted. Anyway, we're off, and well, not just we are off, but the ball was off as well, off in the air, it took off, and well, that took off like a Bizaway special ball in the air, and that will be signalled. I think, was it signalled a wide or no ball? So we just get an update on what this is.
Reasonably sure that would be a no ball. I'm just back in the box, and it's always happening when I'm coming in the door, isn't it? It's you see, this one is zero gravity. This one's taken off and still on the way up and reached the keeper. So there's the captain, Adil Shahzad, just losing the handle on that, slipping out. He'll come into bowl again, and
this time down the leg side will be another wide. So it still is a free hit.
Yeah, and so we've got some chat, which I'll come to in a second, but we might just wait for this free hit because Raval Sporting, well, they didn't bat very well in their first match. They did end up getting a few towards the end, but this will be an interesting chase of 93 runs required by that team.
Good delivery. Remember, that was the free hit. Getting his line right now. A bit more. Got his rhythm now. He's got the jitters out of the way. He's got his head down and finding his line.
I think they were able to score 56, my memory serves me correctly, the first match of the game. So I need a few more, although, of course, very different proposition. Skyways, first time we've seen them in the field. And again, that's one we won't forget in a while. The first ball just was on the way to the moon when the keeper intercepted it, wasn't it, from Adil Shahzad? But he has a chance to make some early inroads for Skyways. And so, yeah, Skyways are playing back-to-back matches in matches 3 and 4 of the day, and the news is that for the next match, match 29, Skyways have won the toss and elected to bat first again. So, scraping to 92 in that innings. I'll be hoping to do even better against the Bangladesh Kings. Here's Shahzad.
Yeah, he's got his line net. Now right, bowling well. It's a key player, captain in this Skyways team. Came in at number 9 and scored a very impressive 23 of just 12 balls to help his team to this total, and now opening the bowling and trying to get the early wicket.
Just a reminder to drop in some comments and questions in the YouTube chat. We're more than happy to answer them for you here in the box, and
It's a chase on there for the fielders, but that's going to go all the way. Good movement here from the bowler, but just lost his line. You see that swinging well. Probably tried perhaps a slower delivery, but Kish Patel already, you can see they're batting quite far outside his crease, turning that into a full toss and just helping that away. That will make him feel better. He's hit a boundary, 4 runs, first boundary of the Relive Sporting innings, so they're off and running. A better start from them.
Yeah, and the movement was there, but just too full, gave the batsman a chance. And again, good to see some comments on YouTube chat. Jamie Bundy, thanks for joining us. Just asking about the facility. And I suppose what some people don't realise, if you're from a more established cricket playing country, is that we don't actually have a lot of cricket pitches in Europe. It's something that we take for granted. And of course, I'm originally from Australia, and we have, well, you can't, throw a stick without hitting a cricket pitch in Australia sometimes. As we watch this ball from Shahzad, and be turned away. I'll get the first one quickly, but I think that's all they'll get, although Kish Patel trying to get back down the business end. But yeah, Rico, it's something that people don't realise, I suppose, if you're not from the European area, is that it's not always possible to have cricket pitches. And of course, this is a baseball venue. Olympic baseball was played here, and still baseball was played predominantly at this venue. So what is good is that slowly, as more cricket's being played and it's becoming more of a recognised sport, but very slowly, the infrastructure will catch up. So there are plans for a permanent artificial pitch here, which I think will make a big difference. I think it'll play a lot better. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that come in. But yeah, it's a slow process. It's a generational process really as well. We can't expect in a year or two for cricket to take over and to have all the infrastructure you'd have in a more developed country.
Adi Narif with his first ball. Kish Patel trying to fire that over the fielders, the inner circle, the 30-yard circle. And, well, they're trying to tempt the left-hander, but everybody around the ring trying to make him trying to hit over the top. Well, this time to the right-hander, they are dropping one back.
Yeah, you can see he's dropping that fielder back on the leg side. They do have a long off as well. And the other thing about having the pitch and stuff put in, you have to convince government officials and stuff to sink money into cricket and get approval for these things as well. As we see Adula Riff come in, it's going to be wide down the leg side and won't get an extra. But yeah, that's another thing, I suppose, in these countries where cricket is still an emerging sport. Just letting people know about it, and of course, I can't think of another sport in the world, to be honest, that is so popular in some parts of the world and relatively unknown in others. So it's quite difficult to understand if you're from a regular cricket playing country or more established cricket playing country.
That's smashed high and hard over the infield and goes for 4 runs. He hit that like a bullet, and it goes to the boundary. So both these batsmen hitting boundaries now. Karandata there latching onto that loose delivery. 4 more.
Yes, Rico, and we did talk about the batting woes that Relive Sporting had in their first match, but having said that, they do have some talented players at the top of this order, and Skyways will need early wickets and get into that middle order if they're going to have a chance in this match, because especially with these two there, you see there, Karandata having no worries, just throwing the hands of that one, getting over the offside field. There's no one back square on the offside, so a nice shot for the captain.
Stein lofting it over the top, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well, he's making the most of the power play here. And just to remind you, if you're new to the format, the power play is the first 3 overs. So the first 3 overs, there's only 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard ring. And well, that's why it's so key. The bowler, he knows what the plan is, knows where he's bowling to. But the batsmen are always trying to take liberties. And there you go, Karandata doing just that. It's down the leg side, asking the question. But good running, leg buys, wicket keeper. Made sure that there were fielders backing up, so it will only be the 1 leg by to add to the total.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Jamie just responding to that point, saying thanks for the shout out and mentioning his thoughts. And he said he's enjoying watching this and seeing it develop. he says it has the potential to be something really special. So it's great that you're watching, Jamie, and enjoying the action. You'll see plenty of close finishes. You'll see plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network Monday to Friday. At the moment, this is week 2 of 5 in Barcelona. Let us know where you're watching from around the world, Jamie. And, of course, everyone else, we're always really interested to hear where people are tuning in from. And it's great that so many people are tuning into ECN. Here's Adil Arif.
Kishore Patel getting into the act now. He's hammered that through the gap. The fielder wasn't that far away, but again, along the deck, couple of bounces, 4 runs, and that's good batting here. Good positive stuff this from Raval Sporting.
Yeah, it's a different Raval Sporting. You see the difference here between Minaj, between their opening bowlers and fielding pressure, and Skyways, who are on debut here in the ECS. And so some time for think music for Skyways. And Adil Arif, well, he was handy with the bat. Needs a wicket desperately for Skyways.
Trying to short a ball, trying to tuck Kashif up a little bit. That's not a bad ball, because what Kashif is doing, he's making his way down the wicket, trying to get to the ball. So that one just digging it in, tucking him up, and well, didn't allow him the time to stir that away towards the leg side. So the over comes to an end. The score moves on to 24 off 2.
Yeah, it's exactly what Raval looking for in the power play. As we look towards match 29, of course, it'll be Skyways back again. I'm sure they'll be better for the run. They'll be playing the Bangladesh Kings, and Bangladesh will be very keen to avenge their loss in their first match. So this is all the information you need if you're playing some fantasy cricket, particularly Dream 11. That's very useful for you. All information on the fantasy dashboard. And the first ball pushed away, but yeah, you can get that on our social media at European Cricket, of course. Don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com. It's a great place to go for all the articles and information about all these teams. There's also scorecards and statistical information as well. And with over 1,000 matches of cricket being broadcast this year on European Cricket Network, where else would you rather be? The new bowler coming to the attack is Hamad Khalid. And I think there might be a bit of pat on that one. Yeah. Umpire Salim doing a great job out there. Signaling leg by. Yeah, Rico, we've enjoyed the cricket, haven't we? We've had some really close matches as well, particularly last week. I mean, Wednesday matches 12 and 13. They were the best finishes for me, but I'm sure with 124 matches here in Barcelona, there'll be plenty more good finishes coming.
Yeah, shots to catch it. It should be cut off. Didn't quite time it. That's up, but does get 2 runs. Yeah, I mean, the cricket's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, that was the thing, you know. And I got back on Friday, and I thought to myself, okay, the weekend, I just there was so much good cricket that it was deciding which games to watch again. Obviously, I wanted to watch the 2 innings by the 2 centurions. That was great. I wanted to see the hat-trick again, but there was just so much. But that's the beauty, isn't it? You can go back, go on the European Cricket Network channel. You can go back, you can watch matches over and over again. It's just fantastic to see. Just endless exciting stuff, all action-packed. Hit hard. A fielder just moved back there, and he does a good job. He's taken one for his team there and gets the throw in as well. Good cricket. Yeah, absolutely was. Down there, it looks like Babar Ali on the wide long on boundary. Had to get something behind it, he sure did. He might have a bit of a bruise in the morning. That one's hit him right on the thigh, but it's what was required. And if Skyway's going to defend this total, they'll need to save as many in the field as they can. So saving 3 runs for his team there. Slower ball, he's clubbed that away. Ball, out of the ground it goes. That was big, that was massive, that was awesome.
Well, Kish Patel, we know he can do it, and he struggled for touch in the first game. Didn't last very long, to be honest, but this time he's cleared the front leg, sent that high and away over the leg side, and 6 valuable runs, and trouble for Skyways early.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see both these batsmen batting positive. We've seen them play aggressive shots. They've been hitting 4s, and now the 6s have started. Slower ball hit back. That's too hard hit, too well hit. 4 runs. There are 2 fielders here, but when he hits it that well, nobody's going to stop it. And this is good, positive batting here from Kish Patel.
Great power play batting. We're almost at the end of the power play. In fact, we are now at the end of the power play. So Raval Sporting, they're 39 without loss. A great start for them, and chasing this fairly modest target, you'd have to say. It was important they got off to a good start in bat 2 defensively, and over going for 15 from Hamad Khalid. So yeah, interesting stuff. So we'll have Adil Arif bowling out for Skyways.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been an interesting phase of play now. So the power play is over, the fielders can go back now. So the two batsmen, they've had the freedom and the liberty of being able to hit over the top. Well, they've got to think about that now. Got to have a look where these fielders are. And they'll be hoping to continue with the rate they've been going.
Still a wicket, and anything could happen here, Rico. Here's a riff.
Ooh, that was hit hard, straight back at the bowler. Now, I'm not sure if he managed to get his shoe to that or hit him in the shin, but either way, he was lucky here. This could have been nasty.
Well, watch this. He's gone with the boot, and I tell you what, that was some good football skills. And I tell you what, a breaking story in the ECS world overnight is that Christian Vieri in Italy, very, very, very accomplished footballer for many teams. Inter Milan is probably the one that comes to mind. He is very interested in playing in the ECS Italy. So we're trying to work that out at the moment. This next one's up high as a chance.
And well taken. And that's what they needed. We were just saying with the field spread, anything can happen. And Uma Hayat there doing it the crocodile style, but it doesn't matter. He's taken it and sends Kanandata back to the dugout.
And I tell you what, if he was the crocodile, it'd be one of those giant ones we have in Australia, because he's a big man, isn't he, Umar Hayat? And we saw him hit a lusty blow with the bat, and that time he just had to get in the right position and then hoped for the best. He put those look like giant hands that he's got, and the ball disappeared into them. So a very, very important wicket for Skyways. It's the end of the captain, Karandata, and Ravel Sporting in the fourth over. They're 39 for 1.
Yeah, well taken, and that will bring the big man to the crease. And I think it was a good decision. I mean, they opened with Devinder Singh Kaur first time around. I don't think he's an opener. I think he's far better coming in at this stage of the game, where he's got time to build on a foundation that's been laid, and he doesn't have to go big straight away. He can take his time. He's at the non-strikers in at the moment. So an opportunity for Devinder Singh Kaur now here to show us what he can really do.
Yeah, and he'll be on the non-strikers, and because they crossed while that ball was in the air, but a good catch. And look, Skyways are going to have to take every chance if they're going to be competitive in this match. So that is their first wicket in ECS cricket. It goes to Adil Arif, who's coming in again now. This one beats the batsman outside off stump. Yeah, Christian Vieri. He grew up in Australia, actually. He grew up for quite a few years there before moving back to Europe, and of course being, I think he was one of the top 100 footballers of the century. Is something that I read recently, and I'm sure that it would be fantastic to see him playing, and will bring a lot of attention to that tournament. Italy, of course, coming up for 5 weeks in Italy after the 5 weeks are done here in Spain. So let's see if anything comes of that. So all the latest EuropeanCricket.com. Here's Adil Arif.
Kashif having a big swing at that, and well, he set off too slow really for me. I mean, there was 2 there. All of these runs, valuable runs, you're hitting myself. Yeah,
and the inexperienced Rico in the field again, going with the feet. And I say, God gave you hands for a reason. Don't be afraid to use them. And I know football is very popular in this part of the world, but I do like to see the fielders getting down, and just such a small margin for error when you go with the boot. So we've got a few other people watching, and they've told us where watching from, which is great. Hassan Rahman's watching from England. I see Jesus Zak as well back on the YouTube chat.
It's well bowled. Probably well played as well. I don't think he's got a rush back. He will get back there easily. I think he played that well. Stayed a little bit low. Just using his, just guiding his away. Watch it here. Oh, we didn't quite see the shot. We're seeing more than running. Might get another opportunity. But he just angled his hands. Soft hands, as they say, you got to bat with. Guiding that down to third man and coming back to complete the second as well. That's important. Yeah,
and too often we've seen batsmen just jogging for 1 when there's the opportunity for 2. So every run crucial, as you say.
Short, and that's just gone up in the air. It's going to be taken. Is it? Oh no, it gets dropped.
Well, it's a tough one because, look, traditionally it's the keeper's catch here, but the complication here is that the ball's going away from the keeper. So again, although normally the keeper takes responsibility for this, but it's an easier catch for the fielder coming in. That's where the confusion happened. You see there? It was difficult. And also the keeper there, Sharon Bashir, he had the fielder coming in and would have been in his peripheral vision. So it was kind of a difficult one, probably more difficult than than it appears on TV when you look at this one, but I'll be disappointed. We're just talking about how important it was for them to take every chance. But that one goes down, and Ravel Sporting, after 4 overs, they're 43 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been the end of a fantastic over. Only 3 runs coming from it. Still good. I mean, it's after seeing the runs being scored the last few overs, the boundaries being hit. He's come back well. Did take a wicket from it. Could have had 2.
There's a few twists and turns left in this game, Rico. Just can feel it in my bones, and I think, especially if Kish Patel, if they pick up that wicket, Skyways, get a look at the middle order. Here's the captain coming back, Adil Shahzad, to bowl the 5th over. Down leg side, and again, Suk Gill watching from Brisbane. Hello, and I wonder what time it is in Brisbane. I'm going to have a guess. I'm going to say it is 10:43 p.m. there, so hope you're having a lovely night there, Suk. Always nice to see you. Hassan Rahman saying this 10-over game format could be in the Olympics. Well, there's a lot of chat about that too, and there's a lot of funny that would come with it being an Olympic sport. Of course, we are in an Olympic stadium here in Barcelona.
Shahzad, I think he tidied up his first spell. He started loosely. Can't afford to both loose deliveries, and well, almost a gift there once more from the batsman. Well,
your tongue was tied up, and so was the batsman there. He's just a bit early through that shot, and coming off the leading edge, and so lucky that there wasn't a fielder there, but it just popped over the captain who did the bowling, Adil Shahzad. There'll be a run in the end, and Kish Patel, I think, look, huge pressure on him to keep going. And Devinder is a good player, but has struggled a little bit with his timing today.
Yeah, I mean,
Kish Patel, as long as he's there, I think Raval are big favourites in this game.
Running again, yeah. Devinder Singh Kaur, his timing's at all sorts. He didn't look with it when we saw him opening the batting in Raval Sporting's first game, and here too, on 2 occasions he could have been gone. So he just needs to, I suppose, there's a little bit of occupying the crease a little bit, spending time out there. But of course, in these T10 games, you can't afford to do that. It's a nicer, better time shot. Shout to catch it, but I think in all fairness that was too far away from Adil Arif. So 4 runs, and that will do him the world of good.
And this is the thing, just straying onto the pads, and the captain, Adil Shahzad, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to curve that ball right to left and outswinger, but not always going. And if it doesn't swing, it just was comfortably on the legs of Devinder, who timed that one nicely. We mentioned it didn't quite find his touch in the first game, but he'll be happy to get a boundary away. And 4 valuable runs for Raval Sporting.
He's down that leg side again. It's another wide ball. And, well, in the relatively low-scoring game, all of these extras, well, they're massive, really. Any freebies like that, you'll take them, and they make a big difference.
Yeah, and you see there, Raval going past 50 this over, and yeah, the captain don't want to bowl too anymore on the legs. Let's even come back with something a bit straighter here.
No, it's down there again, and well, we're getting to a stage where Raval are needing about 7 and over. So bowling these extras are just helping their cause, because they almost had, they could do it perhaps with run a ball.
Yeah, you said it, and look, we've got Amir Pervez saying, my brother Adil Shahzad is bowling. Well, I'm sure that he's hoping that Adil can straighten up a little bit here. Again, 1 wicket could break this game wide open.
It's in the air, there should be a chance. Somebody's got to call for it. Oh, well, in the end, trying to do it casually, one-handedly. He's pointing the finger at the other fielder. I'm not sure what that's about. It was you got to call it, make it yours, and take the catch. Yeah,
I think it was Babar Ali down there, and I think he thought the other fielder was going to call him off it. In the end, he kind of went one-handed, and he almost tapped it to that fielder who was on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Again, this is the kind of entertainment you're going to get here in the Fanco European Cricket Series. It's about 11 degrees in Barcelona. I tell you what, both fielders a little bit too unselfish there. That one goes down. Let's see if they made to pay. This one's down the leg side, so another wide, I'm sure, will be called, and it is by umpire Salim, but again, you just saw miscommunication. We've seen that a couple of times in the field for Skyways. Again, maybe some inexperience on the big stage. But that one was up there, and although it was Devinder who was giving the chance that time. They would love to see the back of him and get a new batsman out there. So, yeah, different conditions and different experience for Skyways in this, their first match. And look, on the board, you probably see there, it's 38 off 32 balls, and so looks easy on paper, but
it's flicked away. It'll be a single once more, though. It was down that leg side, Vinny.
yeah, and it was, and he's just not getting that movement, and he does need to change something, either perhaps going round the wicket or simply just trying to get the ball further outside off stump. And look, if it swings and goes for a wide, then fine, but at least get it out there. And I think now he is going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. But I was just going to say, it looks very easy. 37 off 31. It looks easy on a screen, but when you're out there with a bat in your hand, if there's a wicket or if there's a few dot balls, this game could get tight very quickly. So Skyways need to recognise that and try and cut off every single run possible. Stay in this game. Take it deep.
Well, that was very wide. Kish Patel didn't have to play it at all. And in the end, he lofted in the air. Quite lucky he got away. Both of these batsmen having a little bit of luck going their way. Now, we said, didn't we, at the end of that game that Raval lost first time round, that coming into this game, they need a little bit of luck, maybe go their way, a little bit of the rub the green. Well, they've certainly had their fair share of it. Now it's all about taking it there and finishing the game off, because if these wickets were to fall here, new batsmen coming in, it's a lot of pressure, and Skyways will have their head up. Anything can happen. This game is far from over,
Absolutely, like we said, just one good over could get them back in the game. Got Cecil on the chat saying, watching us enjoy the cricket. We absolutely are enjoying the cricket here. And of course, we still have 2 games to go after this today. It's just the first day of 5. Settling in here in Spain for the Fancode European Cricket Series, week 2 of 5. Monday to Friday, 5 matches every day. So it would be our pleasure to bring plenty of close matches, hopefully, to you. And this looks like Irfan Ali for Skyways.
That's a wide ball. In Spain, every so often you see certain areas, so there's a little bit of graffiti, but it's some people will see it as graffiti, but other people will see it as art, because they do actually dedicate certain areas like walls and things with graffiti. But I think the bowler here, I think he's dedicated the back of his shirt, because there's a little bit of art there as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that number is supposed to be on the back of Irfan Ali's shirt. It's in the air again, and once more it falls safe in between the 2 fielders.
Yeah, that was up there for a long time, and the fielder's just slow to react. It's not always easy to pick the white ball out of the sky if it's a bit cloudy. You can see both of the fielders really get a good angle on that ball. So again, Skyways, they need to make something happen if they're going to get back into this match. For me, as long as Kish Patel's there, I think Raval have it all under control. But we've seen here, he's given a chance now and then, popped a couple up, and so anything can happen.
Straight to the fielder, but good running. I'm told it is supposed to be 0 on the back of Irfan Ali's shirt, so
yep.
It's ignore the bright orange luminous number 1. That means nothing.
It's just meant to be taped over to make it look inconspicuous, but it has the opposite effect, doesn't it? But he's got the job to do here, Irfan Ali. Can he pick up an important wicket? This is Devinder on strike.
This time he's got enough on it. It's gone all the way over. 6 runs. Once more, not convincing, not timing it, but he's a big man. And he got enough on that to take it over the rope. He gets 6.
Yeah, and with that shot, the rate comes under a run of ball. So Raval, they didn't give their best batting effort. In fact, they've already got more than they scored in the first match against Minaj. But Devinder, if you put it in his zone, he will hit it a long way. So it'll be a confidence boost for him.
Flighted, I think attempted slower ball. Devinder's caused light. Let's try that again. His eyes must have lit up there, but was only able to get a single from it. So Kish Patel, both these batsmen have had lucky streaks.
This is Kish Patel just saying the fielder was still moving, so just asking the bowler to stop, and they're still adjusting that leg side field. They've got 3 men out on the leg side, one deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a traditional long on, but a bit of a gap at mid wicket. That's where he aims it. Doesn't get any sort of contact at all, so it'd be just the single. And look, at this point, the only way you can really lose the game as a batting team is to have a bunch of dots or wickets. So I think as a batsman, if I'm in this situation, like, sure, if I get a boundary ball I can hit, I'm going to hit it. If I get a ball I think I can hit from 6, I'm going to hit it. But I'm not going to go looking for it. I just want to keep scoring, get at least one a ball, keep under control.
Down the leg side, he'll take the wide. So not doing themselves any favours here. Just not getting the line right. Most of these bowlers have been guilty of spreading it around a little bit.
Here comes Irfan Ali again.
And that one's hit hard. There is a fielder trying to get under it. Leaps up in the air. Can't do anything about it. 6 more.
Well, it was Umar Hayat on the long off boundary. You wouldn't want a better man there because he's very tall. He did absolutely everything he could to try and stop this. He was right on the line, put in the big jump, but just had enough legs to get over him. So that's a good end to the over for Revel Sporting. They end 6 overs. 75 for 1. Only 18 required off the last 4 overs.
Yeah, batting well, and what I like about Kish Patel here in this knock is he's moving his feet really well. He's dancing down the wicket, getting to the pitch of the ball, and well, okay, he's ridden his luck a little bit.
Pardon me, it's 76 for 1, so even less, 17 required. So we've got a new bowler coming into the attack. It's Rabi Asif. An unhappy time with the bat. Dismissed first ball. Got a chance to get a wicket first ball, and is taken.
What a great catch that was. So it's hit high in the air. The fielder there having to run round and having to see it. Kept his eye on it. Just see this. That's all. It's all about keeping your head nice and still. And he's on the move there, but taking a very, very good catch. And that was nice work there from Adil Arif.
Yeah, it did well to go back with the fly. It wasn't an easy catch by any means. Now you might see the cap and the sweater of Rabi Asif rather untidily behind his bowling marker. That's because of the COVID regulations at the moment. The umpire isn't allowed to handle the player's equipment or cap, and so there will be no penalty if the ball hits that. In fact, looks like a fairly big sweater, isn't it, Rico? That might do. It's almost like having a 12th fielder on the ground, isn't it? When you've got the. How do you feel about the sweater on the ground? You don't look too impressed.
I don't like that. I mean, I got to say, I can understand the cap. The thing with it, the ball can hit a cap and still keep going. In the sweater, that can, I mean,
we might see some clarification about the rules of that before the next match. But yeah, I mean, I might come out with 7 or 8 sweaters and strategically place them around the field. But Rabi Asif, we get some revenge. We'll be happy to get a wicket on the board for Skyways. But this is wildly down the leg side. In fact, it goes very quickly to that man position behind the wicketkeeper, so it'll just be 1 run, and it will be re-bowled as well. So, Rabi Asif, we mentioned that he went first ball with the bat. We got a wicket first ball with the ball. This one's pushed down the ground. It should just be the single. A slight misfield from the man down there, Umar Hayat. The batsman will cross for 1, and look, it's an important wicket, but Rico, Raval still well ahead in the game. Still think if Devinder Singh is dismissed at this point, you'll have 2 batsmen at the crease. We saw Manish Manwani, who's in now, struggle for timing in the previous match. So again, just a few dots are what's required. Not quite sure where they're going to come from if the batsmen bat sensibly, but we haven't always seen sensible cricket in the ECS.
It's a nicely played shot. And different ball game this now for Manish Manwani. When he was batting in the first innings, when he was coming in, he had to try and hit boundaries, had to try and get close to a big total. Here, he can sort of play his natural game, and you saw that there. In the first time we saw him, he would have been trying to hoik that one on the leg side. This time he's just getting into position, playing on the off, take the single.
Yeah, you said it. And difference in pressure, isn't it, Rico? Because he knows what's required. He knows he can bat sensibly. He can take his time a little bit. Does hit the ball well, doesn't have to worry too much about scoring boundary, just has to tick that score. Exactly what he does here as he gets away for a single. So it'll be the end of the 7th over. And Revel Sporting after 7, they're 81 for the loss of 2. Happy for Rabi Asif though, getting a wicket. And I'm sure he will get another chance with the bat. Coming up, of course, next we have 2 more matches here on the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Day 6. Day 6 of 25. And looking ahead, there's the dashboard. Have a quick look at it. Of course, you want to see the full dashboard, and you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. Come back now to live action, and it's Manwani again, getting bat on ball, doing what's required. Just don't want a bunch of dots at this stage. It's Hamid Khalid bowling the 8th over. Oh, and he's got one. That one keeping very low. And Devinder, well, he tried to play across the line. He's very strong down the ground, but Hamid Khalid coming out with an important wicket, and you just wonder if there's 1 or 2 more. Raval might just get the staggers in this chase. They're almost home. It's theirs to lose. But Skyways, well, getting a wicket, and perhaps they can spark something.
Yeah, you know, anything can happen now, because we're now at a point where you're getting batsmen coming in who didn't perform very well the first time we saw them, struggled to score runs. Got to feel a little bit for the big man. I mean, he is big man. He's got to go a long way down when the ball stays low, and that one probably the lowest we've seen so far, right, today, Vinny?
Yeah, you'd have to say so, and just didn't have the pace on it. But again, trying to hit across the line. This is the risky run. And we've got some more questions, which I'll come to after this ball. We can see Amit Das has come to the wicket. He'll be on strike.
You can see it's what I like here, Vinny, is I like the way that the Skyways they're putting pressure on. Look at the offside fielders here.
Yeah.
I mean, and you got the guy close in the leg. Then that's good to see. They're putting on pressure because they know that Raval can win this by just taking the singles. I mean, that's the danger, unfortunately. You bowl a bad ball, and as soon as it passes the infield, it's going to go for the boundary. But at least they're trying to get those wickets and get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, exactly right. And you need dots, and you can get dots by bringing fielders up, and it does mean you risk a boundary. And to be honest, that was more the bad ball from Hamid Khalid. He'll be upset with himself as a full toss on leg stump, but bringing the extra fielders into the circle, at this stage they have 6 inside the circle, so 2 more than required. On the pad, but it'll be not out. Dust survives. And we have another question. Tanush asking, understands that cricket in Europe is developing. Any idea when the 3rd umpire will be introduced? And when will the crowd be allowed? Well, they're both good questions. I'll deal with the first bit first, maybe after this ball.
It should be well, I thought maybe going to be a chance, but for one moment I thought there was 2 fielders out there, but they've only deployed 1 because of course the other one has come in inside the ring. Just a single.
Yeah, so 3rd umpire, look, as we come to the end of that over, it's 87 for 3 after 8, so they require 6 off the last 2 overs. Yeah, well, 3rd umpire, one of the issues is, of course, we don't have all the camera angles that you do have in an international game, for example, and so it's important that, number one, that you can do 3rd umpire, you need to do it properly. We see Rabi Asif coming back into the attack, and he immediately strikes. So that's twice. Rabi Asif has taken a wicket off the first ball of his over. Well, he was at the top of the order for Skyways, and he went first ball, but he's got 2 wickets with first balls. And you see this one hitting the top of off. That's what every bowler tries to do. And Amit Das, I couldn't do much about it. And again, as they're within touching distance of this target, Ravel Sporting lose another wicket. Yeah,
that was very well bowled, wasn't it, indeed? I mean, going back to that, I mean, you have to remind viewers that we do have a 3rd umpire. The 3rd umpire is the sitting umpire sitting next to the tournament referee. But, of course, he's not a 3rd umpire as what you're probably referring to as somebody that has got a camera screen and you can go back to refer to for decisions.
Yeah, exactly right, Rico. So maybe at some point that will be the case, but also nice quick games what we're after. Here we go. This one's flicked away nicely. In fact, that could go all the way, and good batting by the new batsman. It's Mohammad Rizwan who's come out. He's timed that very well off his pads. 4 runs, that gets him just one behind the score set. And 2 required now for victory. So this game could be heading to quite a quick conclusion. Here's Rabi Asif, 2 to win.
It was nice and straight, it was indeed. And well, it was one of those that looking at the batsman's positioning there, I thought, well, if that's straight, he's going to go. We'll see it again on the screen here for our benefit. Let's have a look.
Pretty cool. I tell you what, it was the 50-50 ones, maybe umpire's call, perhaps sneaking down the leg side, but again, you got to use your bat or you run the risk of this kind of dismissal. And
well, the umpire's sure there that was going to go on and make contact, so the finger goes up. So, well, this bowler, hasn't he done well? Rabi Asif has taken his 3rd wicket, so what a debut it is for him.
Just when you thought, if he was in your Dream 11 team, which I would have had him in my Dream 11 team for his batting, but he's come up with 3 wickets with the ball, so well done to him. I'm sure he's enjoying being out there. Just going back to the chat, and the other question about the crowd, of course. Well, we're still under some fairly heavy restrictions here in Spain, so that's why there's no crowd, but hopefully a bit later in the year we'll see some crowds back and spreading the word about cricket. Not the baseball's interested in cricket. All right, 2 to win. And this could be the game. So it's Dawood Masood who comes out, and first ball gets a thick outside edge. That will take them on to 95. And so in the 9th over, Raval Sporting get past the target. And Skyways, well, they hit 92 and they did well to get up that high. They were led by their captain, who was batting number 9, Adil Shahzad, who chipped in with 23 not out. But ultimately, it wasn't enough to get them home in their first game. Skyways, was great to see them as a new team, but not quite the experience or the execution to get over Raval Sporting here in match 28 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I mean, they should take credit for the performance they put in here. They worked hard, and you saw there, the commitment was there in the field. But I think in the end, Raval got that little bit of luck, didn't they? Especially when you saw there the batsman, especially Patel, was batting with Devinder Singh Kaur. There were a few balls that went in the air. There was a couple of drop catches as well. And you just felt, and there's one of those there right on cue, you just felt if, for example, if that catch was taken, and there's one in the outfield as well a bit later, here's another one. If those catches were taken, it would have been a different ball game, I think, because Raval, they haven't been very convincing with the batting. There was a very good catch taken there, though, I have to say. But Skyways then bringing the field in, trying to stop Raval getting the runs easily, taking singles, and they've got to making mistakes. There's another wicket there for the bowler, really, for Skyways on this match, the bowler of the match. Rabi Asif taking 3 wickets.
Yeah, and it was a good comeback from Rabi Asif. Hopefully he can take some of that into his batting. And of course, you see that innings is Kish Patel, top of the order, top scoring with 27 off 19 balls with 3 fours and a 6. Devinder Singh, well, that was a nice cameo from him. He cleared the boundary a couple of times as well, scoring 26. Karan Datta, of course, let them off to a little bit of a decent start as well, scoring 13. The others chipping in with single figures, but really Raval always had it under control, you felt, even though they lost a couple of wickets at the end. And they'll be very relieved to get their first win on the board in this Fancode European Cricket Series after a heavy loss to Minaj earlier in the day. Well, for Skyways, it was Adil Arif who opened the bowling with Adil Shahzad. Arif picking up a wicket, also taking good catch, but that man down the bottom, you see Rabi Asif taking 3 for 13 off 1.4 overs. And I tell you what, he took the sweater off and he did mean business, didn't he? He hit the top of the off stump there towards the end, so some promising signs for Skyways. And I tell you what, they will have to get up and about very quickly because they play again straight away against Bangladesh Kings, another team that had a loss to Minaj earlier in the day. Now that match, we'll be bringing you the introduction to that match in just under 20 minutes time. So that will be the second last match of the day. Then in the last match of the day, we'll actually have 2 new teams. The Barcelona Gladiators taking on Karajan in match 30. So it's going to be very interesting to see Skyways, how they bounce back from that loss. They had a bit of a shaky start with the bat and ball, you'd have to say, but they came better at the second half of both of those innings, and I'm sure they'll feel a bit more comfortable out there on the big stage in the next game. You see there the skyline of Barcelona, and yes, not a bad day in Barcelona. We've got no chance of...
I love that hotel you're looking at there, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, the garden, the rooftop garden. It looks absolutely fantastic with that backdrop there. Fantastic. And well, Bangladesh Kings, what do you reckon? They've got a chance to come back. I think they did well against Minaj. Minaj were too strong for them, but they still posted 100. So they'll be looking at this. They've seen the Skyways now. They'll probably be fancying themselves.
Yeah, and they're experienced in the format and under the conditions as well, aren't they, Bangladesh Kings? But like saying that, missing Jubed Mia. Just going back to the scorecard of that game, you can see we were talking about Ravi Asif and the contribution he did with the ball, but I think that Skyways, well, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat in that match 29, and against the Kings they'll be really needing 100 plus, probably something more like 120 plus, and we haven't seen too much from their top order. It in fact was their captain Adil Shahzad at number 9 who made their top score, and you don't often see that in this format of the game. So it's all set. We'll be back in just a tick over 15 minutes now. We hope to have your company there for match 29. It's the second last match of Monday, but it's just the first day of the week, so we're just getting started here in week 2 of the series. You listen to the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We will see you in just over 15 minutes. You are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. See you soon. Well, welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's almost time for match 29. It's the second last match of the day. We've seen some interesting cricket so far, and I'm sure this one will be no exception. It's the Bangladesh Kings taking on Skyways. Let's hand over to the match referee, who's with the two captains.
Tail is the call. And tail is it. So Skyways have won the toss. First. Skyways have won the toss and elected to bat first.
And you saw there Skyways captain Adil Shahzad calling correctly and electing to bat for the second time consecutively. Now, he himself was actually the top scorer for Skyways in their last match. I think they'll be a lot better for the run. It's great that they've got this experience, and I'm sure they're enjoying being out there on the big stage here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Well, Bangladesh Kings, their captain Moshir Rahman, he won't mind bowling first, I don't think. I think we'll see a very big improvement from the Kings, and we know they're a great chasing team. So all set for match 4 of the day, match 29 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's over to Rico in the box.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny. I have to say, you're looking a little bit chilly there. There is it's a little bit of a cold spell here today. I mean, it's only around about 11. It's going to be the high today, and without that sun out as well, it certainly does feel a little bit colder than that. Not weather that we're used to too often out here in sunny Spain. We've just seen that fantasy dashboard coming up. The Kings, we've seen them already today. They made a fight of it against a very impressive Minaj. Chasing 150, got to 100 for 4, and I think it's time really we need to see the likes of Shakil Mia, when it comes to their turn to bat, make a bigger contribution. Skyways, well, the captain, very, very positive. He's deciding that they will bat first again. Adil Shahzad, maybe we'll see him bat a little bit higher up the order. I think he was wasted coming in there at number 9. Scored some 23 runs late on to help get his team to a respectable score. But they've had their taste, their first taste I should say, as the debuts of European Cricket Series, and now into the second match. They'll be hoping to put what they've learnt into practice, and one of the main things I think they need to focus on is making partnerships count. They certainly have batsmen that can hit the ball, we've seen that, but on 3 occasions in that last match we saw a good shot played worthy of a boundary. On 1 occasion a 4, on 2 occasions 6s, and then the very next ball the batsman trying to do the same thing again and getting themselves out. So they just need to apply themselves a little bit better and not go just for the big hits. Try to build partnerships and score runs and keep the scoreboard ticking. The Kings, well, we know that they never give up. This is their second game as well, and they just need to, I think for me, again, they just were a little bit wayward with the bowling. I think the key bowlers let themselves down, and also they're missing that slower bowler. So is somebody in their lineup able to bowl slow and bowl spin? Well, we should see. We're getting ready to start. The umpires are ready. The umpires for this game, Ruf Zaman and Abdul Khan. And Vinny is making his way back into the commentary station. Probably a little bit cold. You look cold out there, Vinny. Welcome back.
It's not the warmest day I've ever had in my life, but not too badly. The weather has been kind to us. No rain, 11 degrees. Here's Sofiqul Islam with the first ball of match 29, and it is a real grubber. Did not bounce at all. And they'll sneak through for a bye. Well, can't really blame Mohammad Masood, the keeper. He batted very well in their first game. He was the only shining light with the bat for the Kings, but Sofiqul Islam, a very, very good first over in the first game. He came back and was very expensive in the 9th, so interesting to see if they hold him back or whether they bowl him 2 overs up front. They'd really want to get this Skyways inexperienced top order at this level. There's another ball pitched nicely from Sofiqul, and yeah, Skyways, well, we've seen them win the toss and elect to bat again, and again, just not really doing enough to defend that total, but they did get up in the 90s, I think, against the Bangladesh Kings. I want a few more than that, probably something in the order of 110 or more, but I don't think you have too many targets in your mind. You just have to bat positively and take what the Kings give you. But this is the man who can do it for me, I think. So watchful this time against some indecision. They won't get a run. Sofical Islam, yeah, it's an important bowl for them. I like him up the front of the innings for the Kings. You can see there, we've seen some bowlers this week straying down the leg side and not really putting the batsman under pressure, but first over, especially as a batsman, not really settled. And so Sofical has been right on the money early. In he comes again. This one not quite the desired direction from the batsman, but he will be off the mark, and I'm sure he'll be very relieved about that.
Could have gone anywhere, that one. Quite often we'll see those coming back onto the stumps.
You can see there, Sofical again probing on that off-stump line. This is short and it's cracked through point. He's picked the gap perfectly. In fact, that will be a boundary. And it's the first one of the innings to Skyways. And it goes to Sharon Bashir.
बहुत अच्छा शॉट सीगा बैट्समैन दी टाइमिंग तो प्लेसमेंट बहुत अच्छी सीगी फील्डर से dive मारी पर चौका हो गया. Nice shot. That was hit with blistering pace. I like that.
Yeah, and I like this because he's gone with the ball. It was an off-stump line. That's where it had to go. Man at the other end, Grubby, as if he'll be very relieved to get a run on the board after he went first ball in the previous match. Did get a few wickets with the ball though. This one's well pitched again from Sofical Islam. See, the Kings are up and about for this. They don't want to slip to 0-2. That'll be the end of the first over. So 6 for no loss. Skyways, pretty auspicious start.
Seem to be just a little bit more upbeat, Skyways. I mean, that's understandable. The nerves hopefully have now passed, and well, that last shot for the boundary certainly looked a very positive and competent shot. And you see the captain of the Bangladesh Kings taking the ball here, Musir Rahman. He was a little bit wayward. He's normally a very tidy bowler, and he'll be hoping that he's back to his normal best.
Well, let's see what we get from the Mosh. In he comes, left arm around. Oh, and that's good bowling early as well. And see what he's trying to do here, Rico. He's trying to use that angle. So coming kind of left to right, coming into the batsman. But he's also, see with his fingers here, always trying to rip his fingers down the side in a kind of off-cutter way. So trying to get that angle in, but then move the ball right to left off the pitch, or just get it to straighten. It's pretty well pitched by Moshir Rahman. No ball called from square leg. That might have gone the distance as well. I'm not sure if it was a no ball for too many outside the circle. But it's no ball and 4 runs. I thought that carried it originally all the way over the boundary, but obviously just pitching inside. So it'll be a free hit, and I think that might have been a... All I can guess is an immediate no ball call from square leg. Perhaps it was for too many men outside the circle. Of course, only 2 outfielders are allowed in the first 3 overs.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. There was a field infringement there, and well, you just see this ball being bowled from the captain, Rahman.
So it's a free hit then. Down and he hits it, but it's going to go straight to the fielder. So a bit of a let-off for the Kings. And that was the kind of thing that just has the ability to unsettle the Kings. Of course, they're more experienced in this format of the game, and of course they've played European Cricket Series cricket before. Whereas Skyways still in their first day of action. So Skyways, they need something to go their way, build a bit of confidence, get that 100+ score. We'll see if they can defend it. Here's Moshir Rahman, the captain of the Kings.
That's very close for me. Yeah, that finger had to go up and right in front.
Yeah, and this is the thing. He does have to straighten it a little bit if he's going to get this decision. But you see the batsman hit on the back pad, and that's a fairly easy decision for the umpire. You see here on the replay from straight on where that's hit him well. Tell you what, the bowler knew it. He was very confident. The keeper was very confident. And a big wicket for the Kings. Now they go in to congratulate each other. Then remember, they have to keep a sensible distance. And it's a bit of an adjustment for these players, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, that was nice to see. I mean, he knew straight away, and, well, anybody who knows this game well knows that was absolutely plumb. He's knocking the middle stump out of the ground, and he's looking at the umpire there saying, come on, you know it, put the finger up, you know it. And the umpire saying, yeah, but I'd just like to make you sweat a little bit, Rob Zaman. Well bowled.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. The batsman knew it as well. He's in some serious trouble when he's hit on the back pad in front of middle stump. It doesn't matter what angle you're coming at, that was always going to hit the furniture. So, big wicket for the Kings. And Shireen Bashir, after playing a nice stroke, unfortunately he's made his way back to the pavilion, and new batsman coming out at number 3 for Skyways. But we've got a comment in the chat from Jamie Bundy saying if we need any support in developing this and making it bigger, he'd be happy to discuss. Well, there you go, ECN European Cricket Network. If you're in the chat, hopefully you're not having a little siesta down there at the head office, but get on to Jamie. Hashtag Brother Bundy. Well, there you go. Well, Brother Bundy. I think all you got to do is give him a nickname and he's on board, and that's fantastic, Jamie. Where are you watching from in the world? If you put it in the chat, I do apologise. Must have missed it earlier. Now here's Moshi Rahman. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, and he's lucky he got an inside edge on that. It's pretty close. The keeper's going to have a throw, probably out if he hits. He doesn't hit, and yeah, it is. As I expect, it's Hamid Khalid at number 3 coming out, and fortunate to survive the first ball, Rico.
Super delivery. First one up. Not wasted. Made the batsman play, and in the end, Hamid Khalid, a little fortunate he managed to get a little bit of bat onto that.
He's going to come around the wicket again now to the right hand. Let's see if we can repeat that last delivery. Oh, no. This is a return chance. And I tell you what it was here, Rico. It came slower than the bowler thought. He was there too quickly, wasn't he? And we've seen some slower balls from the bowlers in this tournament. This is a slower ball from the batsman. Moshi Rahman can't believe it. Just watch this. His reactions are too good. He's almost... He's putting his hands there, and I love these kind of genuine reactions from these guys. Don't they love playing cricket here in Spain? Fancode European Cricket Series action, match 29. Can he get his revenge? Moshi Rahman.
That was a quick delivery. He was not happy with himself, not taking the call and bowl, and he pushed this one in. That went quick.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. So 13 for 1. Skyways again, not quite all the way to the sky. In fact, just think about that first ball, the first innings they bowled Skyways. He almost bowled it into the sky, didn't he?
The start, yeah.
It was the captain Adil Shahzad. If you're watching match 28, I just thought of it then. Said he bowled it to the moon, but it was zero gravity, and I'm sure we'll have that one in the highlights at some point. And of course, if you want to get all the highlights, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Of course, on social media at European Cricket, on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. There's plenty of great highlights that are clipped. And in a day, you get so many highlights. And look, this day's had probably everything so far, but we still haven't had a very close game. And you just think, well, if Skyways can get something on the board, let's put some pressure on the Kings. Of course, no Jubed Mir in their lineup at the moment. This looks like Moinul Islam to bowl the third over. It's the final over of the power play. This is short and hit towards mid-on. Nice bit of fielding. And a tough one for the batsman there, Khalid, because he was on the back foot as he hit it, but he had to get going quickly because that was a nice piece of work. Pretty sharp piece of work there from Saqib Mohammed at mid-on. But yeah, power play. We're now 14, still 5 balls to go. They're going to get mid-20s here. Just hang in the game. This one's got a bit of pace on it as well, and the keeper was surprised, Mohammed Masood. And that's the thing with this pitch as well. Some of the balls do jump a little bit, and there's a lot of discussion about the pitch today. It's really great that we have the ability to put a cricket pitch in to the middle of a baseball field. I think that's fantastic, but I think once we have the permanent pitch in, probably a little bit easier for the batsman, and also something in it for the bowlers as well, which is what you want. You want an even contest in the game. Here's Moinul Islam. This is flat batted. It's not going to quite carry to the fielder. It was the captain there at cover, Moshi Rahman, but He can't do anything about it. That'll be a single.
Yeah, it was. You can see he's diving forward to that. There's always a danger the ball's going to hit the deck and come up. He was quite lucky, fortunate with the bounce there. Could have been going headbound, but luckily he wasn't. But yeah, he's in the action. The captain, Monsieur Rahman.
Jamie Bundy on the YouTube chat saying that he's watching from southern England. Well, that's a nice part of the world. What's the weather like in southern England at the moment? Jamie, is it still a bit chilly? Sure, there's also, obviously in the UK, a lot of our viewers, and we're wishing you all the best. They're still under quite heavy restrictions. A lot of our colleagues as well living in the UK, so all the best to our UK viewers, and of course, wherever you are around the world, we hope you're enjoying the coverage on the European Cricket Network of this match 29 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain.
Yeah,
Monday to Friday, 5 games a day for 5 weeks. A lot of cricket.
A lot of cricket, and well, we've got an overcast day here today, but it'll be more fun in the sun tomorrow. I can tell you, the sun will be out, and this day, weather-wise, will soon be forgotten about.
Well, this one was up in the air. The keeper took a while to get going. Lost his footing almost, didn't he there, Mohammad Masood? But he recovered in time. And the break not doing any favours for the batsman. Mohammad Khalid was short. He just never got ahead of the stroke. And a wicket for Moinul Islam. So we've seen him push a few through at a decent pace. And the Skyways number 3 couldn't do much about that. He just popped it straight up in the air. And the second wicket goes down for Skyways. The score is 15 for 2.
Yeah, again, a short ball. I mean, that's all he's bowled so far. And I think there's a lot of you, wherever you're watching from, are probably looking at this and feeling the same thing that I'm feeling, thinking, well, you know what? If you're bowling that to me, I know where I'll be putting it. It's obviously seen that the batsman doesn't like the short stuff and top edge in the air, caught. But, well, if you can get away with it and you can keep it, keep the run rate down and keep these dot balls in, and of course take wickets as well, well, why not? Well, he's got a new man in now, and well, this gentleman batted well first time round. Let's see what he's going to bowl first up.
Moore will have his tail up now, that's for sure. He didn't cross the new batsman on strike. Plays and misses straight away. And you can see here Skyways. There's Adil Arif coming to the wicket, and he played a few good strokes for Skyways in their previous match. Well, he needs to do a rescue job here because power play is rapidly coming to an end, and they're still teenagers. Here's Moinul Islam. This might be a little bit too wide there, a bit of shape away. Must be one run, and a useful run, but Skyways, and we saw them struggle early in the innings in their previous match as well, and they ended up rescuing it somewhat to post in the 90s, but in some serious trouble early here against the Kings. Here's Moinul Islam. Arif this time, he will take a single, and he'll retain the strike after 3 overs. Skyways 17 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was better there from Adil Arif. Now, we do know that he can hit the ball and hit it well, but the problem is with both these batsmen is the number of dot balls that go in between. They've got to convert the dots to singles. Got to run that first one fast. Start to put a little bit of pressure on the Bangladesh Kings. And, well, when the ball is there and the shot is there for the taking and take it, you're going to get some extras along the way. But the most important thing is what Skyways need to learn is take the singles and rotate the strike, and then, well, when it is there for the taking, play your shots. There's nothing worse than dot balls. Dot balls are gold dust, as the captain, Monsieur Rahman, comes to bowl his second and bowl himself out.
And eventful first over, didn't he, the captain? The Mosh. Let's see if he can further make some dents into this Skyways innings. In he comes around the wicket. It's popped up by Adil Arif, but nobody home in that part of the infield, so it'll just be a single as the fielding is done by Mohammad Rahul. And yeah, the captain Moshe Rahman, he would have been disappointed with the result in the first match and the manner in which they went down to Minaj. But for Skyways, look, they can't be too concerned. It's only 2 wickets down. There's still 7 overs to go. Start playing a few shots. He tries, but this one's through him. And again, it's just inexperience, I think, with the top order on this kind of a stage. I mean, you can't go up by halves at this form of the game. And just prodding at the ball. A deep point back and a long off as well on the offside. It's good bowling though by Moshir Rahman. This one's going to sneak down the leg side for a wide, so a welcome run for Skyways. Enrico, yeah, Skyways in their first game, obviously competitive but not quite getting the result against Raval, but it's been good to see a new team out there, and we'll see 2 new teams, won't we, in the final match of the day, so don't go anywhere because we have the Gladiators taking on Karian in match 30. More about that in a second. Here comes Moshir Rahman. This is full and wide, and I think that'll be just okay. Pretty clever bowling. Yeah, I had a feeling that snuck inside the line. Don't have the greatest angle. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Thanks to our friends at Spring Productions. You watch it, it's full and wide. Yeah, that's comfortably inside the line, so it's a difficult ball for the batsman to hit, and if you can execute that skill, it's a good way to get a cheap dot. Of course, you run the risk of a wide. Here he comes again, the skipper.
Oh, he's got his man. Stayed low again, that one, didn't it? Then he got, but again, a shot right across the line, and I think a shot that the pressure made the batsman play.
Yeah, exactly right. We've seen it time and time again. Again, it's the first day on this pitch. You see he's deep in his crease there. And Ravi, well, we saw him lose his wickets in the first game, and this is an across-the-line shot, and you can't always trust the bounce. And look at the king. The king, the king of the kings, isn't he? Moshir Rahman. And he got that one right on target. He knows on this pitch you will get the occasional one just stay down, this wooden base and carpet overlay, and that one crashing into off stump. So, end of a promising innings for Rabi. Stuck around a little bit, but couldn't really do too much damage on the scoreboard. He goes for 7. And Skyways in a bit of trouble in the 4th over. They're 19 for 3.
Yeah, he's done well, the captain here. He's bowling a good line. He's bowling what you'd expect him to bowl. I must admit I was a little bit surprised with some of his inaccuracy first time round, first match, but he's back to his best here.
He gets another chance now, the new batsman, who has a real swing, which has gone straight down the throat of the long on, and the catch is taken by Moinul Islam. So it was Babar Ali who came out, and it's a short stay for that player. He decided to have a go early. He knew what it was going to be. He pinned his ears back, but he didn't quite get the connection. And again, we've got the captain, Moshir Rahman, on a hat-trick. Babar Ali goes for a golden. The batsman did cross on that, so it'll be Adil Arif who'll be facing the hat-trick ball. But we've already seen one hat-trick last week, didn't we, Rico? Could we see another right here?
Could be indeed, and well, if there's one man who's up for it, it's the captain here, Rahman. He's fired up, he's bowling well, he's got another wicket, the tail is up, and well, you knew they were going to come back fighting in this one, and you knew they were determined to get this win under the belt after losing their first match here. And well, at the moment, they're looking like they're going to do just that, and like you say, the hat-trick ball being bowled here to Adil Arif.
So Moshir on a hat-trick. Oh, and he went very close, didn't he? It went outside the outside egg. Well, there's a bit of appeal now. Well, if it's stumped, it would have been out. Let's have a look, and ends very eventful over. It ends at 19 for 4. We see this from side on. Is the batsman napping here? He just got back, didn't he? Did he stay in? Oh, I tell you what, I think he might have just had his heel down, but wow, that would have been one of the most unusual hat-tricks we've ever seen. This is one of those times where, talking about third umpire earlier, and Moshir thought he had second bite of the cherry, but he acts like he knows. You watch this, it's very difficult to tell. He just needs something. Oh, wow. Looking at that in a second time, I think it was very, very close, but still.
It's very close. I think maybe he benefited the doubt to the batsman there. I think he was in there. But would that have been a stumping or a run out? Because there was such a delayed reaction.
That's a stumping. Nah, look, I hate it when people get them mixed up, and it can be confusing, but that would have been a stumping because he's not attempting to take a run. And even here, he's not attempting to take a run. It's in the execution of his shot. And he just, again. Oh, and you see here, more frame. Well, Again, it's not 100% conclusive. You kind of see how we don't have the third umpire, don't you, Rico? Because we don't have all the camera angles, and if you want to do it, you have to do it properly. Now, we will have third umpire, I'm pretty sure, in the European Cricket League, which will start on May 31. 16 champion teams from around Europe, from 15 countries, the domestic champions. And you can catch all that action right here on the European Cricket Network. Here is Hussein Aminul to bowl. First ball's a full toss, but he'll pick out the fielder, so just a single. So again, that was a very good over from Moshir Rahman, the captain. So only 2 runs off that over, and of course he took the 2 wickets, almost a third. But Skyways, they're really struggling to get anything going in this innings, and here comes the captain, starting with a single. Well, another one goes down, and that's a bit unlucky by Adil Arif. He's hit that pretty well, but he's picked out the fielder on the point boundary, threw the hands at it. He's in the air a long time, but he's picked him out down there on the point boundary, and well, you'd have to say Skyways, well, they're in a bit of trouble. It was their captain Adil Shahzad that pulled the rescue job for them last time, and he'll have to do it again because Skyways now, they are reeling, and it's 20 for 5.
Yeah, they're in real spot of bother here, and very similar to their first match. They are losing wickets too early. There's no partnerships being made. Batsmen aren't coming in and applying themselves. And yeah, there is a learning process here, of course. It's their first European Cricket Series, but they need to put partnerships together here.
Well, the new batsman is Umar Hayat. We saw him hit a very long ball in the previous match, but then was out the very next ball. We've got Jamie telling us that it's very cold in southern England. Dry today, but expecting 4 days of rain from this evening. Bring on the summer. I bet a lot of people around this part of the world cannot wait for summer. And almost feels like winter's been going for 15 months at this stage, Rico. So hopefully things improve. Here is Umar Hayat facing his first ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, we were talking to some of the guys here last week when we had some pretty chilly days, real mixed bunch. But yeah, and I agree with the boys, certainly down in the Valencia region, Alicante, Torrevieja, where I am, we've had fabulous sunshine during December, January and the beginning of February. But of course, this is our winter. We can't be too greedy. We are really spoilt here.
Oh, that's good fielding, isn't it? From Moinul Islam on the boundary. See, rounded that like a cat. The batsman might have had some thoughts about a double on their mind, but he gets to this one quickly and fires it back one bounce, makes it easy for his bowler, and his efforts were applauded. And seems to be different fielding, but that was a nice piece of fielding from Moinul. This one is...
Oh, he's going to be run out, is he?
No, he'll make that easily.
There.
Look at that. That is Umar Hayat again. Hey, what? Some of these teams are more like rugby teams, some of these guys. That is Umar Hayat. He has a lot of muscle on those upper arms. So if he hits one, you can see how they'll disappear out of here. That's the end of the 5th over. The score is 24 for 5 at the halfway point of the innings for Skyways.
Yeah, I mean, going back to weather, Vinny, I remember when me and you had a voice video call, I should say, and you were talking to me from Munich, and I think you had snow up to your knees. And
I was a real life snowman.
And there we were in Torrevieja, and on that particular day we had 24 degrees. It's just a different world out here. But we do occasionally, even in our winter, get days like this. But in comparison to what the rest of Europe are getting, we can't be too disappointed. The odd day here and there, we'll settle for that. Here's
Saqib Mohammed with his leg spin. This is a bit short. It's popped up, but there's nobody home. They'll get one. They might think about 2. He'll have to put in big ones. Good throw will be in trouble here. And again, look at the big dive.
That's commitment for you.
Well, I'd hate to be the patch of ground that Umar Hayat landed on. You watch this. And Shakil Mia, wasn't the best throw. A good throw was in trouble. See, the keeper had to come a long way to his right, and then that's the kind of commitment you can expect from these guys here in the Fanco European Cricket Series. Here's Saqib again. This time, no surprises. It's Umar lining this one up and trying to hit it to Jupiter and Skyways. Well, they would need to hit a few into the sky now, don't they? And they're struggling in the 6th over, and sure I'll do my 6th over check-in at the end of this over, and it's a lot of responsibility relies on these two. Of course, the captain top scored for them at number 9. He's batting slightly higher in this game, but giving others opportunities to get the job done with the bat. This is pitched up and miscued drive. That'll go down to the mid-wicket for a single. But yeah, just something about... Now, we had the hark last week, didn't we? We had the hark from Gracia, Harkamal Singh. There's a bit of the hark about the physique of Umair Hayat. I guarantee you he's going to try and blast this ball. Pretty confident with that prediction, Rico. Let's see what he does now. Here he tries. He hits it pretty well. He hits it straight to the man at cover. And the guy at cover, who was that? Who is that there? That looks like Safiqul Islam just wringing his hands. And can you blame him? And that one stung as the batsman, Umair Hayat. He'll probably try again here. Well, he does. He doesn't quite get it. The fielder's got the job to do. He's not going to catch it. It's one bounce and it's over the line. So 4 runs, and again, Umair not quite getting all of that, but it was well positioned. It went well to the right of the long off. Came around but couldn't cut it off. So 4 valuable runs for Skyways, and they sorely need it.
Yeah, it's important now here. Skyways, I mean, they've got a lot of work to do.
That was the end of the over, so 32 for 5. Let me do my 6 over. My 6 over check-in, and yeah, look, 10 and over gets you to 70. I mean, he might hopefully get a few more. I mean, Umair Hayat, he looks like he can hit them. So just don't know how often he hits them, but he can hit them. So something, if they can get even to a ball, probably gets them close to 80. This one's hit high, but it gives the fielder a chance, and he's put it down. Saqib Mohammed straight from the bowling crease.
Yeah, didn't look comfortable with the catch. I mean, when you see the replay of it, I don't know if you get it the same angle as us. Just have a look at the hands, how open they were. And it was one of those which you just think, oh, you know, if it doesn't go straight into the hands, the fingers are going to be in trouble there. And you can see he's holding his fingers. He needed to try and get his arms closer to his body there and take the ball in, cushion the blow a bit.
Added sting as well. This is short. It's blasted away again. It's going to fall safely. Just be a single. Turning blind is Umair. Had no idea what was going on behind him. Again, that's one of my pet peeves. Turning blind. You show your bat in your left hand. But we saw there Saqib Mohammed. He starts to bowl another over, and he's just checking out his fingers at long off. And you're right with what you said there, Rico. It wasn't the best technique, was it? But also not easy catching conditions, 11 degrees. There are no easy catches. This is straight up in the air. The keeper's after it. And he lets it get through him, and another chance goes down for the Kings again. It's a tough one. It was keeper's catch because it's straight up in the air, but it was drifting away from the keeper there, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Mohammed Masood.
It's interesting what you say, Vinny, about those ones that go in the air, because you always said that it's difficult for the wicketkeeper because of the helmet. And what he did there, as soon as it went in the air, he just didn't quite see it there. But before, as he set off, he adjusted his helmet, he pushed it back so he could get better vision. But well, in the end, it didn't help him. His gloves, his hands let him down. And
you see in baseball, for example, when the catcher's wearing a face mask, the first thing they'll do on a fly ball is a whip it off. It's not so easy to get these cricket helmets off, so this is an issue. But also, you just lose the trajectory of the ball when it immediately goes up, because you're not really looking for it as a wicketkeeper up to the stumps, and so you can kind of lose those crucial fraction of a second where you first make your judgments about where the ball is likely to land. So it's a bit slow getting the right spot there. This is short, and he'll try. Has he got the distance? Oh, and he's put it down again, but hasn't quite gone to the boundary. And tell you what, it's being picked on down there. Saqib Mohammed, he's put down 2 in the over. I don't know if he's being selfish, but he wants more wickets for himself. But he's not helping out his partner, is he? Hussein Aminul, who's bowled very well.
Credit to him, this time around he did get into a better position. You know, he got good balance, but the ball just didn't want to stay in. Well,
another one, this will be out if he hits. He doesn't hit. Oh, he has hit, has he? Might have just flicked the stumps.
He has done.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. It's good foxing from the keeper. Might have got an easy 12 dream, 11 points here. You watch this from side on, it'll give you better ideas. It's just, yeah, it's just hit the base actually. Yeah. So it's full distance. That base is part of the wickets, and he's knocked the bails off. So think the batsman will find he's got to go. Yeah, he's been told now by the umpire.
Yeah.
And again, it's a bit of a quirk of the Fancode European Cricket Series, of course. We have the stumps come on a base, but that base is part of the wickets, and if the ball hits that base and knocks the bails off, well, it counts as putting the wicket down. Although we have seen the base help out the batsmen sometimes as well, haven't we? I remember a famous game where the scores were tied and the keeper threw at the stumps and actually hit that base and it bounced over the stumps, didn't knock the bails off on that occasion. So it can go either way, but another wicket goes down, and good fielding from the keeper, Mohammad Masood. He put one down earlier in the over, but he made up for it there with a run out.
Yeah, and the game you referred to was in Malta. Scores were tied. The run out, it would have been out, hit the base, the bail stayed on, and unfortunately for the fielding side, they ended up losing the golden ball in that occasion.
Yeah, I do remember that. So it's the kind of action you can get here on the Fancode, or at the Fancode European Cricket Series and on the European Cricket Network, and we welcome your company wherever you're watching around the world. And here it is, Umar Hayat. He's kind of Hulk light, isn't he? Let's see what his attitude is on strike now. Again, he loves a big swing, doesn't he? And he loves the big stage as well. It was a good over, and 37 for 6 the score at the end of that over. The 8th over, and it's Saqib Mohammed who has one or two sorer fingers than he did when he finished his last over. And he's going to roll out those leg spinners with 3 overs to go in this innings. It's short, and it's punished. And it just gets over the deep mid wicket there. It's gone all the way. And Skyways, they'll be relieved, Rico, because that is a Maximo.
It is a Maximo, and it's the first one for them in this innings. So that one did go in the sky, not all the way up, but it went all the way over the boundary rope. 6 runs to them.
Let's see what the bowler can come back with now. Umar Hayat on strike. Well, he's gone for it again, but he's hit this straight down the throat of the cover fielder, and Safiqul Islam, he'll gobble that one up. So it was an entertaining knock from Umar Hayat. He just got going. I think it's the second time today he's been 6 and out. He holds out. And Saqib, well, he might not have been able to hold on to a catch himself, but luckily the fielders are holding on to them of his bowling, because he's come up with his first wicket and thoroughly deserved. He's bowled pretty well. And Skyways, well, they're staggering, aren't they? They are 43 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, Bangladesh Kings here at the moment will be very, very happy with the work they're doing, but they will know it's very important this last number of balls to come to keep their discipline intact. I mean, Musair Rahman will not let anything else but that happen. So we see this delivery here.
Oh, that kept very low from Saqib Mohammed. Again, there might have been a chance, but the new batsman there, Irfan Ali, is able to successfully make it to the striker's end, and we saw them in some wicket trouble in their last game as well. So again, a bit of inexperience at this level, just losing wickets at regular intervals, and Skyways struggling to put a competitive score on the board here in match 29. It's a swing and a miss. And yeah, so I mean, it's hard to see Skyways, no matter what happens, putting a competitive score on the board now, but still they have to try their best to get as many as they can, and perhaps a tight couple of overs. Game could come back into the balance. Oh, this one is very high. Again, it's Moinul, and it almost pops out. That was almost an ice cream cone there from the young man at long on. He has a bit of a laugh about it, but he's got very safe hands, and this wasn't quite in the middle, but still good technique with the little fingers together, fingers pointing down, and Moinul takes the catch, and Rico, another one goes down. They've now lost 8 wickets, and Skyways in some serious trouble. It's 44 for 8.
Yeah, big trouble here. And well, it's they remind, I tell you, they remind me of a little bit, Vinny, a little bit of Fateh about them. You know, I think on their day, you look at, I mean, you're talking about the Huck, you know, on their day, Skyways probably can, if things go their way and they find the middle of the bat, they probably could post, you know, 110 plus. But at the moment they're struggling here. When they are hitting it, they're not timing it right. It's just going up in the air and catching practice, and a lot of playing and missing, losing wickets at the wrong time.
Well, this is the start of the 9th over, and it's Mohammad Saeed Uzzaman who's come into the side, and he starts with a rank short delivery down the leg side. Probably lucky only to get away with a wide for that one. Again, Skyway's just trying to scrape together something respectable. Gets another one down the leg side, and the keeper misses it this time as well. And I tell you what,
I think if the keeper didn't interfere with that, it was a direct hit from me, that, Vinny.
Very possibly. You watch this one, he didn't realise, well, something's on here. Maybe he would have been home, but again, good backing up from the non-striker. So again, 2 wide, so. Here comes Mohamed Said Uzzaman. Again, it's short. And this is the difference. We talked about it before, didn't we, Rico? The difference, if you have your set batsman there at the end, and these short deliveries, even though that nip back a bit, the set batsman, the more accomplished batsman, they rock onto the back foot, and that one's probably getting hit into next week. But the lower order batsman, a little bit more reactive and less comfortable at the crease. It's very difficult. That's why you need to keep wickets in hand. Well, this one, he's got a bit of this one, and it could go away for a boundary. It plugs. The fielder will come around there to cut it off. Shaquille Mia. Again, nice bit of fielding, firing it back in, but the batsman will get 2. But yeah, so people say wickets don't matter as much in T10 cricket, but yeah, it's really important because generally you'll find the better batsman batting at the top of the order. Well, this one's fuller, and that's a much better length. I think that one is on target, and that could be good night for the new batsman, Raheel Arif. No real foot movement, and well, Kings. Definitely the Kings of this match at the moment. Skyway's on toast. He comes again. This one does get some bat on it. He's going to go. If he hits, I think he's out. A little bit of a wide throw. Just took the keeper away from the stops enough. They could get through to this for the single. So I'll bring up the 50 for Skyways, and it wasn't always a certainty they'd get there. They've lost 8 wickets along the way. Still 8 balls left in this innings. But yeah, it's hard to see them putting anything on the board, and I do like to see the bowlers and fielders getting through their overs, but the umpire not quite back in position then. Just confirming there's 2 balls left in this over, so what's their best case scenario here? Probably low 60s, I'd say. Then get 1 or 2 away. 2 balls to go this over. The pad, and again, poor cricket, I think, because there was probably a single there. The batsmen just looking at each other. They might also think, look, there's 8 wickets down, don't want to risk a run out, but you see there was a long way from any fielder where it dropped, and it was Raheel Arif. It was keeping warm, but not really taking off. Here's the last ball of the over. And he's bowled. So we said it, if they could get one straight, Mohamed Said Uzzaman, then there'd be a good chance of a wicket. You can see Skyways. Well, we haven't seen a team bowled out before their 10 overs are up, I don't think, so far in Barcelona. But it looks like it could happen here, because after 9 overs, Skyways have lost their 9th wicket with a score at 50.
Yeah, that was always on the cards, Vinny. As you were saying, if the ball was going to be straight, the batsman was going to go across. And the only team, if memory serves me right, to be bowled out was the men in blue. But that was on the very, very last ball. It was a run out, I think, which was quite understandable, trying to turn a 1 into a 2. But other than that, we haven't had that.
Yeah, so could be the first team to not bat out their 10. But I guess we'll see. So still with an over to go. The new batsman will be at the non-striker's end. And it's going to be Moinul Islam. He's impressed me with his work in the field, Moinul. Very dependable down there on the long on boundary, but he gets his chance with the ball now. Holds his 2nd over. This is going to be doing a little bit too much, so he'll go for a wide. But yeah, he bowled a very good 3rd over, didn't he? He took 1 for 4 off that. It was a crucial time in the last over of power play. So I'm sure he'll also have a job to do with the bat, Moinul. He's good young cricketer and exemplifying the attitude these Bangladesh Kings have on the field. In he comes again. It's shorter, and you can see here the lower order batsmen from Skyways on their 50, and you wonder how many more they'll be able to get. Everything's ground to a halt at the moment, and you just wonder if the Kings get going, We might be having an extended afternoon tea. Rico already trying it off. Some good snacks about today.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier's already had a chat with me and said there's a nice big bowl or pan, I should say, full of some lentils there in the catering marquee. So yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? A little bit of lentil dal to just warm us up on a overcast day.
4 balls to come then. Strike 3. He's lucky it's not baseball because he'd be heading back to the dugout, but he survives. But the score not going anywhere. 51 with 3 balls to go. I think the highest score we've had, so the lowest score I should say, I think is 52. I think, and that was by City Lions in their debut. I think I got that right. And they're going to equal that here.
Yeah, courtesy of these wide balls. Which, well, the bowler's probably trying too hard to get a wicket here. Just needs to concentrate on the line and length.
I'll race you to find it here, Rico, because I've got it. I'm sure I've got it in my notes.
52 for 7. The Stars.
Stars, that's right. Chasing 63, right?
I told you, paperwork is far better than your computer work. You know, you've got
to
write these things down, and it's right in front of you.
I wasn't going to look it up because you'd start taking so long that I've gone to my computer. But no, it's just snuck past that mark now as there's a wide. So that's safe for now, but still.
Go on, get back on ball, smash it, hit it, take the run, take the run.
No run there, so I think we'll be in for the last ball. The score's 52 for 9, so at least they've batted out their 10 overs, it seems like. Well, this is not like a no-ball run out or something, but I guess we'll find out. Here's the last ball of the innings from Moinul Islam. He finally gets the bat on it, and they're going to run. Why not? I think it'll just be the single. So Skyways, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they've really struggled with the bat. And they've staggered their way to 53 for 9. But nonetheless, we had plenty of highlights here in the first innings of match 29 for the Fancode European Cricket Series. You see there, that was bumming. Didn't the captain, Moshi Rahman, love that? Giving it a big nod. And that one, well, he wasn't nodding his head there. He was upset. He was done by the slower ball hit by the batsman. This was the keeper. And he had a bit of an adventure as well, Mohammed Masood, during that 10 overs. But Moshi Rahman, again, right on target. And isn't he happy to be back out here on the big stage in the Fancode European Cricket Series? T10 thrills and spills. And we saw Moinul, well, again, the captain happy with his work. And they might be socially distant celebrations, but they can be celebrations nonetheless. And that was almost one of the most unusual hat-tricks you've ever seen. The batsman almost caught napping. And Moshia, wasn't he full of energy? He's saying he wasn't watching, but he pretended he was. And said, come on, umpire, give me something. And then we saw a good catch on the boundary to kill me. Adil Arif, well, he hit that one pretty well, but he was upset to go. But Rico, the Kings, they just kept picking up wickets, didn't they? And Skyways didn't really have anyone to rescue their innings. Instead, they staggered to 53 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they made, see that catch going down there, but it didn't hurt them too much. There was a few, I think about three catches in total that went down, but it didn't hurt them too much. There you see the run out. Good work from the keeper.
He's lucky the bases there, wasn't he, in the end? Otherwise that wasn't hitting.
The Stars were similar to their first innings in this European Cricket Series here, just losing wickets, the top order, and only 16 by Umar Hayat there, right down the bottom. That helped them. Other than that, well, you take that 16 out of the equation, that scorecard looks like a telephone number, really. So, Bangladesh Kings, they've done the hard work, but, and I'm sure the captain will be telling them this, we are only at the halfway point. We've only done half the job. There's still work to be done, and it's very important that these batsmen go out knowing that they've got to bat in normal fashion. Can't get carried away. Can't be thinking that it's a low score and believe that they can do it easily. They've got to still respect the bowling, you've got to respect the opposition and not get carried away. We've had games, I mean even in this European Cricket Series, where not too many runs were scored, and the opposition probably feeling quite comfortable to go out and get them, and a good example of that was that game we were talking about where the Stars only scored 52 for 7 off the 10. They were only chasing 63 that was scored by the men in blue, so they've still got to apply themselves. And well, if I were the captain here, I would be saying to my openers, well look, you know what you got to do, go out there, enjoy it. You've got time to have a good bat without doing anything too crazy. So go out, score some runs and come back not out. Well, let's see if that is what's going to happen, or is it going to be one of those games, a low scoring thriller where Skyways pick up 3 or 4 very early wickets and make Bangladesh sweat all the way to the end. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to make yourself a cup of tea and maybe grab a few biscuits as well. I mean, rich teas, what are you, rich teas, digestive? Or is it going to be some shortbread? Well, whatever it is, make yourself a cup of tea, get a few biscuits and be ready for the reply in just under 10 minutes time. I'm Rico Full, really enjoying your company, and I look forward to you joining us in about 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto! welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona, coming to you from the Olympic Montjuic ground. And well, it's going to take an Olympic effort from Skyways if they are to defend their total of 53 runs, 53 for 9, just to recap, was that they scored. So the Bangladesh Kings target 54, and well, they'll be fancying themselves to reach that target quite comfortably. But just a reminder, like Skyways, they also lost their first game here today, so they're under a little bit of pressure themselves. They want to perform well, and they'll want to get this win under their belt quickly. Get ready to start. It's going to be Adil Shahzad, the captain, to open the bowling. And he's going to be bowling to Shakil Mia. Shakil himself will want to make a better start than he did in the first match. These two openers, Shakil Mia and Mohammed Masood, good batsmen when they're in good form, score good runs easily, but they need to get into some sort of form first, and they'll be hoping that they can in this match. But the captain of the opposition, Adil Shahzad, will have different ideas. Just checks his field, waits for the umpire to give the nod. Here comes first ball. And well, it's a nice shape on that. Moving away to the right-hander. Good bit of swing. And just to remind you, we have two new teams making their debut in the last match of today. As captain comes in. He's well bowled again, he's got his man fishing. So that would be the Barcelona Gladiators and Karayan. And the man who's on his way back will be with us in a few moments from doing that coin toss. And will tell us all who is doing what. And I must admit, I'm looking forward to the game. As we see this, well, I was going to say this delivery, but Shahzad just losing his run up. I'm looking forward to it. It's always interesting when new teams come into a match. Quite often it's against a team you know, but for both teams, both unknown, to be playing each other will make it a very, very good and exciting contest. This one is hit out on the off stump. It's in the air, doesn't go to the boundary. And that's when deciding they will take a single. Vinny, welcome back. What's the news?
Thanks, Rico. Yeah, we're looking forward to that clash in match 30, the fifth match of the day. Barcelona Gladiators versus Karayan. And I can tell you the news from the toss was that the Gladiators won the toss. They've elected to bat first. I'm sure they were looking to last year's Centurion, Shahid Nazir. Distinctly Chovez Units flavour to the Gladiators as well, I've noticed. Oh, this time it's been called a wide. Thought for a second it could have been a little edge on that, but I think the batsman hit the ground, and so Adil Shahzad, we've seen him get that outswing sporadically today. Let's see how long Skyways can stay in the air here against Bangladesh Kings, because a very small target. It's the lowest target set so far in Barcelona. Here comes Adil Shahzad again. And the batsman there, Mohammed Masood, batted well in the first match, just pinning his ears back there, and just a single. But yeah, I think you said it as well, Rico. I heard you as I was coming in, and you were talking about the Kings. They'll be very keen to get this first win on the board after a bit of a shaky start against Minaj. Of course, only one team from each group going through to the next stage of this tournament. So there's 10 matches, long way to go. Minaj look good so far, but they could be caught. The other teams need to play better. This next ball, get away into the onside for a single. Yeah, and Rico, so yeah, a lot to look forward to tonight, so don't go anywhere. if you're watching on our YouTube channel or if you're watching on Fancode in India. Make sure you don't go anywhere because the 5th match should be a very, very interesting contest.
Skyways here. They've got that very close infield here. They don't like any team taking any sneaky singles. It's good to see. It's good to see them attacking even though it's a low score.
Nice well bowled by the captain as well. Look, I've been impressed with his work today, Adil Shahzad. He hasn't had much support from his teammates, but he's shown that he is good enough to play at this level, and with the bat and the ball, he's led his troops expertly. But that's the end of the first over. Pretty good one. It's 4 for no loss.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a low score yourself that you're having to defend, there's nothing better than getting off to a great start like that. And when it's the captain that does it, I think it's even more vital because basically he's setting a good example to his players. You can imagine if that one went for 12, 14 runs, you know, all of a sudden the other players have got nothing to follow. Well, they've got something to follow here now.
Adil Arif will open the bowling on the second over. Gets the first one past the batsman. Looking for a wide, but I don't think it was that wide. And top ball. I suppose, look, in the Skyways, you'd think they've very, very little chance of winning this match. But to have any chance, and it was a good start by Adil Shahzad, the captain, and Rich needs to follow up here with a very, very tight over. Chip in with a wicket or two as well would be handy. Here he comes. This is up in the air, but this one's going to disappear over extra cover. There's some pretty good contact from Shakil Mia. He missed out in the first match, but he looks hungry to make up for it here in match 29, and he gets away with a boundary over cover.
Yeah, good shot. You always know in the power play early on, a shot like that is safe as houses, isn't it? You're going to make good contact, you're in good position, you're hitting it, you're lofting it over the infield, and Skyways, as I said already, the players are pretty well in, they're pretty close to you. So you make good contact, it's going to go over them.
Oh, this one's very close. It's hit him right back, and a wicket for Adil Arif. So he went for a boundary. I think the batsman, he knew his fate as soon as that one hit him. If you watch this on the replay, thanks to our partners at Spring Productions, this one kept a little bit low. It's hit him right in front, and a very easy decision for the umpire and a good decision. And he's trying to say he got a little inside edge on that, but I tried that one myself. Doesn't always work. I don't think he got anywhere close to that. Only he would know, of course. But Shakil Mia, well, we said he was keen to make up for his performance in the first match with the bat, but he ends up going after just striking the one boundary, and the Kings pick up a wicket. What do you think? Any sort of inside edge here, Rico? I didn't pick it up, that's for sure.
Well, we've got the advantage of seeing again. I would say definitely not, and seeing that again, I'm 100% not. It's gone all the way through his LBW, wrong choice of shot, going back and out. And once more, we've seen it a lot of times today. Batsman has played a good shot and then will place a bat, and that's well bowled. That's good from the bowler, from Adil Arif. He didn't let his head go down. He's just been hit for 4 runs. Very positive shot it was indeed as well, but he's got his man, and that's good from Skyways.
Yes, this is Safiqul Islam, the opening bowler, who's coming in once again at number 3. Arif comes into him. He's caught a little bit of pad there, and it's going to go down to final leg. They'll get 1. I think that's all they'll get. Slight fumble by the fielder, but no extras given. So, what you want to see from Skyways, isn't it, Rico? We want to see them fighting, and of course, I'm sure they'll just get better and better as they get more accustomed to cricket at this level. And of course, it's their first appearance in the Fancode European Cricket Series, so I'll be keen to at least get 1 or 2 more. Funny things have happened. There's a famous match from Australia in the mid-70s called the Miracle Match, where a very, very low total was defended. Maybe this could be their own miracle match. Well, I'll tell you what, this one's gone up in the air, but there's no one there. The batsman very fortunate that didn't go to a fielder, so just a single. Yeah, it was a very famous match. It was WA versus Queensland, and Viv Richards was playing for Queensland. Dennis Lilly was bowling for WA, and WA only made 77. Dennis Lilly came out and bowled 4 consecutive bounces, and that was, these days they'll be wides. They were well over the batsman's head, Viv Richards, and getting him out of the last ball of the first over, and it's not dissimilar to this. That's when you think that the game's beyond you. Funny things can happen. So Skyways, they've got to believe. They've got to keep taking wickets and get new batsmen to the crease, and something strange might happen here today. It looks unlikely at the moment, to be fair, but Arif comes in, and this is turned around the corner again. Again, a sliding tackle. It's a yellow card for that sometimes in football by the fine leg, but it'll just be one. It was a nice little assist there, wasn't it?
He
From the fielder.
laid that on beautifully,
It's a
didn't
nice
he?
through ball, really, wasn't
Yeah.
it? He's found I wonder if he knew that the fielder was down there, but he seemed to push it expertly to him. That's the end of the over, and Bangladesh Kings, after the second over, they are 11 for 1. Nice over from Arif.
Yeah, it was a good over. I would imagine that the captain, Adil Shazad, will come back on here now to keep the pressure on. And you know what, Vinny, you're absolutely right. I think another wicket here now would have the Bangladesh Kings in trouble, because sometimes what it is, you put more pressure on yourself. I think when you're going out to bat and you know there's a low score that you're trying to get, because all of a sudden you're going out, and batsmen that may prefer to play their shots are going out and are going to be reluctant to do that, because they think they don't want to be getting out, playing a big shot and then going back in the dugout and the other player saying, what did you do that for? You know, you could have done it in singles, blah, blah, blah. So it plays on your mind. So they'll be hoping, the Kings, that one of these two guys gets going, plays a few good shots and takes the pressure off.
Well, Shazad for me has been the best player for Skyways today. He comes in again, the captain. And of course, as soon as you say something positive about someone, comes up with a wide. But let us know how you're enjoying the action on the European Cricket Network. It's great to have you joining us from wherever you're watching around the world. And you drop us a comment or a question in the YouTube chat. It's always a great chance to get to know more about our viewers. And yeah, it's wonderful to have your company. Here comes Adil Shazad again. Nice ball on the off stump, well pitch. It's going to be worked away by Safkul Islam for a single. And yeah, Barcelona Gladiators, Kadian, you got a hot tip for us, Rico? I'll give you my thoughts shortly, but
You know, I haven't really. I mean, I'm just looking through, scanning through some of the players there. I mean, you mentioned a couple. And it's going to be... Let me see this ball here.
just saying, I thought you said something. I thought you said something. He's hearing voices now. I tell you what, isn't that the easiest day, Adil Shazad? He's in some pressure situations, and well,
No, I mean,
a few
but
voices in his head there.
what's more, I am looking forward to that contest, because I think, you know, there's one or two players whose names come to mind, but a lot that don't. So it's going to be a very interesting contest, and I like to see it as well. We've got two teams making the debut as well, and I think it's going to be a great end to, well, what has been a fantastic start to week 2.
Yeah, it's just the start as well, isn't it, Rico? Because we've still got 4 days to go. Yeah, one might have caught a bit of pad down the leg side, not called a wide, but as you say, we haven't quite had the real nail biter today, and perhaps game 5 will deliver it as Adil Shazad comes in once again. Oh, a bit too much movement there. He's almost bowling it both ways sometimes, and see there, he's having a smile on his face. He's enjoying his time here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. I'm sure Adil Shazad, such a great experience for him and his players to be out there, and they haven't quite had the performances they would have liked today, but they'll go back and I'm sure they'll analyse this tape and work out where they can improve, work out the tactics and strategy required to succeed in this form of the game. In he comes again. Well, this is a much better ball. It's pitched up on the stumps. Again, slight misfield.
Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, he bowled a beautiful delivery. Was very close to getting his man out. It was injustice for him to concede a single, but for it to then go through the fielder for 2. Wow. Sometimes little things like that, Vinny, make a difference, don't they, in a game that, well, you know, I know it's still early days, but on what could be a tight game, the odd runs that have been sneaked.
Yeah, that's a very good point you make there, Rico. And in comes the captain again. Again, this one's a bit too far down the leg side, I think, and perhaps more scamper through for a leg bye. So again, it's not the worst start by Skyways, but you just wonder the difference in this game, how it would look if they could somehow have gotten up to that 80 or 90 mark, because it's a pretty placid start by the Bangladesh Kings. Of course, admittedly, they know they only have to get the 54 runs, but Skyways haven't looked too bad with the ball in hand.
Yeah, you say they only have to get those 50 odd runs, but like, you know, they still got to get them. And, you know, they're not, guns aren't blazing at the moment. It's all very much tiki-taka, tiki-taka. Not a lot of boom-boom happening. And, well, while things stay that way, Skyways have always got a chance.
And if we look at the power play of Skyways, they were 17 for 2. It's the last ball of this power play. And it'll be just the single. So Bangladesh Kings at the end of 3 overs, that's the end of their power play. They're 20 for 1. So it just shows there's not that much of a difference. Only 3 runs difference. But what happened after that? Of course, Skyway. Well, the sky was falling, wasn't it? In the middle overs of their innings, they kept losing wickets. And it was actually the 4th over from Moshir Rahman. And who'll forget that over, as he took 2 wickets for 2 runs and almost took a hat-trick. And a very unlikely hat-trick. Stumped when the batsman wasn't watching. So the things you see here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, you won't see them anywhere else in the world. Here is Rabi Asif. He was a good bowler in the last game as well for Skyways, who picked up 3 wickets towards the end of the innings, and he'll be hoping for them a little bit earlier this time. Just trying to keep this game interesting. He'll just come and try and push the ball through and hit the stumps. This first one's well pitched. It's pitched up on the stumps. That'll just be 1 run for the Kings. And what an experience for the Skyways guys. And like we said, 2 new teams coming your way. It'll be at 3:30 GMT, 4:30 Central Europe. 9 PM in India will start game 5. This one getting away from the keeper for a bye. And yeah, so wherever you're watching around the world, we hope you can join us for that, because yeah, we don't know too much about those 2 teams, and we might actually bring you the lineups at the end of this over and all the news from the toss. It's a slower ball from Rabi this time, and it's going to go down to that man. He has some of the biggest hands I've ever seen down there, Huma Hayat. I liked watching him with the bat as well. He didn't mind swinging the wood, did he?
He didn't mind, and unfortunately didn't connect
well. This one is connected, Rico, and he's taken from outside off stump. There's no one back there. See Rabi just getting a little bit too straight this time, giving the batsman an opportunity to send that one over square leg. So Sofikul Islam gets him away for a boundary, his first. And the Kings, well, they're over halfway to the target now, and we might all be in for an extended afternoon tea at the moment, the way it's going. Here comes the bowler again. This is up, it's high, and it's just going to carry all the way for a Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 boundaries there will really take, if there was any pressure and tension on the Kings, that will certainly take a lot of it off. 2 big shots, the over's not done yet. Rabi Asif bowled very well in the first match. Started here well, but then, well, that's been launched even further. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground that goes. Well, what a big over this is, and what an important over. And, well, as soon as you mentioned the chance of having a longer break, I think maybe the batsman there realised, well, okay, I can maybe have a little bit more time to have me lunch.
Yeah.
Decided to press that button, the turbo button, and hit some big shots. Great over that for the Kings.
Well, no real pressure on the batsman. You can see, and nothing to fear. Able to get under that, and Rabi just to come to a pace. Looking ahead then to match 30. It's the 5th and final game of the day here on the European Cricket Network. We're going to see the Barcelona Gladiators and Karian in their ECS debuts. And the news from the toss was that the Gladiators have won the toss and elected to bat. They'll be looking particularly for Shahid Nazir to go big. Tanzir Uraman to open the batting with him. And their captain, Baba Basharat, who will feature with bat and ball. He is listed at number 4. Karianwal Kaiser Zulfka and Adil Ahmed are likely to open the batting for that team. So for all those dashboards, make sure you get to our social media pages at European Cricket. And you can also get previews of every match at europeancricket.com. A lot of people asking me, obviously, because I'm at the ground, not getting my preview video like you did in 2020, but all the information is in the daily article at europeancricket.com. Here's Adil Arif, and that first one will sneak in for a dot. You can see already only 15 required for victory. So throwing Adil Arif in his second over, of course. Well, took the only wicket so far for the Kings, for Skyways, against the Kings, I should say. Here he is again. This one's cracked, and it's another case of the ball fielding the fielder. I think, and he's rubbing his shin pretty vigorously down there.
That one is going to leave a mark.
That will.
That was hit so sweetly at the middle of the bat, and well, he certainly saved 4 runs. 12
degrees at the moment. I tell you what, fielding in pads is going to catch on, but I tell you what, blows like that, which will seem like a good idea. Anyway, saved 3 runs. Here's Adil Reef again. Oh no, it's not. He's gonna hold up, and
he's probably thinking in a game like this, where it's probably going to be over pretty soon. Was that really a good thing to do?
He might have tried to get out of the way of it, and he still failed. The ball followed him. All right, well, into the 40s of the Kings, and here's a Reef again. This is up. It's in the air. It's going to get away from the short third man, though. It's Irfan Ali, and he'll just be able to pick that one back off the rope. And again, a bit of bad luck here for Skyways. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. He gets away from the fluorescent Irfan Ali, and he can only watch it roll into the rope. So we're getting to the end of this one, but just a reminder, that game, match 30, the 5th one of the day, don't go anywhere. We have that game starting 3:30 p.m. in GMT. It's 4:30 in Central Europe and 9 p.m. in India. Here's Arif again. Oh, and he's bowled him. So Arif gets a second, and the batsman looks down at the pitch. It didn't quite bounce as much as Safiqul Islam thought, but good bowling from Arif. He's tried hard today. He hasn't had a bad day with the bat and the ball. And the batsman, well, he was dumbfounded, wasn't he? Couldn't believe it. Just kept low a little bit, but we've seen it time and time again on this surface at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. And I'm happy for Skyways. They've got a second wicket, Rico.
Yeah, well, I thought he was going to do a bit of Virat Kohli there. Stump's knocked over and he's just standing there. Thought, okay, but eventually he goes, having a look at the pitch. But to be fair, I mean, these guys, if they don't know already, they should know. I mean, you've got to be a very competent back foot player on this pitch, and also you got to pick the right balls and pick the right length to be playing off the back foot. But I also think there, Adil Arif, well bowled to him, because he just, for me, put a little bit of extra into that, and he got his just reward. So well done to him.
Yeah, Adil Arif. He can take a bow, and he'd love a third one, wouldn't he, as well? He's got 2 for 11 at the moment. He's got 2 balls left in his spell. See if he can keep the game alive for Skyways. Sakib Mohammed, the new batsman. And he'll immediately be off the mark. Now, we always have lots of questions in the chat about who will win or who's the favourite in the next game. We get plenty of those questions, I can tell you. And like Mark Lovell said in the chat there, all previews are on www.europeancricket.com. And you can see who the favourite is. And there's a prediction actually for every game. I think this one, the Kings were favoured. That one's proving true. This one's being pushed away, and another run, so only 8 runs from victory now.
They
but
decided not to take the right, Vinny, quite amazingly. Yeah, they couldn't believe that. It was an easy single there, but I get the feeling that the man there, the other end at the non-strikers end, deciding, no, I want to face.
Is that what's going? Yeah, I can't write anything in my book, can I? But we're going to have. Well, they've taken this game past the halfway mark at least. You can see here, Safiqul Islam doing most of the damage for the Kings, and he fell last over. So no other batsmen getting into double figures at this point, but to be fair, haven't really had to. It's a very low total. At the end of 5 overs, it's 45 for 2, so only 9 required for victory. And we're going to see Babar Ali come into the attack and see if he can snare a wicket. But yeah, EuropeanCricket.com, that's where to go for all the inside information and predictions on the game. So no use screaming into the void in the chat. I mean, we'll help you out if we can, but if you go to EuropeanCricket.com, you'll get the best information. Of course, all of my information from my previews, it goes in that article, and you can trust that to be your best resource if you are following the Fan Code European Cricket Series. All right, so here's Babar Ali. And the first ball is played out to leg side, and again, I think we saw Babar Ali bowling in the previous match.
Interesting action that for me. Ali's first ball, given the benefit of the doubt. Let's see how his second one goes.
Yeah, let's see. We might not get to bowl too many where it's going here. So
Oh, nah, I'm sorry, but well, that looks a bit suspicious to me. That arm definitely is not straight.
I decline to share my opinion. We're going to move on towards this, and we've got, this time it's going to be just a single down the ground. So the Kings, they're cantering, aren't they? I tell you what, some good names of teams in Group C. You've got the Kings, got the Gladiators as well. Got Skyways, the Kings of the Sky. And Bubba Ali. A few murmurs around the ground about him coming into the attack. His next one's full, but we're not getting too much on it. Yeah, make sure you stay tuned, because in around 35 minutes time, or just before the half hour, we'll be back to bring you into the 5th and final match of the day. Oh, I tell you what, the batsman got in a real muddle there. Went forward, then went back and yorked himself, didn't he? Mohammed Masood, and you watch this on the replay, he comes forward and then actually makes it into a yorker. Missed it, and so did everyone. So, an entertaining finish to this match. Gladiators versus Curran coming up on the half hour. Here's Bubba Ali again. And just another one played outside, and unusual action, to say the least.
Yeah, this reminds me of some of the guys that we were facing at the weekend, Vinny.
That's right as well. So
they were coming through a bit quicker though.
Very
has
Spanish.
to be said.
Yeah, it's into the over, so 48 for 2. He sneaks through and over there for only 3 runs. Good on him. Being out there, I'm sure he's having a great time here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, as are all these Skyways guys. And we have 2 new teams to the competition. And look who's coming on now. Now, I like this. You know who this is, don't you? This is Umar Hyatt. And I'd be surprised. With arms that big, it can't be that. You have to be very strong to lift them. And Umar Hyatt, well, with 6 required for victory. Yeah, within 1 blow of victory. And looks like Saqib Mohammed who will be on strike as we begin the 7th over. And first one is played out for no run. So, again, the Bangladesh, they're trying to make the most of their TV time here. Just 6 away from victory. And they're not as hungry as we are. Here comes Umar Hyatt again. This one is well down the leg side, and called a no ball. Perhaps that was off the surface. So this will be a free hit. And if ever you had an excuse, Rico, to run down and try and hit a Maximo, now would be the time. Saqib Mohammed hasn't hit a boundary yet. This is a free hit. 5 to win. He'll try, but he'll just get 1. He'll go down the ground, and so 4 required, and this game kind of petering out. But tell you what, with 124 games in Barcelona, we've had plenty of close contests. Every chance we might get one in the 5th game of the day, so make sure you join us. Here he comes again. This is flatter. They're going to take a run there, so only 3 runs required now. Yeah, but Skyways, good opportunity for them to get out there, have a run around. Of course, 10 preliminary matches in the group stages. Still got 8 matches to go. I'm sure they'd love to snare a win or 2 along the way. Right, so 3 required for victory. He's going to try. He might get a wicket, but he's going to get away from the fielder there, Irfan Ali. And so now they're just 1 behind the score. 2 required to overtake it. Could this be the last ball of the match? 53-52 the score at the moment. Ooh, it's very close. Yeah, you see, that was a wide down leg side. You can get stumped off a wide. You see here, the keeper was alert to it, but so was the batsman, Mohammed Masood, getting back. Keeper himself, so he's probably alert to the threat of the stumping. Scores a level now, 53-53. This is one game that's tied. I don't think it's going to go to a golden ball, Rico. Any run will do for the Kings here in match 29 to secure a victory. Here it comes. It's hit away, and no. And I think the non-striker there, Saqib Mohammed, just saying, I think you can do it a bit better than that, Mohammed Masood.
Well, we might even have it off a wide here.
Well,
that'll teach him, won't he? Get one to your name.
Big call for Rico. Oh, this one, he's just faulting his action there. And we still have the scores tied. 53-53. Oh, please, put us out of our misery. Mohammed Masood. It's dead ball, so good umpiring. And could this be the last ball of match 29? Nope. We'll have another dot. That is the end of the over. So there you go. In a cliffhanger. It's 53-53. And Luke Belgium has his thoughts about the legality of the bowling action. That's a good job. I mean, any suspicious actions, there is a procedure to deal with them, and the umpire's not necessarily obliged to call. Let's look ahead to match 30, which surely can't be that far away. It's the Barcelona Gladiators versus Karian, and neither of them have played a game, and so you can look for that fantasy dashboard at European Cricket on social media. Looking forward to seeing Shahid Nazir in action again. And it looks like we've got Babar Ali to come in with the scores tied. And this one will be the end of the match. It's hit through cover for 4. So finally, it was Saqib Mohammed who put this game out of its misery. And off the first ball of the 8th over, the Bangladesh Kings pull ahead 57-53 to secure victory. And Rico, well, I'll tell you what, this wasn't one of the closer games we've seen, but still there were plenty of entertaining moments in this game between the Kings and Skyways. But most importantly for the Kings, they secured their first victory in this year's Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I mean, once more, they're sitting on the throne. They were temperamentally made to move away from it. But they're back with a bang, back where they need to be. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, when you think we've had a whole week, last week of cricket, this is the 29th game just being completed. I would say that that's the only real one-sided game that we've had. We've had low-scoring games, but they've gone to the wire, haven't they? This one, totally one-sided. But what it does show, Vinny, is that how important that one batsman is who can score runs quickly. Because you look at Bangladesh Kings here, they weren't exactly roaring along, were they? 3 overs in the power play, 20 runs. They weren't getting good sufficient ban on the ball. Then that one good over with quick runs were scored, and all of a sudden it was like, you know, the amount of runs needed weren't that many. The pressure was off. Yeah, there was a little bit of interesting bowling action there towards the end, but you know what? I think perhaps the Skyways captain decided to give some of his other lads a bowl who weren't probably normal bowlers.
I think that's very true, Rico. And looking ahead again to match 30, the 5th match of the day, the Gladiators versus Karian. Have a look for some of those players. Baba Bashrat, the captain, he'll bat at number 4 for the Gladiators. Watch out for Shahid Nazir. He scored a very good century last year. He'll be opening the batting, so I'm looking forward to seeing them. And of course, they did win the toss and elect to bat. For Karian, well, I think they'll be relying on Kaiser Zulfikar at the top of the order, as well as Adil Ahmed. Mohammed Wakas at 3 as well make up the top of their batting order. But yeah, in the end, it was a fairly one-sided game in match 29. The Bangladesh Kings getting over 57-53. But Skyways, look, they come away without a win, but for them, I think they had a couple of impressive performances. I like the way their captain, Adil Shahzad, led them all day, and he tried hard with the bat and the ball. Also, Adil Arif, he also similarly impressed me with some good moments in both facets of the game. Rabi Asif, well, he had a day to remember. He had his furniture disturbed twice with the bat in hand. Did take 3 in that first game as well. But just that fantasy dashboard, again, if you're playing some Dream 11 cricket or fantasy cricket, then that is an invaluable resource for you, because you get all that information in the one spot and you can decide exactly how to spend your credits and who you want in your Dream 11 team. And it's our pleasure to bring that to you at European Cricket. Well, Rico, we're going to have a bit of a break now because we're about half an hour away from the start of the 5th match. And we've said it before and we'll say it again, 2 new teams coming in. We've got Group C today, but of course you can see all the fixtures on our website, europeancricket.com. We have Group D entering the fray tomorrow. So by tomorrow, we'll have seen all of the 24 teams that are involved in this particular Fancode European Cricket Series. But yeah, in a word, Rico, or a word or 2 words, who do you like in this last game today?
Well, you know what? I've been having a look at the list of players there. And in the end, I think I'm going to stick my neck out and say Gladiators. I just think they have perhaps that's that little bit more, not just depth, but experience as well on their side.
Yeah, I like Gladiators too. And I think Shaheen Nazir is a huge one for them, and Basharat as well is a key player. So just confirmation there of the result in match 29. Of course, there's still almost 100 more matches to go. In fact, there's 95 more matches to go here in Barcelona. This is only week 2 of 5, and the weather's a little bit chilly. No rain today, so we're getting in a full day's play, which is exactly what we want to see, and I'm sure that's what you want to see around the world as well if you're watching on the European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. We'll see you in about half an hour. This is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly, just before the half hour, for more of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. hi and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. This is match 30. It's the final match of Monday. We've had some great cricket entertainment today and it's going to be great to see two new teams to the tournament. It's going to be the Barcelona Gladiators taking on Carrion in their first performances in this ECS, and their captains are with the match referee. Let's toss the coin.
10 is the goal. And it's head. So Barcelona has won the toss. What would you like to do?
I want to bat first.
Barcelona have won the toss and elected to bat first.
So you see there, Barcelona Gladiators captain Babar Bashrat winning the toss, electing to bat, and he'll be leading out with, well, one of the stars of the last series in 2020, Shahid Nazir. He scored a century in that tournament and he'll be looking to get off to a good start in this one too, in the Gladiators' first appearance. He's likely to open the batting with Tanzir Ur-Rahman for the Gladiators. Well, Carrion, I think they would have liked to have batted first if the coin had fallen their way, but their captain Adil Ahmed, he won't be too upset to get out there and have a run around and see what kind of a target they'll need to chase. They'll be opening up most likely with Kaiser Zulfikar as well as himself, Adil Ahmed, but they have the job to do with the ball first to keep it under control. So it's going to be a very interesting match 30, the 5th of the day, as we see two new teams here in Barcelona. It's over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, looking forward to this one. I mean, there's players there that we know about. I mean, I was having a chat with both the teams, just trying to get some info from them. And, well, the Carrion team, they were telling me all about, they said, keep an eye on our wicketkeeper, Kasir Zulfikar. Said he's played first-class cricket. He's normally a very fast bowler, I'm told, but he's nursing a back injury, so he's going to be keeping wicket for him. But they're saying that, well, he's a top-class batsman, and you've just seen the dashboard come up there. So, yeah, you see him. He's down there as the wicket-keeper at the moment, but they reckon he's going to be a key player for them. Well, I'm looking forward to that already. One or two other names come to mind. We've always been told about these players, but of course it's when they're out there watching them perform. That's what it's all about, really. And, well, I think myself and Vinny both were tipping the Gladiators for this game, but I think again going to be evenly poised. We saw quite a one-sided game there, match number 29. So this match 30, the last one of today. Can't believe how quick the day flies. We're into the 5th game already, but it's just fun. It's entertainment. One more today, and I think we're in for a treat. We started with a treat, and now we're going to end with a treat. So, Barcelona Gladiators, they're going to have a bat. And, well, they've seen probably enough of these games that we saw last week, Group A and B, and what's happened before them here today. They would know that really minimum 100 and 120, 130 is a score if they can set one that they should be able to defend. And of course it's all about putting the pressure on the team that's batting second as well. So it's going to be an interesting start. And all busy at the moment setting the field. Shahidul Ahmed and Nukesh Patel, the umpires. Nico Patel there at the strikers, the bowler's end. Let's give him the ball. It looks like the first bowler is going to be Junaid Ali. So, both these teams making their debut. Tanzir Ur-Rahman to face his first ball of this European Cricket Series, and the first for each team making their debut. Both these teams on debut. Made room for himself, cutting that away behind point, but no run. And Shahid Nazir is on striker's end. Well, wouldn't it be great if we can have a high scoring finale to the day. Seen plenty of runs earlier on, the first couple of matches, and plenty of wickets. And the next two. It's well bowled, good delivery. Making the batsman play. Not where he was looking to play it. Going out there. The leg side. But the first run's on the board. So Barcelona Gladiators made a start. They're up and running. Tanzil Rahman getting his first runs. So Shahid Nazir now on strike. As Mr. Maximo himself joins us. Well, Vinny, what are you thinking? Still going with the Barcelona Gladiators? I mean, I'm starting to hear some good. To see that ball played out, some good feedback coming in for Crane now. They seem to have a few star players in that setup. Of course, as I was saying, telling the viewers earlier, having those players is one thing, but whether they perform is another.
Yeah, look, this game, no clear favourite really for me. It depends on performance of a couple of individuals. As we see Junaid Ali come in. And he's given him, and it'll be very interesting to see where this ball pitched, but it's a great start for Kriyan. Let's have a look at this, Junaid Ali. And the only question there was where the ball pitched. If it pitched in line, look, it looked like it's going to hit the stumps. We can see the batsman there, Shahid Nazir. Oh, we talking about how he was such a key player, scoring a century in the tournament back in October, November. But he has to go quickly, and yeah, I think for me that one looked like it was pitching a little bit outside the leg stump, and it's always the first thing you should look at as an umpire, because if the ball does pitch anywhere to the right of the wickets, then it cannot be LBW, and so everything else is irrelevant. So, tight call. We'll have a look at this one. Where does this one pitch? Yeah, that for me. Look, it's hitting him in line, and it's a classic trick the umpire's fallen for. He's seen him right in front, but you have to be looking for that one with the bowler at this angle. It's very likely that that's why an LBW will be turned down. Anyway, that's ancient history now. Moving away against one really takes off. Not sure if we've got any bats going to get away from everybody and run away for a boundary.
Yeah, it's actually gone for bias. I was looking at it, and we know we've had one before which has taken off like that. That seems to have hit the deck and just absolutely taken off. Well, yeah, I do feel sorry for Shahid Nazir. It's, difficult one. I mean, the umpire can only go by what he sees, but we've got the advantage. I've seen the replay, and certainly for me as well, I would agree with Vinny. I think that one, the ball pitching just outside that leg stump, so LBW is at the equation there for me. So unfortunate start for him. He has to go for a duck in his first European Cricket Series match.
I'll tell you what, I'd be very comfortable getting hit in the pads at the moment at that end, but that brings the end of the first over about. So the Gladiators, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they are 5 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, there's Crane certainly up for it. That's a good start for them. Not only have they picked up an early wicket, but not too many runs on the board. So it's all a question of how we see the Barcelona Gladiators react to this now. I mean,
looks like the, pardon me, Rico, looks like the captain, Adil Ahmed, coming to the attack for Karian.
That's a nice looking shot through the gap. 4 runs that. Nicely timed, beautifully placed.
Yeah, it was all in the timing here, wasn't it? Just using the natural angle. We've seen too many batsmen try to hit this one on the onside, but plenty of gaps out there on the offside. Very rarely anyone back there behind point. And wait on this one, make good contact towards the end of the bat, but enough on that to get it through the ropes for 4 runs and a welcome boundary for the Gladiators.
So already Adil Ahmed starting to make a few changes as he comes in to bowl his second ball. And this time he's trying to hit that over the top, I think, of the man there on the 30-yard circle. Didn't quite get his timing right. Takes a single.
Yeah, that's right. That's the idea in the power play, isn't it? Only 2 outfielders allowed. And so, trying to hit one over the top, not quite getting the contact. Nice bit of fielding. Good running as well, though, from the batsmen. We've talked about how they're obviously trying to score boundaries at every opportunity, but if you don't quite make the boundary, it's important that you take the singles as well and turn the ones into twos. If you can get, 10 to 15 runs in innings, that's only 1 or 2 and over. Extra runs, then all adds up in the end. So Adil Ahmed searching for another breakthrough for Karian early in this match, match 30, the final match of the day on ECN.
Well, there you go. That's what you've got to try and do. No mistakes this time. Over the top, and not just over the top, but all the way over. 6 runs. So.
Yeah, it was nice hitting from Tanzir. Again, he put that front foot down the pitch. Good footwork. He had plenty of length to work with. He seemed just advancing. A little shuffle down the pitch and getting good enough contact. And once you get the ball up in the sky, it generally carries the boundary straight here at Montjuic.
Sort of played. Well, bowled as well. He's been taken off the ball by Adil Ahmed, but it wasn't. You couldn't say he disguised that, and the batsman just deciding that he's more than happy after hitting 6 the ball before, just to play that down and wait for the next one to come. And here it comes.
That one getting away from the keeper, so he'll scamper through for a bye. We've talked a lot about the wicket keeping, haven't we, today? We've seen a variety, and you see there the keeper just rubbing his leg. That one might have just missed the pad, which isn't too much fun, but this, a lot of balls keeping low, and it's a skill to keep low and smother the bounce and try not to let the ball get away. Into the over, it's 18 for 1 after 2, so yeah, the keeper there for Karian, Kaiser Zulfikar. I'm sure he'll figure with the bat as well. A pretty accomplished cricketer. He said he's a good bowler on his day, but they're using him behind the stumps, and I think they'll use him as an opening batsman as well, so he'll be very interested. Probably a good chance for him as well from behind the stumps to see what the pitch is doing. Of course, both these teams playing their first match here in match 30. There's a lot of matches to have to wait around, isn't it, to make your debut as well, yeah. And I bet they can't wait to get out there. This looks like Junaid Ali, who's going to bowl out in the 3rd over.
It's too much width outside that off, and that's been put away for 4 runs. Not quite where he was aiming for, has to be said, but if you make good contact with that much width, that's where it's going to go. So starting his 2nd with 4 runs, Junaid Ali, and Tanvir Rahman here playing some nice shots.
Yeah, it's a good start for Tanzir, isn't it? Especially by losing Shahid Nazir early, and they would have been counting on some big runs from him, the Gladiators. So even more important for Tanzir to establish himself into this innings. Tanzir Rahman facing up again. Certainly not shy, is he, to swing the bat, Rico, and that's what we like to see in the T10 format.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of passive batting today, haven't we? We've seen a lot of wickets fall and perhaps some less recognised batsmen having to try and scrape some scores together for their team, but here's a really good opportunity, even with that early wicket, for the Gladiators to settle in. Over 10 and over here, push something 100 plus and get the score on the board.
Well, that's in the air again. But, oh, well, we'll have to see that again. I don't know whether that was an error by the fielder there or whether there was an awful lot of spin on this. We may not see it from this angle.
It's a bit of a doozer. Watch this. Hits the ground and pops. And you can't really blame the fielder, because normally when they hit that way, they'll break the fielder's right to left. But that one just plugging. We've talked about the field here before in Montjuic, how it sometimes can do some funny things when it bounces. Well, certainly that was the case on that occasion. So Aslam Mohammed is away with a boundary, and again, welcome boundaries in the power play for the Barcelona Gladiators.
Switching that across. Both these batsmen to delivery of that length and on that line are trying to hit across the line rather than playing it straight towards the cover, extra cover region, not using the feeds. And the chances of that as well are 2 things. One, you're going to miss it and it's going to go through. Secondly, if you do make contact, very dangerous to drag it onto your stumps.
Oh, this one's gone straight through the keeper's legs. You see the issue again. Inexperience on this pitch. You got to stay low.
Yeah.
This one's really low, and watch out. Got to keep them together. You're going to have trouble.
Through the gate it goes.
Oh, look, and you know, we've seen it time and time again, and of course the obligatory shouting match to finish that over. So 4 byes, actually still a ball to go, I believe. So, question from Luke Belgium for us commentators. All games are going to be bowled from the same end for this tournament. The bowling can be changed around. Well, certain practicalities we're dealing with here at the grounds. It's most likely that we will end up bowling all overs from this end. Good question, Luke. Here's the last ball of the over.
And it's hit well, beautifully well, all the way over for 6 runs. Nicely hit. 6 more runs. Ginna sona shot sige apni badi achhi footwork sige dekho.
Well, perfect end to the power play for the Gladiators. Junaid Ali. Well, they only went for 5 in the first over. That one went for 19. So at the end of 3 overs, the Gladiators are away. They're 37 for 1.
Yeah, and going back to that question, a good question. Now, we did, those of you who remember the European Cricket Series, the very first one, we did actually start from the other end. Now, the only issue with that, Vinny, was that come late afternoon, especially for us, it would be for match the 4th and the 5th matches of the day, the sun would be coming right down into the eyes of the batsman. And that's why after the first week of that European Cricket Series, we had to change things around. So hence, that's why we're playing this way this time round.
Yeah, great question though, Luke. And we do appreciate your questions wherever you're watching around the world. Please send them in. Game 5. And also, there's big raps, because you know what, Game 5, it's time for MMBC. Mr. Maximo's big call.
Yeah.
I'm not quite ready to make a big call yet, but you know, at some point in this game, you're going to get an MMBC, which is basically me jinxing one of the players, isn't it, basically? But here we go, got Adil Iqbal coming into the attack.
Played straight back down for the single. Nice to see that, a little bit of flight. Some slower bowlers bowl, for me, too flat. But that flight plays into the equation, a little bit of doubt into the batsman's mind, come forward or not. Wicket keeper also breathing down your neck.
Oh yeah, and it's very interesting, isn't it? We've seen Tanzania, they had those 3 men on the long on boundary almost, quite close together. This one is just rolling his fingers over the top of the ball. Now we'll see where that out. They've spread out a little bit more for Aslan Mohammed. He thinks he has a greater range of where he might hit the ball. This one's on the offside, and we'll scamper through for a single, but you watch. They keep the same field for Tanzania. They have almost 2 long ons. They've got a straight long on and a slightly square long on, and then a deep mid wicket. So that area well protected on the onside. All 5 men on the boundary are in front of the wicket. And one of them will come and pick this one up. It's a nice bit of fielding by Muhammad Umar Wakas. He's one of those men we were referring to a second ago, but I think that these 2 batsmen, well, with wickets in hand and in the middle overs now, they'll fancy their chances to clear the ropes here in match 30.
That's that shot, you've got to be so careful in playing. And once more, the fielder there, this time no damage done. It's that misfield. Yeah, when you go back, you've got to be absolutely sure. I mean, they would have seen already in the match before, probably on two occasions, the ball staying low. We also saw in the earlier game, Devinder Singh Kaur being bowled with one that stayed pretty low. It's connected well, chase on for the fielder, he won't get there. 4 runs. Nicely played, just too short that time. He's not bowling to his field. Yeah,
still a good over though, even with that boundary. There were 8 off it, so 45 for 1 after 4. And we're just talking about those men on the long on boundary. They were pretty straight, and so if Tanzania was able to get something, he could hit more sideways. It was going to be difficult for the fielder to catch. That proved to be the case, and yeah, after 4 overs, 45. So they're nicely positioned here. They've got 9 wickets in hand. Obviously losing Nazir was a big blow for their innings, but they're tracking nicely. Most likely we're going to see new bowler here is Jahanzeb Askar to bowl the 5th over for Karian. Looks like we'll see some spin here from Askar. And he comes now. Off spinning delivery. It'll be hit away to that man out in the square leg boundary. Had to contend with a bit of a bobble, but he does well out there to keep it to 1.
Yeah, difficult area that to field when you've got the ball that's coming off the grass onto the clay. You really do need to keep an eye on it.
Here we go again. This time the batsman advances. Again, they do have a fielder in the circle, but they'll nonetheless get a single. And Harun telling Luke that his prediction's no good, saying your idea is wrong. Wide, nice wicket keeping that time from Kaiser Zulfikar. You can see there fundamentals there, making good early position down the leg side, and that's what you have to do, and these can be valuable runs to save. We've seen these go for extras before, but staying low, he wasn't going to be caught out again, was he, the keeper? Kaiser Zulfikar has learned his lesson.
Well, it depends how straight it was. I think possibly drifting down the leg there. But it's good bowling, good variation. Nice to see this from Askar.
Well, Luke Belgium saying that he thinks the backstop will be a very useful position come weeks 4 and 5 in this tournament. This pitch is going to play lots of tricks, I think, by then. I'll certainly see about that, Luke.
This one's hit straight. There is a fielder coming under it. It will be a great catch, and it is a fantastic catch. That's very, very well taken indeed. And that's Junaid Ali.
Yeah, well, we've seen some indifferent fielding today and not easy conditions for the fielders. Very hard ball, very cold conditions as well. And this is Junaid Ali. You see him come around to his right, tracked it all the way. Good technique, hands together. He had to avoid, the other fielder had to avoid the rope. But a big wicket for Karian, just what they needed, just as it looked like the Barcelona Gladiators were getting away. But they chip in with a second wicket. And would you know it, the Gladiators have fallen to 49 for 2.
Yeah, and once more, I mean, I know I'll harp on about this probably more than what Vinny does, but I really do believe that particularly the way this pitch is playing, that spin and the slower bowlers with the good variation are key here. I mean, they seem to be more successful than any other form of bowling when it's been applied. And they're getting wickets at key times. Once again, the Gladiators just in danger there perhaps of, as you see, a swing and a miss there, of just scoring some runs and putting good partnership together. Introduction of spin, and all of a sudden the run rate is coming back down again and wickets falling.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? We saw it with the introduction of spin options like Gorang Mayavanchi, the little maestro earlier today. He was very effective, and seeing it again now with Askar. And this one's bowled. Someone passed him, just deceived him in the air. It was a little bit slower. So 2 in the over for Askar, and he's turned this game around. Karian taking a couple of quick wickets here, and Barcelona Gladiators, they fall to 49 for 3.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. It's nice to see. Variation again. The first ball shorter, the batsman playing and missing, didn't look too good. So the bowler straight away thinking, okay, I'm going to push this one right up and let's see if he goes for it again. He did. Done him in the flight, and then on the way down, the ball going all the way through. And well, what a quality over that was, and that certainly changes the way or the direction this game looked to be going.
Yeah, you said it, Rico, and 2 for 4 for Jahanzeb Askar off that over. Game changer. We've seen momentum changes, haven't we, in these T10 games, and they are short games, but it just means that things can change in a hurry as well. So Aslam Mohammed at the moment stuck there, and he's had a revolving door of partners that over, and the captain comes and goes quickly, Baba Basharat. But we are at the halfway point, and the game, I'd say, fairly evenly poised now, 49 for 3. That over bring Karian right back into this contest. Got a new bowler coming in now. It's Danish Abdullah for Karian.
Abdullah comes in. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, not warm conditions for the umpires either, of course. Not wanting to extend the arms that quickly, but got Luke Belgium also getting a bit of lip for his predictions. Poor Luke. He's people ask me predictions, and he gives them, but he admits that there's not a lot behind him a lot of the time. But Luke, we always appreciate you viewing here on ECN. Sounds like I might have put a bit of pad there, which might mean they save a wide, but no, actually, umpire Salim recognising that didn't hit anything. Let's have a look here on the replay. I thought it might have got a little bit of the pad there, but again, the umpire judging that as a wide down the leg side. Akash now, he's right back on Luke now. Thank you so much, sir. Love you, sir. There you go, Luke. You've still got a few fans. I can tell you it's not easy being in the prediction business. Trust me, I know. Here's Danish Abdullah again, around the wicket.
In the offside, we'll take a single.
Yeah, so let us know what you think in the chat. It's a great time to ask us a question or a comment. Day 5, of course, we've got Mr. Maximo's big call coming up. I haven't quite decided what it is going to be. I feel like it might be a second innings big call today. MMBC.
You're playing it safe, aren't you? You're just playing it safe.
You can't rush the MMBC, Rico.
Slower ball. Just a minute, not liking the sound of that bat, Vinny. What do you reckon?
Well, these balls are very hard that they use. Well, they have to be because of how hard they hit sometimes. But tell you what, a few bats have met their demise, haven't they, in the Fan Code European Cricket Series? And also with the temperature, these balls seem even harder. So they really hold their shape. Here's Danish Abdullah continuing. And again, I think we'll find, this is another wide. So just struggling with his line, and this might be an opportunity to go over the wicket. He just isn't getting the ball out in the off stump where he wants to be. So I think we might see now, he might make a change, So Danish Abdullah's going to come over the wicket. Let's see if that fixes his control problems.
It's a big unit, isn't he? And just think if he gets it in the right place, he can get this ball to do a bit.
Well, didn't help.
No, he's still going the same way. I mean, obviously doing something wrong. He must be feeling that. And he's letting the ball go. I mean, if it's going down leg side, when he's coming around the wicket, when he comes over and doing the same thing. So, obviously falling away out round the wicket and leaning too much coming over. Come on.
Almost had an MMBC. I was going to call a wide. That's not really a big call, is it, at this stage? Bit early for the MMBC. All right, Danish, straighten it up for us. He's round the wicket again. Once it's up, it's in the air. The fielder, well, he's not going to get near it. That's all the way over him. Junaid, he took a good catch already, but he couldn't get near that one. That, Rico, is Maximo for the Gladiators.
Yeah, we've seen this again on the replay. That's good. I mean, when you can play the ball and hit it that well, then you don't really have to do anything else but just wait for it. He really did. That's a very, very nice shot. A lot of batsmen would have been swooshing at that across the line. He's played that dead straight, and well, just look at the way he finished the pose. Lovely shot.
Well, it was a nice shot, wasn't it?
And then that one just didn't get it right. Just maybe tried to hurry through that shot, didn't let the ball come onto him. There's a massive open area there on that leg side. Lots of square leg umpire. So it's all about timing. Just got to get into the right position and literally just guide the ball in the space.
Yeah, it's the old 4-4-1 field. As very often, the 4-4 and a backstop at the moment. You see Danish coming in again.
It's a good shot. That's going to be 4 runs, I think. And there's a fielder there. But that's hit so well, timed beautifully. But timing ball that you see, they call.
Yeah, so it's Harun Salik there with his first boundary, and I like the way he didn't try and overhit this one. Just in his zone, played a good cricket shot, didn't worry too much about keeping on the ground. He knew if he got that nice and straight, there was a gap there, and so forehand he runs, and again, Gladiators just fighting back after losing those 2 wickets in the 5th over.
Once more, both these batsmen seem to do very well with the ball that's pitched up right to them, playing very correct and strong shots, but anything short, they're just not latching onto it. They've been lucky, actually, on both occasions. The ball going top of the bat in the air, but fortunately no fielder there. Just wondering if that's a little ploy here that the captain of Korean can maybe deploy. Perhaps Adil Ahmed thinking about maybe bringing a man in close on the leg side and getting someone to bowl a few short balls.
Yeah, well, it could just snare a wicket, couldn't it? But it's one of those things at the moment. Obviously, quite a defensive mindset in these 10-over games. It's the end of the 6th over, 67 for 3. And we're going to see Jahanzeb Askar continuing again. Did well to take 2 wickets last over. Time for my 6-over check-in. I'll bring it to you after this ball from Askar. So they bunts this one off the inside half of the bat, and that'll just be the single. Yeah, so 67 off 6. I think they'd be looking at 10 and over. That's typically where I go. 10 and over would be 107. A few more, a couple of wickets in hand, so something like maybe 115 if they can get going. And big over from Askar though. He was good in the first over.
Yeah, I can see wickets here. Just got that teasing pace, I think, and good variation. Both these batsmen, I think, pretty strong. The ball is pitched up or over pitch, but just slightly short of a length, slightly shorter. That's when it goes wrong, and I like the look of this field here. So let's see what it brings. Oh, here we go, and oh, well, he took a very difficult catch on the run, and then an easier one goes down, and that just goes to show that is not easy.
Yeah, look, he had too long to think about this, Junaid Ali. Took a good one earlier. This one hung up there for a long time. He just had enough time to realise how many people were watching. That one goes down, so chance goes begging for Karian.
Down the leg side. It's good for the umpire. You see some umpires do that straight away, giving an indication of where the ball's going. You see, watch the hand there. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, a lot of, some umpires, they don't like to say why. Tossed up.
Taking the pace off the ball has made it difficult for batsmen today. It's been a bit of a trend, isn't it? Hasn't it, Rico? And look, you do run the risk. If you get it wrong at that pace, well, batsman's probably going to hit the ball a long way, but you saw there, it's in the block hole, and batsmen really have to take a conscious risk if they're going to go after you, where they're going to really get down, try and get on the full, but that, of course, brings its own risks with it. Here's Askar again.
And there you go, he's got the wicket. And yeah, I felt there would be one coming. In fact, he could have had 2, but this time deciding he's not going to rely on his fielders, and push that one through, flatter and quicker, gets his man. Good bowling. I like the look of this guy.
Yeah, and good variation again from Askar. We saw him toss a couple up that over, and the batsman settling into that pace. This one was through him, and on this pitch you get the odd one skating through, and he's very happy with that result. And only 4 runs off that over, again picking up a 3rd wicket. So Jahanzeb Askar with 3 for 8 of his 2 overs. Changing the game for me, for Karian. Every time the Gladiators looked like they'd get away.
Yeah.
And even that over in between, going for 18, but the 2 overs either side of that from Askar, the 5th and the 7th, only going for 4 runs each. So that could be critical as we see the Gladiators on their way to what I would call more or less a pass score. I guess we'll see what happens in the last 3 overs, but at the end of 7 overs, it's the Gladiators, 71 for 4.
Yeah, the Iqbal coming on. I think this is a good shout. Keeping the pace of the ball seems to be working to get the spin back on straight away. Along the ground. Putting pressure on the fielder, running the first one quick, but that's a good pick up and throw.
And already you see the difference in the projection. If we're talking about that 10 and over now, it would only be 101, whereas it would have been 107 before the over before. So I think the Kalian team may be more or less comfortable chasing something around 100. Of course, it's their first outing in the tournament. Here's Adil Iqbal.
Oh, that's the big swing and a miss, and you can see just where the batsman ended up, having played the shot. That really, even if he did manage to get bad onto that, he wasn't probably gonna just go up in the air and give a catch, not using his feet at all. This time he's clubbed it. There's fielders there, but well, that was much better. Gave himself a little bit of room, stood up tall, and clubs it away. Yeah. 4 runs.
And look, he let the ball come to him that time. That's Sagar Shabazz, who is out there in the middle. That's what you got to do, I think. And a few batsmen losing their composure, rushing at the slower deliveries, but this one was short, and he was able to make good contact, pierce the gap. 4 more runs for the Gladiators. Speak of the devil, you see that's exactly the opposite there. He's just winding up, and look, you can't blame him at this stage. Trying to make every run he can for his team. And Gladiators, look, I think both teams would be comfortable with about 100 at this stage, and see what happens in the second half of the game. Here's Iqbal.
Wow, how did that miss? Must have just kissed the bales as that went over.
Yeah, so maybe missing by about a stump and a half. Let's have a look. Yeah. And keeper ready for there in case the batsman straight out of his crease, but that wasn't the case. 76 with the ball to go in the 8th. Nice tight over following up from the work of Asghar Adil Iqbal. Hasn't gone for too many. His first over went for 8. This one's gone for 5 with the ball to go. And he isn't able to find the handle, is he, Adil Iqbal? So not too much damage. That'll be a single. So at the end of 8 overs, the Gladiators are 77 for 4.
Yeah, and then we've got 12 balls to go. And we've seen Asghar has bowled out. Adil Iqbal bowled out. So, well, this is these 12 balls, these batsmen are really going to have to target. I think Hussain Mohammed, 26 of 19 balls. He'll want as much strike as he can get. And, well, 77. 100's got to be what they've got to have their eyes set on. But, of course, if they can really go ballistic here, and Abdullah's coming back on again. He was targeted earlier, so this could be an interesting call. In he comes. 9th over. Oh, and well, a big hoik right across the line, and another wicket goes down. Look at this. Abdullah does get the ball straight, but it was short. I mean,
yeah, classic case of the batsman not letting the ball come to him. Sure, you're trying to get on the front foot there, Sagar Shabazz. We saw him do it well in that last over, just rocking back on the back foot. But I tell you what, it's a lot easier shot. Ball that length. If you go back and give yourself time, the ball just sitting up. Got Nick Noble saying greetings from Russia. Nice to have some Russian viewers.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's a Moscow Foxes fan. Of course, we'll see Moscow Foxes in the second edition of the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League.
Yeah, Privyet, we must say. Privyet, Kukdila. There you go, you see. And a little bit of Russian as well.
And well, Luke's still getting asked for what team he thinks is going stronger. Luke, I don't know how he has any time to work in a day, I'll tell you what. Here you go, Rico.
That's well hit, and he shouldn't be too disappointed. He's taking a single. And, well, a couple of big blows here from Hussain Mohammed will certainly do his team a load of good.
But I'll tell you what, you know, if you look at Barcelona Gladiators, they were 45 off 4, and then after the next 4, they were only 32, so a big improvement. Just can't be out.
Leg side for me. Well, they take the leg by, of course. They've got to take all the singles they can here, and any run is a run, and they're valuable, but they need to find the boundary ropes at this stage. I mean, they have lost wickets, 5 of them, but they still have wickets in hand. Got to go for it, got to try and get that score to around the 100 mark. And singles here just are not going to do them any favours.
Well, Aslan Mohammed, he's holding these things together. He's a non-striker's end at the moment. In comes Danish. And wild swing for the batsman. This is why at this stage, new batsman at the crease, Ali Zafar Khan. His job is just to get Aslan Mohammed on strike. I think in the middle of an over, there's still, 3 balls left in that over. Get the man in form on strike. He's made it to 26. He's accustomed to the conditions. He survived a lot longer than his teammates. And so, still 2 to come. Here's Abdullah again.
Be nice to see the batsman use his feet, maybe try and come down the wicket. Stand still. And, well, he plays a very interesting shot, which has ended up going all the way over for 6 runs.
Yeah, well, look, and this is the field, a bit of inexperience here. The ball carrying, he's a long way inside the boundary, wasn't he? And that one's just gone over the line. I think if he's standing on the line, he's probably catching that about shoulder height. So, yeah, mental error from Junaid Ali there on the long on boundary. And 6 runs, and look, 6 all out, that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And a nice shot there by Ali Zafar Khan. So showing you can hit the ball. Last ball of the over, 85 the score.
Yeah, just go for the boundary. Yeah, I don't know. Well, okay. I mean, you can't knock them taking the singles, but it just means that the set batsman is going to be once more starting at the non-striker's end for this, the last over.
Look, it's an interesting one for me, Rico, as you see the score, 86 for 5 after 9. Yeah, interesting one, that one, because, look, you do kind of want the set batsman on strike. But having said that, you know, Aslam Mohammed, he's 26 off 20. He hasn't really set the world on fire either. He's done what to say there. He's hit 2 6s and a 4. But I mean, Ali Zafar Khan, he's coming off a 6 as well. But I think what's most important is whoever's facing, that we don't have any dot balls if you are Gladiators. It's been a good comeback. They'll be looking, 14 will get them to 100. That will be eyeing off. It's the captain for Karyan Adil Ahmed bowling the 10th over. It was a good slower ball, but they're going to scamper one as it gets away from the keeper. So you see they're not too bad because they've still got a run off each of those last 2 deliveries, the last ball of the 9th and the first of the 10th. And they've got the man on strike who's set. He's faced 20 balls, Aslam Mohammed. He's got 5 balls to go. Let's see if he can get to the magical century for his team in their first appearance in the Fan Code European Cricket Series here in match 30 in Barcelona.
Short ball and being dispatched. Balle, balle, balle. Well, finally we see a short ball getting what it deserves. It's been put away and he's found the middle of that bat.
Well, Adil Ahmed, I think he knew as soon as he let go of it, he almost like he was chasing it to try and get it back because he knew it was too short. And that was on the batsman's legs as well, and that one's disappeared. So 6 valuable runs. Brings the Gladiators close to that 100 score, which I think will make for a very interesting run chase.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 93 the score goes on to. That's what they've got to push on for. And that's well hit again. There's the fielder giving it chase. Certainly got to be looking for 2. He's got to go back. And in the end, comfortably.
Yeah, good running there. And so the fielder out there on the boundary is Adil Iqbal there. Not maybe the most direct route to the ball, just skirting around the outside of it. Probably was going to catch it anyway, but gave the batsman a chance to scamper through for that second run. Here comes Adil Ahmed.
Eso bien golpe para ese en el aire y vale, está fuera. Good catch, he's on his way, can't blame him, had to go for it. Trying to go for a big hit. He knew that the fielder was there. But safe hands from the fielder here, well caught.
Yeah, well the last one mentioned didn't make the most direct route to the ball, but this time we knew exactly where it was going to come down. And so a nice catch for Adil Iqbal to go with his handiwork with the ball. Bowled 2 pretty tight overs of 8 and 6. And now chipping in with a catch on the long off boundary. And again, that could be important come the end of this match, where it could be decided by just a couple of runs. So got rid of the danger man there, didn't he? And look, it was a good innings from Aslam Mohammed. He goes for 34 and he's helped the Gladiators to a somewhat competitive total. So we've got 2 balls remaining. We'll see if they push here. They're just going to settle for a single. So it'll be 96 for 6 with a ball remaining. And this is going to be Nadeem Mohammed. Yeah, Nadeem Mohammed's going to face the last ball. See if he can make it disappear. That's a good crack. I think they'll go for 2? Surely.
No, they will. Well, one of them will.
Well, eventually we're going to have a run out here. Nadeem Mohammed, well, had all day. But worth trying anyway. They get 1 run. And Nadeem Mohammed just trying to hold his crease, but still many had to go around 20 yards to the other end of the pitch to get in. And look, it's going to be a very interesting run chase. Gladiators will finish at 97 for 7 off their 10 overs. You see the highlights here. That was a dubious one for me. Shahid Nazir felt that one was pitching outside the leg stump, and the umpire didn't agree, and he was on his way. He's a dangerous player, but from there, Gladiators, well, they put together a bit of a partnership for the second wicket. About 40 or so. This one really took off, surprising everyone. And to pick that one back from the ropes. You see this one, well, this one bamboozled everyone. There's a few things defying the space-time continuum. That one snapped past the keeper, Kaiser Zulfik. I'm sure we'll see him figuring with the bat just after the resumption of play. You see here, this is the period when there were a few boundaries, but then this was a game changer for me. We saw some indifferent fielding from Junaid Ali, but that was a good piece of fielding. And then the man again, it was Jahanzeb Askar with 3 wickets in total. He changed the game, put Kanian back into it. Says Junaid, well, he would want to pause the tape after the first catch because he didn't have a lot of joy after there. And there was the third one for the man, Askar. Wasn't he happy about it? Out here for the first time in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Well, and that was idyllic. But I couldn't find the handle on that one. We love the reactions of the players. And then, well, we saw some indifferent batting. That was the end of Sagar Shabazz. And we saw, this one, see where that one bounced just over the boundary. That was 6 bonus runs as well, I think.
But there we go. There was a nice, good catch there. And like you say, some indifferent fielding. But both teams will be relatively happy. Remember, both of them are making their debut here today. So, well, Barcelona Gladiators just failing to get to the 100 mark. They would have been very happy with that. Remember, they started the first over just 5 runs coming from it. Then had a very good last over in the power play, 37 for 1. And then I think the introduction of spin did its trick very well. And, well, particularly those wickets being taken by our man Askar. I think he bowled brilliantly. I like the way he varied his pace. And he's, well, I'm pretty sure, in fact, I'm very sure he's going to be taking a lot of wickets. A little bit of Yasir Ali about him, I think. So, well, Barcelona Gladiators, I think they'll feel they're probably 10 runs short. But it's interesting. Let's see how Klein get on with this chase.
Yeah, you saw there Hassan Mohammed with 34, as well as Tanzir Rahman 24. They're the only batsmen to reach double figures for the Gladiators. And as we mentioned, that man, Jahanzeb Askar, with 3 for 8. He was the star bowler, but also special mention to Adil Iqbal, who took none for 14, kept it very tight in the middle overs as well as Junaid Ali. Well, he had some interesting experiences in the field, the good, the bad and the ugly, to be honest, but he did take 1 for 16 opening the bowling, so that was a good effort. Also, Adil Ahmed and Danish Abdullah chipping in with a wicket each. So it's all set for a great run chase, and these totals between 80 and 100. What we've seen, Rico, we have some really interesting cricket. Hopefully we get a close game here in match 5. It's match 30 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you in about 10 minutes to the resumption of play here in Barcelona. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Well, welcome back. Hope you've had time to get a brew on and you sat comfortably, because I think this is going to be quite an exciting reply from Karian. Remember, to remind you, 98 is what they need to chase. They did a good job in the field, rotated the bowlers well. I think the slow bowlers particularly bowled well, but the one thing that they won't be too happy with is the 17 extras they gave away, which would have seen them instead chasing a total around about the 80s. But well, they'll be happy with the work still nonetheless. Just talking to Vinny during the break, I think it's one of these matches which will either finish with a blaze of glory from the Kenyan batsman doing it pretty quickly, or it's going to go all the way down to the wire. It's one or the other for me. Let's see how it goes.
Looks like that is Kaiser Zulfikar to face the first ball. The man at the other end is the captain, Adil Ahmed. And the bowler for Barcelona Gladiators is Mohamed Umar. So 98 for victory here in the last match of the day in Barcelona. We hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching around the world. Hopefully we can have a nice close game to finish the day. Of course, Monday to Friday we have 5 games every day on the European Cricket Network as part of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. So make sure that you are never too far away from your device. Let's start the last innings of the day. It's 98 to win for Karian. And now it's less than that. It's a nice bit of keeping, actually, have to say, by Shahid Nazir, who was disappointed to miss out with the bat. It's a good one-handed take, and that's the difference sometimes. I could have easily run away for 4.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. Stop.
And these middle-of-the-road targets, fielding is often the difference. See the floodlights taking effect here in Barcelona in the last hour of sunlight today.
Well, Kaiser Zulfikar on strike. Heard a lot about him. Let's see if he can deliver when he gets into beautiful shape for that shot. Fielder having a diving effort, trying to stop the ball from going over, and in the end couldn't stop it. It wasn't that wide a ball, to be honest. And
nice effort from Isanullah Azta. A backward point, he was off after him. We haven't always seen the balls run truly, but he's just kept running away from the fielder, and 4 valuable runs. So a nice start for Karian. We mentioned this man Kaiser Zulfikar is a danger man. Has some first-class cricket experience, that we understand, and yeah, it's a different kind of a game though on this surface, isn't it? I mean, I've played a lot of cricket on turf pitches and some pretty good pitches, but it's a different kind of a game in Europe. Sometimes these artificial surfaces, they don't react exactly the same, so not everyone's game adapts. But Kaiser, that's a nice start for him.
just using his line once more there, just drifting on the leg. So far, just the one legal delivery in the start of this innings, and that one was beautifully played for 4 runs on the offside. It is nice to see the odd batsman coming in and playing good shots on the offside. So what's the reply going to be from Mohamed Umar?
Well, they want some early wickets, won't they? The Gladiators.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Just picked that up so well. And, well, he got into position. That was what this shot was all about. How quickly he got into position and put it away. Fantastic shot.
And you see here Kaiser, big raps on. He waits for this one to come to him in the line. It was just a little bit into his pads. And it gave him the opportunity to just flick it away. He's well balanced. And that one easily clearing the boundary. You see a little bit of swing, in swing or curve left to right on your screen, and just into the arc of Kaiser Zulfikar. So the first maximo of the innings, and Karian are away.
Leg again. Wow, it's sort of, this is painful to watch. He's not getting his line right, and when he does get a legal delivery in, it's going to the boundary.
Yeah, so Mark Lovell just letting us know in the chat that the preview for day 7 is out on EuropeanCricket.com. So for all of you guys wanting to know who the favourites are and who to watch in these games, you need to go to the website EuropeanCricket.com, www EuropeanCricket.com. And that preview article will be there. Have all the info on tomorrow's matches.
Short, put away. Ginna Sona, nice shot. Ginna Sona, Shaka. 6 más. Y vale, está hombre.
Well,
Míralo.
Bit of movement, Rico, but when it's that short, the batsman has plenty of time to see it. And Kaiser said, well, thank you very much. Hit the middle of the bat on that, and this is a disastrous start for Karayan. Looks like could quite easily be in the 20s this over. You've got 19 at the halfway point of the over. Yes, trouble. Oxygen masks are falling from the ceiling. I think this could be a full-blown emergency for the Gladiators. Another wide, isn't it? So,
yep.
And look at the ball. He's looking at the umpire, but can't blame the umpire there because anything that misses the batsman and goes down the leg side, missing that leg stump. I don't know whether the bowler felt there was a bit of pat on that, but nah, definitely wasn't. And good call from the umpire. We've seen some good umpiring today. Always a couple of dubious ones that are up for debate, but the men in black have applied themselves pretty well. So, can he straighten up here, Muhammad Umar?
It's a better ball, and well, that ball done. Well, the fielder there done very, very well backing that up. Well, I think he's unfortunate there. I don't know if the fielder picked that up late. For me, if he was walking in, should have taken a catch, and that would have been, well, very vital at this stage. In the end, no runs taken at all, so at least it goes down. That's a dot ball. And well, I think that one Mohamed Umar did get in the right spot. He's better off concentrating on outside the off stump than there. The batsman does go right across. It does hit the pad, but it was always going down the leg side with that swing. Got to get the ball. I just get the feeling here, Vinny, because of that, the second ball was a lot wider outside the off stump coming into the batsman. Because he played that beautifully for 4 runs, he's tried to change the line, but the line he's got, middle and leg, well, Kaiser has loved it and dispatched him. Well, we're going to see him bowling for the first time now to Adil Ahmed.
Yeah, Adil Ahmed, the captain of that Ghanaian side. I'm sure he'd be happy just to play a support role at the moment because Kaiser's up and away. Last ball of the over.
Swing and a miss, and thinks of taking the bye. And, well,
so much for who'd be happy to play the support role. He's tried to put that one into the Mediterranean, but that's the end of the first over. And some struggles for Muhammad Umar with his control early and a couple of balls disappearing. Karayan, after 1 over, it's 21 for no loss.
Yeah, a little bit of concern here. The Shahid Nazir, I think, as he went down for that one, may have twisted his ankle. It's taken him a while to get up. Yeah, he definitely has. And I know that some matting has been put down there for the keeper when he's standing up, but certainly when they're not standing up, it does, as you can see there, it's a little bit like the bowler's run up. It does get a bit slippery.
And just a reminder to everyone, big announcement last week. The European Cricket Championship has been launched, and we'll be seeing that on ECN from the 13th of September. That is 15 national teams representing their countries in a T10 competition over those 4 weeks. And so we look forward to that. And so for all the details, go to EuropeanCricket.com. Find out more about the European Cricket Championship.
So the end of the first over, a very long first one, and well, a fairly expensive one as well. 21 runs coming off it. That is not the start that Barcelona Gladiators would have wanted to make to the very first over in the European Cricket Series. But well, there's still a chance to redeem in a good over here now.
Ali Raza, the bowler, and this one also is very leg stumpish. Adil Ahmed's got to get in his bike, and I'm not sure if he would have made it there. Put under pressure by the fielder.
Well, they'd be quite happy. I mean, it wasn't the best of balls, and the batsman of the quality there of Zulfikar should have put this away. He doesn't. They early take the single, and maybe, well, the Gladiators are happier to have the captain on strike as opposed to Zulfikar. Hit in the air, he's going to go over the man, chase his back, and, well, unable to get there to stop it. A couple of bounces, 4 runs, and, well, we know that's Adil Ahmed. That's what he's out there to do, just to get back onto ball and hit. I mean, I'm just wondering whether they're better off. I know we're inside the power play here, having the one man out mid-off on the boundary with that ball going. Went and perhaps one on the leg side.
Well, he's going to have to pitch it up now, Ali Raza.
Oh, and he's palmed it over for 6 runs. Was hit hard, Vinny, but it was going, I would think, at a comfortable height for the catch to be taken, and in the end, just palms it over, goes for 6 runs, and well, the fielder there saying, ouch, that one hurt as well. That's
we heard
Ishan
it from here.
Hussain, I think.
No. Harun Salik down there, I think, at long on.
Yeah,
and this is the thing, when the game's drifting away from you, what you want to do is take one of those chances. Look, it wasn't an easy one. It was hit flat. It was hit hard. These balls were very hard. But again, 6, salt into the wound. Might get another chance here. It's going to be wide of him, and so 4 more. And, Karian impressing at the top of the order. And the Gladiators, well, they're in the arena, but they need wickets. They need them now. Otherwise, this game could be over before we know it. We could be in for an early night, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, they attempted slow ball, and that was good. Good footwork from Adil Ahmed. He could have just waited for it, but went to it, attacked it, turns it into a full toss.
Well, Adil Ahmed, you can see what he's promoted himself to the top of the order to do. He's not here to pat spiders, as we say in Australia. He is going for it, and he's been a bit fortunate. I think I'd be bowling balls that hit the stumps to him, Rico. He's hit or miss. If he misses, I'd be hitting.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over.
Oh, wow. What an unfortunate way to get out. I was going to say, it's too short again, and I expected to see that sailing over us, but trying to hit it too hard here. Look at the head. That's where it all goes. The head went.
So unfortunate, but you make your own luck. Watch this. He's hit this pretty hard. Fouled it off in baseball, as they say, into his foot, to the bottom of his pad, and he's like, where's that gone? You cannot believe it. Adil Ahmed has to walk back, and look, maybe that's just a slice of luck that the Gladiators need to bring them back into this game. We have seen momentum swings before. Now that man at the crease, Kaiser Zulfikar, he's been looking very good so far, but if they got rid of him, they just might send a bit of panic down this lineup. Inexperienced at this level, you'd have to say. So at the end of 2 overs, Karian, 36 for 1.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of good fortune. And, well, I'm afraid that goes well with that one. Slice of luck. Slicing it onto his legs and onto the stumps. Was a long, long way out of his crease.
He was. Ran himself out almost. He was out of his crease. But, all right, start a new over.
No.
Wow. The new bowler is Nadeem Mohammed for the Gladiators. And
yeah, I like this decision, Vinny, to take the pace off the ball and to try and force Kaiser Zulfikar to really hit the ball, force the ball over the top, and then he paid off.
Well, it's a huge wicket now. It's the game for me. If they can get rid of Kaiser.
Well, nobody's going to catch that. He knew exactly where the fielder was. And look at this. Just puts his foot, plants his foot down, plays that. And that's a nice looking shot again. He's, he has played and missed the few, but when he plays his game, he's right on top of it as well. That was a nice shot, just lovely looking.
Got some comments in the YouTube chat, which we'll come to after this. At the end of a long day, we hope you're enjoying the entertainment here on the Fan Code, at the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Here's Nadeem Mohammed. This is short, and could be caught, but it's straight through the fingers, and another one goes down, and that was Muhammad Umar. Well, he took some punishment when he was at the bowling crease. His fingers, well, they didn't get any punishment there, because it's not even sure he got a finger on this one in the end. It's gone straight through. Oh, anyway, he's lucky not to take that one between the eyes, but he has the indignity to go fetch it from the other side of the boundary. So you'd have to say the Gladiators, they're not taking their chances. They've had a couple of chances, and defending this middle of the road target, they're not doing themselves any favours, are they, here in match 30 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain?
Short, and well, that's 4 runs. There's no protection there on the boundary, deep on the leg side. The only man is backward square leg is on the boundary, so really that's a wasted delivery. He's got to look at his field.
Well, Luke is just defending himself. Oh well, I'm not a journalist, I just say what is on my mind. But Luke's always on the defensive, always giving him such a hard time. Next one's chopped down by the batsman Zulfikar. And I'll get a single. Guys got some comments as well. ATP234 says, this is amazing entertainment. Well, I'd agree with that. I tell you what, if you want to go back and look at some of the matches from last week, there's some highlights videos on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. I do recommend everyone checks those out. We had some big finishes, especially if you go back to Wednesday's matches last week. Matches 12 and 13 had some very close finishes. Nadeem Mohammed in again. The new batsman is Mohammed Umar Wakas for Karian. And we also got Jamie Bundy. Oh, brother Bundy, nice to have you back. He's saying, imagine Karian batting first. Could have posted near 180 with this run rate. Yeah, well, seems that way sometimes, doesn't it? But you never know. We've seen some big power plays in this tournament. We've seen a few teams just lose their way in the middle overs when the field goes back. It's the end of the over. So they're halfway there, actually. Living on more than a prayer, though. 49 for 1 at the end of the power play. Karian requiring 49 more for victory.
Yeah, I mean, the Gladiators letting themselves down in the field. And yeah, okay, those balls have been hit hard, but it's those little chances, half chances, that if you do pick up and you get the likes of big batsmen like Kasir Zulfikar out. There was a chance also earlier that Adil Ahmed gave, though he's not there anymore. Makes all the difference.
Here's Ali Raza.
Just lofted that, and the fielder, well, in the end, he did well. I think he got there. But for me, I think he should have got a hand onto this and flicked that back.
Haroon Salek again in the wars down there. It's a key position, isn't it? The long on. He's obviously down there. They feel he's the man for the job, but just trying to get down to that. And again, these ones slipping away from the Gladiators, and so is the game. You'd have to say that one brings up the 50 for Karian. The first ball of the 4th over. They need a wicket, and this is the man they want badly. They're going to come back into this match.
Well, you're going to bowl that. You're just going to get walloped out of the ground, and that's what's happened there. Look how short this was, and well, that's just Kanapina.
This is halfway down the pitch, isn't it, Rico? And just asking to be hit with whipped cream on top. Kaiser's having this for dessert, and he's gotten into his work pretty well from the top of the innings here. And they're well on the way to the target here. Also, we've got Jesper Jensen saying, great commentators, very entertaining. Well, thank you. Double J, it's nice to have you joining us.
Thank you very much for those nice comments. We really do appreciate them.
Another question for you in a moment after this one, Rico. You see the bowler in again.
That's well bowled. It could be close. Was he outside the line? That's the only question for me. But the finger goes up. And, well, the umpire took his time. It's good to see. Here we go.
Yeah, naked eye, I liked this call. Yeah, I think that's hitting in line. Yeah, I think that's hitting in line. Just a little bit of the ball's got to be in line with the stumps, and deceived him with a slower ball, and it's nice to see him executing that one. The batsman thought he got a good stride, and that's probably true, but if you look at this one, the only question is if it hit him outside the line of off stump, and it was borderline, but I have to say I'm on the side of umpire Salim there. You know, I don't mind the bowler's getting a little bit of benefit with those LBWs. Everything else in this form of the game seems to go to the batsman. But an important wicket, and perhaps that's just what's required.
Yeah.
As Karian, they still require a run of ball, so if they can put in a good little run here, we've seen overs go for less than 6 before, and if they can push that rate up, especially with 2 new batsmen at the crease, we might see a contest here yet in the final match of the day. Got a question for you as well here from Akil Mumtaz, who, sorry for making you wait, Akil, we've had a bit going on here. He wants to know, where do these clubs play normally? Do they have cricket grounds? Rico, maybe you can enlighten us as our Spanish liaison.
Yeah, I mean, this ground is used for league games as well. Slightly different format, which we can come on to, and then there's a few grounds scattered here in Catalonia.
Oh, and there we go. We've got Jahanzad Askar. Of course, he did the damage with the ball, didn't he, Rico? Yeah, go on, tell us more about
the
kind of grounds. Yeah.
I mean, Barcelona is a very big area, Catalonia. And to be fair, most of or majority of the cricket is played in Catalonia. We probably have between 25 to 30 clubs which are registered with Cricket España, which play league cricket out here in this area. You see that one probably too wide. No, it is. It's very wide. It didn't pitch on the pit, so no ball given. And there's probably, I would say, 3 or 4 other grounds around the area. But once more, these are grounds where we have artificial surfaces, But the issue always is the outfield. None of them have an outfield as nice as this, which is grass. Quite often the mat is laid down and around them. They're playing in quite rough areas, so that is probably one of the biggest issues here in Catalonia. Madrid as well. Madrid, a lot of cricket goes on in Madrid, and a shout out to Madrid Cricket Club, Trisco, and also to Madrid United, who no doubt are following the cricket.
Well, it's a free hit, Rico. I'm not going to let you hang yourself because you probably weren't paying attention because you're halfway through that information. You'll see the one before was called a no ball, which meant this one was a free hit. It's a good style ball, actually.
Yeah, well disguised.
Do you know what? I've never faced a free hit. 3 times I
Never?
had no ball bowled at me in a limited overs game when they brought the rule in, and every time I got a single. So it's still on my bucket list. I'd love to just knock my stumps back in after missing one. It'd be amazing. But yeah, no, that's interesting, Rico, yeah.
So we're probably very similar to a lot of clubs in Europe where there is a growth in cricket, good cricket activity, good junior cricket being played, and women's cricket now. But one thing we could do with is more grounds, and well, we'd love to have a ground in Madrid, for example. Love to have a lovely ground in Valencia, where Levante play, Levante Cricket Club. Hello to Levante Cricket Club. They also play on a baseball ground there. So shortage of grounds, which hopefully in years to come we'll get more and more grounds. But it's nice to see that cricket also recently is also being played in País Vasco there, and we've got some new cricket clubs coming up there, and so it's a good position to be in. But grounds is always a problem, and probably like in many European countries, it's having the land or the space available, and certainly in the capital cities you haven't got that. We've got a lot of land. Cricket also is a game which is growing and developing, but slowly but surely we're starting to play more. I mean, we're starting to see more matches being played on football pitches, having a mat laid down, the old coconut mat, and rugby pitches. So yeah, plenty of cricket being played in Barcelona. All of these teams play here in very competitive cricket. They also play their own format of the IPL, CPL they call it, Catalonia Premier League, and that's excellent to be involved with as well. So good cricket, and you can see from a lot of these teams and a lot of these players are benefiting from it and getting stronger and getting better.
All right, this is Ihsan Ullah Azda to bowl, and he started with the dot. There'll be a dicey single here. Flicked at the stump, so that's a bit indisciplined. They might come back for a second. You can see there the outfielders were slow to realise there was no one in the circle backing up, and they just had to just hustle in there. So they kind of caught napping with not many to play with. Maybe saving every run possible. Run a ball at the moment, but do think, Rico, at this stage of the innings, they can sneak a few dots in, can just get a few nerves going, especially with 2 new batsmen at the crease, and these batsmen not established yet. Has to be trying to do just that, but this one's up, it's high. This is going to relieve the pressure. This one's all the way on top of the nets. That is a Maximo.
Yeah, well, if there's one way to take pressure off you and establish yourself, well, that's the way to do it. Plant your foot and hit the ball over the top. And while I was talking about the cricket, I must mention, though, though I'm saying we could do with more facilities, we have also some top quality world-class facilities as well. I mean, Vinny, you know about the La Manga Resort. Fantastic cricket there as we see this delivery. And Desert Springs as well, quality, lovely place to play cricket. And then we have Sporting Alphas there near Benidorm. Intellectuals play also in the Alicante region. And then we have fantastic ground, Malaga way in an area called Katama. Yeah. So, answer the question, no. So we have got some terrific places and venues to play the game. But Spain is a massive country, and a lot of people don't realise this. It's 3 times the size of the UK. So though we do have these great facilities, sometimes it's very impractical for teams to travel to these great grounds that we have, and therefore having to make do with grounds in the local areas. But again, as I said, usually it's matting, coconut matting, put down in an open space where they try and play.
Interesting insights there from Rico Full. This is a play and a miss. It's going to be a wide though, so another one to the total. And yeah, hopefully that's answered your question nicely, Akil. And I certainly found myself enlightened. I suppose you've got some fair distances between these grounds as well. So again, practicalities, not easy for the teams to play each other from different parts of the country. This one is hit away, and it's going to go between the men on the boundary. They've done well to keep that to 1, and the batsman little bit slow. It was Askar, a little bit slow off the mark from the non-strikers end. I would also like to mention that Asjad Butt is in the chat, and no surprises there. I'm surprised you've torn yourself away from watching your own innings earlier in the day. He was very good, on fire, wasn't he, earlier in the day? And what a day's cricket we've had here, and it's nice to have him joining us. He's saying hello to Rico Paji and Mr. Maximo. Well, hello to you, Asjad Butt. It's nice to see you, and sure we'll see you back in action later this week. Of course, we've got Group C playing today. Group D, it's our first chance to look at them tomorrow. So this week, Group C we'll be playing Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Group D on Tuesday and Thursday. Here's the captain, Baba Basharat. Can he do something? Well, this is push, but it's just wide of the fielder. They'll get one. They're going to turn for two. Well, good throw, might have had him in trouble, but just didn't quite get the distance. So again, this game tightening up a little bit. This is what happens if you lose wickets and you've got new players to the crease. We've seen Askar go large once already, but another wicket here, and I do think this game could just be just a little bit of a banana peel moment for Gadian, of course, in their first ECS performance here. Both these teams are playing their first game. That's what they've got to keep doing, isn't it, Rico, at this stage?
Yeah.
I've said it before, and one of these games follow a similar pattern. When you get the ball down to a run, get the game down to a run, a ball, or just under, it's only dot balls that can kill you. So you just got to keep scoring, and like I say, don't go too defensive. If you get a ball, you can hit for 4 or 6. By all means, go for it. But looking at a minimum of 1 a ball at this stage, stay in the box seat. They don't that time as it's hit back, and that's conversely the Gladiators. They have to think, well, the only way you can get back is to bowl some good balls they can't score of, and that was one there. Hit straight back to him. So
yeah, a couple of wickets, because don't forget, a couple of wickets, pressure on the new batsman. Also, a wicket means dot ball. So no, it's not over yet, really. It's not over yet.
Right, let's be one down the ground. Although pushing this time, they'll just get the single. Got Sai Prasannavari saying Asjad is a consistent performer. He certainly was this morning, wasn't he? And Shashi Kumar Sharma saying enjoying a lot. Thanks everyone. So if you've been with us, whether you're just joining us or whether you have been following us throughout the day, it's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. Wherever you're watching around the world, let us know where you're watching from. I always find that very interesting. And you can join us again, of course, tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India for 5 more games here on ECN. Here's Baba Basharat.
Oh, that's well bowled. Yeah, it's good to hear there from Asjad Butt, and yeah, it'd be nice to hear from more players, whichever team you're playing for. Get on the chat. It'd be interesting to see how you found this European Cricket Series, especially the teams and players playing for the first time. I know that every time that I've spoken to the players, they're absolutely loving it. They love the atmosphere, they love the challenge, they love the fight. And Asjad Butt did exactly that today. Always put him down.
Yeah, and that
straight
was
back at him.
saw one of those earlier, didn't we? Moshi Rahman earlier for the Kings. This one came back probably a bit slower than he thought, and it's not easy to judge this when you're a bowler and you follow through. And just, you see his hands there a little bit prematurely and closing them before the ball arrives. So one goes begging. That's the end of the over. Kalyan, 76 for 2 of 6 overs. Only 4 off that over, so a pretty good over, but I'm sure that the captain will be disappointed to put that one down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's staying a dot, but a wicket as well at the same time. Goes back to what I'm saying. A couple of wickets with the pressure on. I mean, we already seen there they needed around 4. A couple of tied overs there, and that's gone up to 5. You know, it's okay, a good over here for Klein with a hit a couple of boundaries, and that'll take all the pressure and tension off. I mean, you can see even there, they're on their feet, they're a bit nervy, they're walking up and down. They know the game's not in the bag just yet.
Well, both these teams desperate for a win, but this one's gone very high. Oh, has the fielder got a chance? He's gone back.
Oh, well, he's totally missed the catch, but what he has done, he's saved the boundary, and that's good work from him.
Yeah, I need a single. That one plugged, and he's up there for a long time. He's a bit conscious of the rope. You can see that. I'm getting through the hands, and he's done well. He's just thrown the ball away, and they only get a single. So I was just about to say, I didn't get a chance before Isnula Asda started this over. This is a key over for me. They needed 22 off 4 overs before this over, so very important in the complexion of this game.
It's flat. Pick up and throws. So
it's 20 off 22, and again, look, it's so easy on TV. You sit at home and you go, well, listen, run a ball, you'll canter home. But I mean, Got two batsmen here who are scoring only at a run a ball or just under, so I'll be nervous at this stage. But I think, Rico, and I know what you're thinking as well, you're thinking, well, if you need dots, get those infielders in there and try and cut those singles off, because you almost have to gamble, don't you? And when you get runs like that last one, just squirting off the pad, and the batsman's easily running in for a single. And they have, to their credit, brought a few men in the offside, but they're not really cutting off that single. So, well, hopefully we get this close finish, the last over finish here in the 5th match of the day, match 30 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Here's Asda.
Well, that's hit very well, and nobody's going to stop that one.
That was the captain who's already out, Adil Ahmed. Well, he volunteered to put his hands in the way of that one. I don't think that was very wise, because Adil Ahmed, well, watch out. Bush. He's rethinking his life choices after that, but very important from Mohamed Wakas. Very important 6 runs, that relieves the pressure. And Karian, they do look on their way to a victory.
Well, watch by the fielder, watches the bounce well. Yeah, that boundary, that 6, just takes all the pressure off. And, well, they're almost there now. They're into the 80s. 86 for 2. And, well, there's a wicket. And, well, we keep saying, wicket, the new batsman coming in now. It's not going to be easy. The light is going. I mean, they've got the advantage of the floodlights, of course. But that's also a dot ball.
We've seen that so many times, Rika, haven't we? This is short ball and not really getting up. You can see the frustration there of Mohamed Wakas at the non-striker's end. But Askar, wow, it was not dissimilar to the wicket. One of the wickets he took earlier in the day, of course, when he was at the bowling crease. But that one, yeah, well, I don't know if it makes it interesting just yet, but it does bring a new batsman to the crease. Mohamed Wakas at 6, so important earlier in the over. So Askar, he goes for 12. And Karian look after 7 overs. They are 86 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think this man on strike, Mohamed Wakas, he's probably wants to finish it pretty soon. And while he's on strike, he's going to try and play his shots, I'm sure. There we go, a swing and a miss. And of course, the Gladiators, Arsenal and Gladiators, well, they are fighting like gladiators here. Credit to them, they've never given up. And I like the way that all the fielders, no one has let their head go down. Things have not gone their way sometimes, but they've kept vocal. They kept supporting the bowlers, and who knows, this wicket here, this is a big one. If they can get Wakas out.
This is pushed into the gap, slight fumble, but they'll only get a single. That will bring the new man, Adil Iqbal, on strike. And Kush is joining us. Hello, Kush. Hola, amigos, he says.
Hola.
Hola. Hola, Kush. ¿Cómo estás? How's my Spanish? Coming along slowly, isn't it? Slowly but surely. And a couple more comments in the YouTube we'll come to in a second.
Interesting stance here from the new batsman. Well, he stands and he delivers. He sent that one out of the ground. 6 carreras, vale. Esta hombre de primera pelota es el máximo. Así me gusta. Bang, bang. Thank you, my man.
Well, that's one pelota we might not be getting back. I might have sent a search party out for that one. That puts him within range of the target. Can he do the same again? Adil, does he want to finish with a bang? He tries, and big swing, but only the 1 run. And we've got Rubayat Hassan saying, nice commentary. What are the names of the commentators? Well, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico Full. We've been here all day, and we're bringing you the action all week here in Barcelona, Monday to Friday, and we hope you've enjoyed today's play. Look, to be honest, Rico, we haven't had that many close games today, but that probably means maybe they're getting saved up for later in the week, so make sure you join us tomorrow, of course. This one's hit hard, and I think this could be game over. Yes, and that is it here in the final game of the day. Match 30, make sure you join us. If you're leaving us for the night, 7:30 a.m. GMT, that's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India, because tomorrow we have 5 matches from Group D. But in this Noobs Challenge, the 2 new teams in Group C playing their first match in the final match of the day. It is Karian who played the better cricket, and they were fitting victors here in match 30 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain.
Yeah, they did a good job, started positive. That man there, Kasir Zulfikar, he batted very well. I thought he was going to go on to perhaps make a 50, but fell short, fell 10 runs short. The captain there making some big blows himself.
Tried hard. Just quickly, we've got somebody, Shashi wants to hear bale, bale, bale from you, Rico, so maybe if you see one in the highlights, that's not one there, that was just straight through the hands, wasn't it? But just for creeping up at this target, they got it, the boundaries, just when they needed to stay on target.
Yeah, I mean, this, that was the LBW. The umpire thought about it. This didn't get his hands to it, but I tell you what, he did very well.
Another game of Twister, wasn't it? We've seen Twister the board game a few times.
There you go. Who wanted the balle, balle, balle? So here you go. You ready for the balle, balle, balle? Thank you for watching. We love your company.
Oh, that was it. And over went the furniture. We saw those stumps disturbed a few times. I think those stumps will be very happy that the game's over. You saw here, Kenyan, pretty dangerous up the top of the order. You think they might throw down a challenge to some of the other teams in this Group C. They ended up finishing this game, winning it with a ball to spare in the 8th over. So they went with 13 balls to spare, and of course led at the top by Kaiser Zulfikar, who scored 40 off only 14 balls. So he got them off to a great start. But what a great exhibition of cricket we've seen here. Yeah. Like I said, Rico, we haven't really had the close finishes today, but nonetheless we've had plenty of cricket entertainment, thrills and spills. We've seen the variety of cricket and the entertainment you come to expect here in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't forget, the day started very well with Minaj. They've come into this Fancode European Cricket Series looking strong, and well, they would have had a look at Raval, who did also win their second game, and now here we've seen Klein. They look pretty strong as well, and of course, you know, we've only seen the Gladiators once, and sometimes that can be quite deceptive. We don't know the players that well, and they may not have performed in this game, but well, getting used to the conditions, they're going to get better and better. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow already, Finny, because you know what, we've got a new team coming up first, Punjabi Warriors against Falco. Now Falco, a very strong team. Remember, they were in the final against Catalonia Cricket Club the very first time around here. They've got good players. It'd be interesting how they go about with the batting. Don't forget Awais Ahmed, they've lost him, he's no longer playing for them, so that will be key, because Awais normally opening up the batting. And also one of my favourite teams, a bunch of lads that I love really a lot, and that's Badalona Shaheen. They've got a lovely bunch of guys in there, got a lot of time for them, and it'd be nice to see the Khan brothers back, especially Babar Khan and Dilwara Khan. I think they're great guys, and I love the way they play the cricket. Great positive attitude, and they do hit the ball big as well. So a lot to look forward to tomorrow. A lot of exciting games in prospect, and also there will be sunshine. We are back to what we're used to tomorrow. The sun will be shining on us here at the Olympic ground here in Barcelona, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. And we haven't had any rain issues, touch wood, for the last week, and that's really great. We've got so much cricket in, and just saying goodbye on YouTube chat to some of our viewers. And coming up tomorrow, like we say, we've got Group D hitting the park, some of those teams that you're mentioning. And starting with Falco, well, you know, Falco have been pretty good. They played the first two games, much like Minaj did in their first two matches today. So I wonder if you see a similar arc of Punjab Warriors. We'll see them in the first and third matches. It's their first tournament, of course, here in the ECS. Badalona Shaheen, well, you mentioned them as well. They've been very competitive and have good form on the board. Also, Trinidad Royal Stars and Black Panthers, as you mentioned, and the Black Panthers will make their debut against the Royal Stars in the last game of the day. So those two, much like the fixtures today, the last game of the day will feature two new teams to competition. Hawks, not to forget them as well, they return to the competition. So thanks again for joining us, and thanks for all your wonderful comments in the chat about our commentary. We certainly enjoy bringing you all the action here in the booth for the European Cricket Network. And just a reminder to all of you to check out our website, europeancricket.com. The Day 7 preview is up, so don't bother hassling Luke Belgium in the chat. Just go to europeancricket.com and find out everything you need to know about the teams who are taking part in tomorrow's. And I've got a final question to the Deep Sarkar. Is that an AstroTurf? Do they have a pathway to List A cricket? Well, I suppose everyone has a pathway to List A cricket. I suppose a lot of these players, or some of these players, will play international Spanish team. And of course, we've seen some associate players make their way up into some higher levels of the game as well, and some domestic competitions in more established cricketing countries. So that's a very good question. And Sudadeep Saka, it would be great if you could join us tomorrow and ask us any more questions that you like. So just a reminder, our website, europeancricket.com, of course, and our social media at European Cricket is a great place to go. You just saw the pictures up there a moment ago of tomorrow's games, but confirmation in this game, match 30. It was Gladiators winning the toss, electing to bat. And although they were promising it sometimes, Karian, in the second half, they put the brakes on, kept them to 97 for 7, led by Jahanzeb Asghar with his little off-spinners. His 3 for 8 was crucial in keeping them down to a reasonable score. Karian with a fast start from opener Kaiser Solfikar. They ended up passing the score with a ball to go in the 8th over. Well, Rico, another day down in Barcelona. There's plenty more cricket to come this week. Of course, only 6 days out of 25. And like you said, we're very much looking forward to Group D hitting the park tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a great day. It's going to be, as I always say, for these European Cricket Series, it's all about a frenzy of explosive and action-packed entertainment. Well, we had plenty of that here today. And, of course, sharing the spot here with Mr. Maximo was great. Thankfully today, the sun, for one reason, wasn't so bright and out, because I think with the suit that he had on today, I think it was had a combination of mustard yellow. I think the sun shining on that would have been a bit of a glow, would have brought my shades with me. But I'm looking forward to what you're going to wear tomorrow.
Well, you'll have to wait and see. Have to tune in and find out. I just realised something, Rico.
What's that?
I didn't do a Mr. Maximo's big call, game 5. You know what that means?
Oh, what does that mean? There's two tomorrow.
Maybe 2 tomorrow. Anyway, thanks very much, viewers, for joining in. This has been Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe, and it's 1 p.m. in India. See you tomorrow for more fan code European Cricket Series action from Spain. But until then, it's bye for now.
Adios.